Good morning and welcome to the March 16th, 2023 Executive Policy Committee budget meeting. And today we'll be hearing delegations on the 2023 operating and capital budgets. I want to welcome everybody here today and acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. I'm joined today by my council colleagues. I think other councillors are just making their way to the chamber this morning, but joined today by Councillor Orlikow, Councillor Mays, Councillor Brawadi, and as I said, on their way, I think are Councillors Rollins and Lukes. I do want to acknowledge that today is Councillor Brian Mays' birthday. So Councillor Mays, happy birthday to you, and 100 more years. So thank you for being here today, everybody. So I'm going to turn it to our clerk. There's no motion of previous minutes, I don't think. So turn it to our clerk. We have several delegations, many delegations, and so we want to move as quickly as we can to respect everybody's time today. So, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of committee, public. Today's meeting is to hear delegations on the preliminary 2023 budget. We do have a number of delegations. Some are appearing in person, some are appearing remotely via Zoom. We will call delegations in the order they were registered. It is your opportunity to speak when we call your name. So when you do hear your name, and I will be calling maybe a few delegations at a time to come down to the chamber just so we can get you queued up here. We will also be asking delegations to just state the aspect of the budget that they're speaking to. So when you come forward, you can state your name and also state the aspects of the budget that you're going to be speaking to today. That would be appreciated. So we are starting in the chamber here with Councillor Santos from the Point Douglas ward. Good morning, Councillor.
Morning, Councillor Santos. Welcome.
Good morning. Okay. All right. Yes, Councillor Santos, Point Douglas ward, and I'm here to talk about affordable transit and one of the motions of budget referrals to pay for a consultant fee to discuss the $1 transit fare. I made my presentation already to IRPW. I'm going to repeat it again and have a little bit of notes of hearing some of the conversations that happened over the transit budget when they did the review. I might not have everything, but I wanted to kind of highlight some of those things at the end of my speech. So the history of how we got here: motion to council in April 2021, a plan to reduce the cash transit fare by approximately 25 cents annually beginning January 1st of 2023 until such time as the cash fare is $1. May 2022, a report on fare reductions came back to the IRPW committee with some recommendations to the fare structure. However, the administration could not conduct the $1 fare model due to the fact that the current model uses a, quote, estimated average fare paid by each passenger, close quote, rather than the actual fare cash or actual cash fare. Significant additional work would be required to carry out the analysis, and the assistance of a consultant would likely be needed for this work. Those were the recommendations of the report. So in June of 2022, I moved a motion at council to consider the funding for a consultant and be referred to the 2023 budget review process. Here we are today, and unfortunately, the funding is not in the current operating budget. Therefore, I want to quickly re-highlight some points back to this EPC committee for the new mayor and some of the other councillors who may not have been on IRPW last year, why it is important to discuss and support affordable transit for all. More people moving throughout a city is a key factor in economic growth, and our city continues to struggle to increase ridership on our transit buses. Data indicates that when government removes the economic barrier to increase ridership and support mobility, the entire city will see an economic and social return of investment. How, you may ask? Quite simply, affordable public transit provides economic relief by removing the burden of transit costs when you need to get to work, to school, or even the grocery store. As of right now, mobility is an economic privilege in our society. Not everyone is able to afford a two-way $6 bus fare. We need to stop seeing the bus fare as a revenue generator to the city. Transit is a public good, and I believe our civic responsibility. We don't expect people to pay a service fee for police, firefighters, or a fee to enter into our libraries, community parks, or playgrounds. But further than that, Winnipeg does not charge residences to use our sidewalks, or our active transportation pass, or to use our elevators. These are all examples of a public method of transportation. Think of it this way. Cyclists don't pay a fee to cycle on bike lanes. Vehicle owners don't pay a fee to the city to drive on our roads. Our current policies reinforces systemic mobility inequities in our city. Drivers remain the most privileged in Winnipeg when it comes to mobility. Right now, it's cheaper and more convenient to drive to downtown and park in downtown than it is to pay $6 to ride a bus. Whereas people who live on a fixed income don't often have mobility choices, they don't own vehicles either. They must walk, cycle, or take public transit. It's within our own municipal jurisdiction and services to move the needle of economic recovery with an affordable, reliable, and safe public transit system, which brings me to my next point. We are currently relying on increased ridership. Lowering and simplifying fares for people who will need it will increase ridership. Research has found that frequency, low fares, safety, and reliability have the largest impact on ridership. With the hard work and dedication by the public administration, we already are successfully addressing the issues of frequency and reliability through the Transit Master Plan. Affordable fares and safety are yet to be included in our policies, and that's why I'm here again strongly advocating for its inclusion. In the recent report back in May of 2022, it did state the modeling carried out by Winnipeg Public Transit suggests that a reduction in fares might yield a nominal increase in net operating revenue due to increased ridership, offsetting the fare reduction. The results of the modeling of fare reduction in PM, so afternoon peak hours, show that although ridership continues to increase as fares decrease, revenue appears to be maximized at an approximate 20% reduction in fares. So based on the current cash fare of $3.10, that was last year's cost, a 20% reduction in the amount of the cash fare actually reduced that cash fare to $2.50. So when what I basically is saying at $2.50, you're actually seeing an increase in ridership. So that already is modeling out the fact that reducing the fare, you're actually seeing an increase in ridership, and that's why I'm here today. This is a positive thing. A low fare system is a strategy we can research right now as we continue to plan for the future. An effective economic recovery strategy is vital for the future success of our city, and we need to address the declining ridership. We also need more people on the bus means more eyes on the bus. This will be a deterrent for bad behavior that we are currently seeing right now or in today's society. So in closing, I'm asking for your support to meet the needs of Winnipeggers who are in the need of a safe, reliable, accessible, and affordable public transit. It would be irresponsible to spend over $1 billion in transit infrastructure with no incentivization plan for Winnipeggers to shift to a mass public transit system. I want to make it crystal clear. We are not voting to reduce the fares right now. The motion that I'm asking from this committee is to request a third-party consultant to investigate an affordable transit system in Winnipeg. So before we can make that decision to reduce our rates, we must investigate the feasibility, the impacts, and the outcomes of a $1 affordable fare transit model with data. I believe it is our responsibility to review this data And so it will help us inform and develop the best policies for the future of our public transit system. I will send to you, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of the committee, for your consideration, a motion to support funding the consultant and tie it to the $5 million increase in public transit safety initiative, which is already included in the operating budget. Public services are the essential elements of what a community deems important and why it is worth living in. When we support affordable public transit for our entire city, the entire city benefits. So I got 2 more minutes here. I quickly listened to some of the comments that were made during the transit public works presentation. I think the one that bothered me the most was when they talked about fare evasion, and we wanted to punish those who didn't pay for the fare or issue them tickets. It was quite disappointing to hear that, and we know there's some mental health and addiction issues that kind of stem, and there's root causes. So that's more of a long-term discussion, and it's not something you can solve overnight. Okay, I'm not asking that basically reducing the rate is going to solve the issue of fare evasion overnight. Okay, what I'm talking about here is, and I'm advocating for, is we know families here in Manitoba, specifically in Winnipeg, we have 1 in 3 children living in poverty. That's 1 in 3 families that are living in poverty. And so if you want to lift families out of poverty, one of the key solutions is affordable modes of transportation. You want them to get to their jobs. You want them to be contributing members of society. We know we have Ukrainians that are coming here. We know we have newcomers coming here, and they can't afford a vehicle at this point. They're looking for other modes of transportation, which is walking, cycling, and transit. So if you reduce the rate, even if you're reducing it to $2.50, you know you're going to get an increase. It's going to help them get to their job and be contributing members and pay into property taxes, pay into PST and GST, which is going to boost our economy. These things go hand in hand, and that's kind of why I'm here advocating for the affordable transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. Appreciate that. Any questions at all, Councillor Lukes?
Sure. Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. I really appreciate your presentations. So last night we did have the Public Works meeting discussion on transit. We were there till 8:30. We had a lot of great discussions. Did you catch the discussion that we had with the public service with Mr. Radstrom and Mr.
Unfortunately not. It's
I
really
know.
hard to listen to all the committee. I
Right.
was trying to locate it yesterday, and
Right.
unfortunately I couldn't
Right.
find it. I did reach out to the clerks, and they just gave me the presentation.
Right.
And I tried to quickly
Right.
go through it, and unfortunately I couldn't locate that specific
Right.
topic.
I'll see if
Yeah.
we can find it and locate
Yeah.
it. So it was very fascinating
Okay.
what Mr. Radstrom was saying. So I encourage you to read it. I'll just highlight a couple things
Sure.
that he said, and it's a did you know. That on February 29th, 2020, Luxembourg became the first country in the world to make all public transit free to use, buses, trams, and trains. So they have a population of about 600,000, he was telling us this, and 15, for the revenue that comes in for transit, 15% comes in through revenue fare. So in Winnipeg, for our $238 million revenue that comes in, 50% is provincial, and 35% is from fares, 35%. And our population, Luxembourg's 600,000, we're about 800,000. The public service really believes that looking at the products that the city offers is a better way to approach transit, helping people afford transit. The public service strongly feels that there's a lot of people that can pay more than $1 and are willing to pay more than $1. It was a very interesting discussion. I encourage you to listen to it. One of the things I said, well, why can't we investigate? You know, I asked why couldn't we investigate and do this study? And they said it would be very difficult at this point in time in the realm of transit, because in 2019, That really would be the baseline of what to investigate and how to do an analysis on it for the city, taking into consideration all the products, the use of transit. But as you know, and as we all know, the whole realm of transit has blown up due to the pandemic. And people are changing the ways they use multimodal transportation to get to where they want to go. So he said it would be very challenging from that perspective, and also from the perspective of the number of the cities in the world that are so few that are using the dollar transit. So while they're not opposed to doing a study, they're saying there's so many variables, and the matrix would be so, the percentages would be so not as accurate as they could be. So, because of all the variables. So he really, the public service in discussions, and it's all on camera here, really recommended that, you know, we look at the products that are being offered. You know, we just did new product adjustments starting this year, which looked at different ways to provide more affordability for people using transit. So I encourage you maybe I'll find that link and send it to you, but there was a lot of good points that the public service made to look at more of our products and what we're currently offering versus blanketing it for $1 from many perspectives. So,
No, and I think that was the discussion we had with the previous chair, with Councillor Allard. So when I came and presented, I came out there basically gung-ho and was really frustrated with the fact that they came back and saying they couldn't do the modeling for exactly those reasons you had stated.
perfect, they're consistent, that's good to hear.
And I came back and said those are excuses to not do it,
Oh,
in
okay.
my point of view. And I want to still commend the public administration. I want to make it completely clear that I'm not trying to point fingers at them and stuff like that. And I know they're trying to do the best they can. I think they believe in affordability. I think they do that, and that's why they want to go with the products fairs. I want to push that envelope with the public administration, and the fact that they even suggested you can hire a consultant to do it and do the fare-free model or the dollar fare model means it can be done. It's just the administration just doesn't have the capacity or the services to do it, so we'd rather go out.
Well,
And I
think
want
they
to challenge a little bit of the administration and how we think about how we model it. Because right now, we're thinking it as a revenue generator. We need to collect $350,000 in revenue, or I don't know what that number, 35% in revenues to basically do a cost recovery. And I'm saying here, I'm trying to change the minds, I'm trying to convince the minds that we should really stop looking at it as a revenue generator model, subsidize it, work with the province, work with the federal government, saying that we should subsidize public transit so that it is a dollar fare, and it's a blanket dollar fare, so because it is a public good. That's kind of where I'm coming with my advocacy. When you want to look at the products and the fare products and all these different fares and all these different products we have, you make it super complicated. Of course you're going to make it complicated because you have 5 to 10 different types of fares for array of different age groups. For me, it's simple. $1 across the board makes it equal for everybody. It will simplify the fact that maybe you take out transfers. It's $1 to get from point A to point B, $1 to get from point A to from point B to point A, like back and forth, literally $2. That's it. You tap your debit card, you tap the Pego card. It's literally cash fare. That's it. There's no complications to like, oh, I gotta load up my wind pass. Oh, I don't even know if I can afford a wind pass. I don't know if I'm a student. Am I now 12 and under? Oh, well, now I need a parent to come on the bus with me. You know, it becomes so complicated. I really believe too, there's an administrative saving to this. There's reports out there that literally say if you have a cash fare model, administratively, you'll save on printing transfer tickets, you'll save on printing wind passes, you'll save on, you know, there's savings there. But I can't prove that. I can give you other reports. I gave you a huge report from the United States that talked about 39 cities that did fare-free models, and there were benefits to their community, but I'm talking about Winnipeg, Canada. We need the data. I need to show the data that this model does work. We can do it. How much does it cost? And then I can take the document to the provincial government. Wab Kinew, you're running for an election. Will you make this your platform? Because here we are. We have the data. I have the costing. Will you bring back the 50-50 provincial funding? We already have a report on why they reduced the 50-50 funding and how that has affected us at the city level. So these are things that are all my arguments back to that committee last year, and that's why I moved the motion, and that's why here I'd like to do the consultant, because I'd like the data, please, and thank you.
Thank you for your passion. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got us all going first thing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. I'll maybe take the opportunity just to remind everyone, every transit ride, even full cash fare, is subsidized,
Yes.
probably by approximately once. I asked the Director of Transit once, if we've got full cost recovery on transit fares, if someone got on the bus and paid the fare and paid, what amount would they have to pay to be full cost recovery? And I believe the answer is 50% more. So what we do is if you pay, you get on the bus, you pay full fare, to get full cost recovery, we'd have to charge double for that ride.
Yes.
So every time we step on the bus, anyone steps on the bus at any fare level, it's a subsidized service as well. But thank you very much for your presentation, for your passion. Any other questions at all this time? Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Enjoy the day.
Okay, thank you.
Next delegation, we have Councillor Wyatt. I'd like to step forward, and if you could state the aspects of the budget that you'll be speaking to today, and you can proceed.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councillor Wyatt.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
Good, good. I would like to come before your committee to speak in support of the budget, both the capital and the operating. It's been a pleasure to be able to work with your worship on the budget and members of the executive committee, including Councillor Brawadi. It was an honor to be included on the working group, and proud to be able to say that as of last night, we've gone through 2 standing committees that I sit on. We had a really good meeting yesterday, a culmination of 2 days of meetings with Public Works. Moved motions in terms of amending the budget that were all passed unanimously. We worked together cooperatively, came up with suggestions and ideas to improve the budget. I thought the process went very well and very impressed. I also want to say thank you to Councillor Orlikow for the same reason at his committee. We made recommendations there that I think they were all passed unanimously. I can't remember now, but I voted in favor of the budget in both standing committees and intend to do so also on the floor of council. I just wanted also to add that the one item that came up, I know in Protection Community Services, the meeting went quite late in Public Works last night. And one item that we flagged and saw in Protection Community Services, but it's applicable actually across the board, is the previous decision was made to give direction to the departments in terms of inflation. That one department, for example, was given a 1.5% target on inflation, another department 2%, another department 0%. And yet, inflation is inflation, right? Everybody has the same costs that go up. And just confidentially, I heard from a senior member of the public service who shared with me their concerns that it's just demoralizing that one department would get a 2%, 2% allowed inflationary increase in the budget, but another department 0%. In some cases, it's where a department, I'll give an example, Animal Services, they've done a great job managing their department, yet they're given no accommodation for inflation. And so we're kind of punishing the well-managed departments and maybe not necessarily rewarding the ones who maybe should. So right across the board, even inflation would be a welcome move. We moved that unanimously at Protection Community Services. We didn't move it last night at Public Works only because it was a very long meeting, and that's something that, but I later on brought it to the attention of the chair of Public Works. I'd like to speak in favor and thank again EPC for support to include $2 million in the budget towards East of the Red Recplex. This is a modern facility that many other cities, major cities across Canada already have. It is a project which will serve, all of East Winnipeg with the future construction of Edward Shire Parkway North, Edward Shire Parkway South. It will actually allow for people to commute to the facility in less than 15 minutes from Sage Creek, from Southdale to the north, North Kildonan, Elmwood, St. Boniface. Studies have been done, and not to be confused with this new 15-minute phenomenon and all the stuff going on about that, but studies have been done on rec facilities for years. That the magic number is actually 15 minutes, that if you are located within 15 minutes of a commute to a rec facility, the usage is very high. If you're beyond that 15 minutes, the numbers start to drop dramatically in terms of usage. So with the future transportation plans, seeing forward on the east side of the river, this facility is strategically placed on the north side of Transcona Boulevard beside one of our libraries that we just recently built. It would be connected to that. And so 96,000 square foot indoor facility. And I know, Mr. Mayor, that you made a strong commitment in the last election to see it through, to get shovels in the ground prior to the next election. I'm campaigned on the same thing. The response in the community has been very positive. There is really a need to build facilities like this. In the case of our side of the city, the last time we invested in the indoor pool was in the 1970s. The Elmwood East Kildonan pool on Concordia. This would involve the decommissioning of a pool. The Transcona Kinsman pool would be decommissioned. We've already just decommissioned the Bernie Wolf pool inside the Bernie Wolf Community School. That's already happened. It would allow us to bring facilities under one roof. It would allow us to look at our programming for recreation, enhance the quality of life of citizens in our city. And we have hard infrastructure, they call it, roads and bridges, so on. But there's also, sometimes the soft infrastructure gets missed. And that's what's been happening in Winnipeg, and we need to catch up. I've had the opportunity to tour facilities like this in Calgary, in Ottawa, in Edmonton. They're amazing. As a matter of fact, they open the doors, and they're very conservative in terms of the revenue projections. The revenue projections actually exceed their business plans because of the turnout from the public in terms of usage. This facility would allow, I think it would be well used. We have an extremely, on the east side of the river, because of the growth and development, we have a high demographic of young families and young people who would engage and use this facility. It's just something that would be raise the quality of life. And I think the other levels of government, in light of the fact that they are bailiwick is health care and wellness and mental health wellness, which we're hearing about lately. Healthy body, healthy mind. And so it's exciting to see something like this come forward. I would request, the only request I would have in terms of it is providing some wording in the recommendation of the budget. I don't know, working with your staff maybe to come up with this, your worship, is just some next steps to give administration, the public service, some direction in terms of some timeframes, or at least to come back with next steps to the Standing Committee of Protection and Community Services, so that we can ensure that that $2 million gets moving, and that we get the Class 3 estimate, and hopefully we have enough money also to look at preparing procurement documents and so on, so that we're truly shovel-ready when the time comes. Just on another matter, I just wanted, if the clerk could, is the clerk, oh, there, oh, sorry, thank you. I'm used to my East Community Committee clerk. This is a motion that was worked on amongst all the other things yesterday with Councillor Lukes and myself together in terms of for consideration. I've been very impressed with the fact that in the previous council had moved the Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Strategy. I would just like to read this motion into the record. And whereas in June 2018, the Executive Policy Committee directed the Public Service to return within 180 days with a report of cataloging all current measures taken by the City of Winnipeg with respect to poverty reduction and recommendations on specific measures to further reduce poverty in Winnipeg within existing budgets. And whereas in April of 2019, the Executive Policy Committee directed the Public Service to report back within 365 days with a City of Winnipeg poverty reduction strategy, including a detailed implementation plan for the additional measures to further reduce poverty. And whereas the City of Winnipeg adopted the Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Strategy in November 2021, and whereas economic development, growth and development is a policy view that requires similar high policy priority in terms of budget consideration as now provided by the Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Strategy. And whereas the small business community of Winnipeg is the backbone of our local economy, providing jobs, creation, training, and innovation. And whereas the mayor in the 2023 State of the City identified the need of the City of Winnipeg to launch an initiative that would require constant improvement by the City of Winnipeg with regards to service delivery and responsiveness by calling for a cultural change in the City of Winnipeg. And whereas Winnipeg's small and medium-sized business community has always welcomed opportunities to improve the City of Winnipeg's response to and involvement with business, specifically to help facilitate and foster new wealth creation. And whereas Winnipeg's Indigenous community and new Canadian community offers great hope for economic development and wealth creation within those communities, therefore be it resolved that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to develop an official economic growth and development strategy that will be endorsed by Council and will be a living document and policy to include but not limited to the following. 1, the development of a matrix of measurements that facilitates economic growth and development in the City of Winnipeg to be tracked and applied to all departments and special operating agencies. 2, formal reporting on the strategy via the operating capital budget process, applying all approved measurements. 3, identifying opportunities for changes within the City of Winnipeg's existing culture of doing business in terms of service, response, and delivery improvements and efficiencies, and that the Public Service report back to Council on a quarterly basis on a plan for constant improvements and efficiencies with timetables for their implementation. If I could just get a quick extension, if possible. Thank you. I would just like to say that Mr. Mayor, you're a small C Conservative. I'm a Democratic, social Democrat. But we have something very much in common. You know, we believe in small business and entrepreneurship. I was raised in a small business background. After school, I have to go to my father's business and empty ashtrays and empty the garbage, and back when people used to smoke inside, and re-ink the ink pads. And I learned through my mother and my father the importance of small business, the importance of customer service. And I really see this as an opportunity. And I just want to quote, I thought you made some major policy statements in your speech which were amazing. You know, we also need a big cultural shift within the city. We need a culture of yes that embraces new ideas and new investments. And I think this is something which will allow us to give us a policy lens, similar to what we've been doing with the poverty reduction strategy, that will allow us to start to move our city in a direction of improved efficiencies and customer service. I had the opportunity when I was in the private sector between my time previously on council and now, and I got to see the other side of the fence of making applications, doing things with the city, and it was really an eye-opener of where we could see opportunities for improvement. And I want to thank Councillor Lukes for working with me on this. This is something that she believes passionately about, and it's something that I hope we can move forward on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for distributing this. First time I've seen it, and so looking forward to kind of looking it over. And but certainly, obviously, the focus on economic development is critical for our city so that we can afford the services that are important to all of us as well. So, Councillor Lukes.
Yes, thank you very much. And did you know that you sent it to an email that I don't check that often?
Oh,
This is my first time seeing this, too.
Must be the old days.
Well, this is my trail days, right?
Oh, my
So-
gosh, okay.
So,
Well, I think I did it at 11 o'clock last night or
Yeah.
so. Anyways,
Thank you, thank
no,
you.
thank you.
So, yes, I don't know, you do know
Sorry.
this, but I'll have to ask in this forum, do you know? Do you know that I'd reached out to the Economic Development Officer in the city of Winnipeg, Mr. Dryberg, and was speaking to him about having an economic development lens, you know, in relation to public works. I'd been working with the Property Planning and Development Department on economic development lenses related to road renewals and, you know, how it was applied. And it really isn't, and in speaking to, an economic development lens really isn't applied. And then speaking to Mr. Dryberg further, he had started going down a path of, you know, investigating more. I hadn't been able to follow up with him in the last 2 weeks because of budget. We had worked together through the budget yesterday for 10, 11 hours of riveting meetings and discussions and motions, and this was a good discussion. So, yeah, so this is my first time seeing it, too. I think, as per the mayor, who's very interested in economic development, because we have this position now, we're moving in that direction. Thank you for the motion, and, yeah, we'll look at it and continue talking.
Yeah, you know, I present it as a draft, I guess.
Yeah,
You know, consider it as that, and happy for amendments or changes, of course, improvements, for sure.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Appreciate
you.
that. Yes, Councillor Mays.
Two things, more observations. Number one, I spent much of the last 4 years sending emails to Sherry Rollins' trustee email address until we finally just blocked that off my computer. So yes, we all occasionally send emails to defunct email addresses. The talk of some departments were given a different inflation rate than others isn't really accurate. I mean, what the budget tried to do, the multi-year budget passed March of 2020 tried to do was, in the wake of our previous somewhat half-hearted strategic planning exercise, was to try to allocate different increases to different departments based on a kind of rough priority that came out of that
I see.
strategic planning exercise. Councillor Gillingham was, Mayor Gillingham was, at that point, Councillor Gillingham was the finance chair. So I don't know what departmental staff may be claiming or saying, but it's not true to say we somehow ineptly figured to be different inflation rates for different departments. There was a priority setting mechanism, and I think some got negative, but some, I think the range was 0 to 2% for everybody else. So I don't-
I hear what you're saying, and I think I know what your intent was now. It's just, maybe it wasn't communicated correctly, or, you know, it was, but I can tell you that, having heard from one director, it was just, it kind of, it sends a tone, it's demoralizing was the term, right? Because of the fact that one department's getting 2 and another one's getting 0. And yet, they're all struggling with the same kind of, and it was termed an inflation increase. And yet, you know, the inflation rate is the inflation rate, right? So they're all, you know, all across the board the same. They're dealing with the same QP contract. They're still dealing with the same gas prices. They're dealing with, you know, the same inflation. And that's just, I'm just giving you kind of some feedback. And I hear what you're saying, Councillor Mays, and I wasn't aware of that intent, and it just, maybe it was more, you know, a good idea, but the execution of the idea.
Well, I
Yeah.
could dispute some of that, but why bother?
Yeah,
Thank you again. Have a
right. Thank you.
good day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, if I could just mention for anyone participating on Zoom, we do seem to be experiencing some network issues right now. We are looking into it, so our next delegation is in person, but I just want to mention to anyone who may be on Zoom, if you do notice it cutting out, we are looking into the matter. Our next delegation, we have Councillor Eadie. If you'd like to make your way to the podium, Councillor Eadie, and if you could state the budget items you're planning to speak to today.
There we go.
Morning, Councillor Eadie.
Good morning, Mayor Gillingham. Good morning, colleagues. You have a busy day. Thanks for suspending the rules to hear me. You know, I don't, I hate being negative, but, you know,
Then don't.
it was,
Sorry.
it's a different, well, I'm going to be positive and negative, and, you know, I could have moved a bunch of motions at committees and stuff, but, you know, this 23 budget, I just want to begin off by saying, yeah, I mean, we experienced COVID, but, you know, this city of Winnipeg, it's not like it hasn't been doing really well, leading through, you know, through the Kates area where we, you know, I'll call it wasted money. There's a whole bunch of things, just blowing money out the door because the city was growing and the city still is growing. There's still lots of growth happening, lots of residential building. People are still moving here. There's hope for the future. I have to say, though, somewhat depressed getting at the end of this fourth year and the fourth year budget, which I never did support all the way through, because leading into a 4-year budget, and we looked at austerity through it, while at the same time there's demand for more services in the growth areas to support that, as my colleague, Councillor Lukes, knows. And so what do? We spread the service more out. We don't hire more employees. We don't put more equipment in place to take care of things. I noticed Councillor Wyatt was talking about moving to a 6-day cycle for grass cutting. It's 14 days approximately right now. I know that, you know, I know the Public Works does a really good job at trying to achieve it. You know, we set these goals and, you know, I understand there is a reason we set this amount, 2% here, 0.5 for community services, but so in a sense, I'm negative. But I was hoping through the new strategy and moving into the 4 years that we would be looking at that balanced approach where, and I'm sorry, folks, there is a source of money. And then if you want to alleviate some problems for those who are not making as much money, there's people making money hands over fist in the city. CPR just bought Kansas City Rail. They're now you know, they're in the North American player. Okay? That's growth. And they have a base here. They have a yards right here in Winnipeg. And when I see you talking, you know, $850,000 to look at how we make the Arlington Bridge last for another 25 years, you know, don't dismiss the Arlington Bridge. Our 4 parents, sorry, they decided that we needed an Arlington Bridge to move people from the west end to the north end and beyond. And it is used quite a bit. Yeah. There's no new economic growth. However, CPR has provided many jobs to North Enders and Transconians and many people in Winnipeg. And they pay a lot of money on those yards for property taxes. Yeah, it's their land though. The feds, they got it. We brought them to Winnipeg. That was part of economic growth. Now, we're talking about ditching us, ditching the West End and the North End, because we got more important things to do out on Inkster or wherever. Well, they're not more important. You have to balance it. And I have to say, some of my hope has been dashed, because there's things in this budget that are setting it up so that us people who live in the older inner city, and there's actually those who are past there, but for the Arlington Bridge, because many people who live in Garden City, Templeton, St. Clair, up that way, they stay off of McPhillips because McPhillips is already overloaded. And that's really why I came here today, because I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about the Arlington Bridge at our budget meeting, and there's big considerations. Now, I know there's a lot of good intent, But what I'm seeing at the end of this 4-year cycle is not encouraging for me, because you're not going to balance taking care of what we already have and moving forward. Now, the Redwood Bridge, now the Harry Lazarenko Bridge, they said, oh, we're going to fix it to last another 25 years. So they went in, got a study, they tendered it out, they went in there. It went over budget back in the early 2000s. It went over budget, though. You know why? Because as the contractor, and my friend Stewie Coates was working on it, God bless his soul, he's gone now, and he said, Ross, I replaced almost all the steel. They thought it was only going to be X amount. Now, let's look at the Arlington Bridge. You're going to study that. It's going to be like $100 million to make it last for 25 years. Why don't we, let's look forward, spend the money we need to. There's some people that believe we shouldn't even have an Arlington Bridge, but every other road, as our city expert has told us, and the studies always say, Main Street, Salter, McPhillips, Keewatin, they're all at capacity. So when I hear experts from the heavy construction industry talk about looking at, well, other things in the future, well, I don't think so. We really need to figure out how to do it. Mayor, you know I presented to you an idea how to bring some money in. I don't think I seen it in the letter that was sent to the Premier requesting that the apportionment on the rail right-of-ways goes up, because there's other needs we have related to the railways in this city to move our automobile traffic. So we have to look at how to continue and take care of what's already here. The railways are an important part of the economy of Winnipeg, Manitoba, very important. And now that CPR is one of the big players in North America, you know, we have to accommodate them, and we have to accommodate the North Enders and West Enders, and we need to move ahead. Councillor Santos, Councillor Eadie, and other councillors who are West End, North End, Old Kildonan, all over, you know, we're willing to push, Mayor. The feds helped us bring the railway in overall. Yeah, there's no program. That's what I heard. There's no program for us to apply to. Well, you know what? Councillor Wyatt in the past has made his own program, hasn't he? So, just takes some finesse, some working. Don't give up on the replacing the Arlington Bridge. Let's make it usable by everybody. And I mean, yeah, the yards are a long way to cross. And but let's, you know, maybe we should spend the $850 to get revamp the Class 3 estimate, which we're doing for the 2 trade corridors, which, you know, I'm not opposed to those projects. But let's not give up on what we already have and that's old. Don't tell the North Enders and West Enders that it's not important for them to get to work easily over at the Health Sciences Center. There is some industrial on either side of the railway there. A lot of people, you know, it's easier to get to work at the railway by using Arlington, and so on, and so on, and so on. It's about people being able to live and do well in Winnipeg. So I would hope that you could change how you spend that $850,000, because, again, are you going to be willing to pay the over $100 million for 25 years? Because that's what it's going to be. You know, they'll say, well, Ross Eadie isn't an expert. Well, I'm just saying that steel on the Arlington Bridge is older than the Harry Lazarenko, well, at the time, the Redwood Bridge. It's older now. I don't know about the piers for the Arlington Bridge, but anyway, I'll kind of leave it at that. You know, I will say one other problem that we have when we're budgeting for the city. There's a lot of people here speaking today. You're going to hear about the downside of not investing properly in libraries. I just want to point out, when I hear that teenagers 14, 15 years old are out bear spraying people. Can I have just 2 minutes? I'd just like to
Sure.
conclude.
Motion for 2 minutes for Councillor Eady. All in favor? Aye. Carry on.
Yeah, so I've been around for a while. I've been participating at the city. I was on the Library Forward Thinking way back in '95 committee. But the thing is, when I hear about all those teenagers out there, I think, and I hear prevention and the police service is doing, we're putting out fires, we're investing in money to try to help people who are struggling through life, a lot of problems. But you know, you can follow the numbers. The continual divestment from recreation, leisure, from community services, what's happened is we continue to see the problem grow while the money we invest as a city goes down. We need to get more money for programming to community centers, more money into our leisure facilities, more money into our rec facilities, more money into our libraries, and then push and reach out and bring the young ones, because they're the ones who are going to be the ones out bear spraying in the next whatever years. Let's get out there and get them involved. Teach them some hobbies instead of going around and then getting sucked into the drug world. And geez, you know, that's the streets I grew up in. And, you know, I look to some of the people because I did get to participate in some good things. And there were people there that I could look up to. And when I look back on my life, I didn't realize how much I was influenced by those people. So if there's people and volunteering, you know, people are really busy now. It's hard to find volunteers. So you need to pay people and to deliver good programming and doing the right outreach to bring kids in. Like, I remember out at Luxton Community Center, there was some programming that went out and got some of us kids who were getting into trouble back playing sports and doing things at Luxton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eady. Appreciate your presentation today and for your comments related to the $850,000 we're putting towards our Arlington Bridge this year to look at that in rehabilitation to extend the life, but I hear your point. So thank you. Any questions at all? Councillor Lukes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Eady, for coming to speak to the budget. You know, many years I, too, came to speak to EPC about the budget, so I appreciate you taking the time. And I appreciate your passion about public works. There's a lot of public works presentations this morning that I feel you know, after last night's meeting, I'm still in the public works mode. So I don't know, you often, I guess the question is, you often have listened to the committee meetings. Were you able to catch the discussion on the Arlington Bridge last night at the public works meeting? It was a long meeting.
It was a long meeting. I didn't get to listen to all of it because I had other
Sure.
responsibilities.
Sure.
By the time I got to it, I only caught fleet management and all those. I don't want to get.
Sure,
I don't want to get
okay.
into fleet management.
not
It's
gonna
still,
talk about that
it's
right
still
now.
fit. Anyway.
Okay,
I missed
so-
the part about the Arlington Bridge,
Okay.
but
The question, I guess, have you talked to any of the, Manitoba Trucking Association about what their thoughts are on north-south corridors and in relation to the Arlington Bridge? Have you spoken to them at all about the importance of it to them?
if there was a bridge that the heavier trucks could use, I'm sure they would use it. I don't really need to talk to them. You know, a number of years ago, we talked to the Councillor Santos and Mike Pactica. You talk to the firefighters and they say, oh, it wouldn't really affect times. But how do they know? They don't, they can't use it for fire trucks.
Okay,
It's
and
like,
I guess,
it's like, how do you improve time? Like,
I hear you on that. Okay,
and
so
you can't use a bus on there. There's going to be an Arlington bus. Well, it can't use.
So I guess then the question is, and I mean, this is sort of open-ended, and I'll just make it a short question. In 2016, they estimated the bridge to complete it would be around 300, I think, and
340.
340, 330, 340. So if the study comes back and says that it would be 125 million for the next 25 years, I don't know, what are your comments on that?
Well, you can restore it, but then what's the utility? We have a transit system that could use and be more convenient and speedy for the people if you want to get more people on the bus. You've got, you won't get that because they're not going to extend the bridge out.
What was the cost of the McPhillips study? Do you remember?
Pardon me?
The McPhillips study?
Well, the whole, prior to actually looking at how much it would cost to build an actual Arlington Bridge, there was a study of the crossing. You heard that from Mr. Naring. There was a study about the McGregor. There was a study at widening McPhillips. But when it came right down to it, the best option was to look at the coming up with a Class 3 for what has to be a design bid build, because CPR is not, my understanding when I talked to the consultant at the presentations back at Tommy Prince Place, CPR in no uncertain terms, it's their property right below there, and in no uncertain terms, they said no P3, no P3. Because again, it's their land, right? And there's only a certain way you could build it that they discovered. So it's a design bid build.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But again, the option to widen McPhillips, and if you're widening McPhillips, they need to get faster. Anyway, all these crossings of the CPR, they're all at capacity. They are. Maybe not at midnight, but they're all at capacity. I think it's a waste of money we should be figuring out. And I've been talking to Councillor Santos. There's a provincial election coming up, and there's a federal government to speak to. The dream that someday the CPR yards, for what last estimate I heard was $5 billion. If we can't find $340 million, where's the $5 billion coming from? CPR just paid $42 billion for Kansas City Rail, but they're not paying for the bridge, right? So, anyway,
Thank you.
Thank you.
don't abandon the old parts of our city. That's all I have to say. Really, there's so much decay because what? We're abandoning. We're not considering
Well,
the needs.
thank you. Thank you,
Thanks,
Counselor.
Thanks, Counselor Eady.
I'm just,
Got it.
it's not about, I like working with my colleagues. So what I have is there's going to be a container of my first batch of cookies I ever made, oatmeal with goji berry, coconut sugar I used, and they turned out really well. So when you get a break, there'll be a thing of cookies close by to here. Grab one and enjoy, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
I know you got a long day.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, we're on to number 4 on our list here. We have Jaydeep Johar speaking today. If you could please state the aspects of the budget you're speaking to, and you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Would like to confirm if you can hear me properly.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Mr. Jar, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Bellingham and Executive Policy Committee members. My name is Jaydeep Johar, and I'm the current Winnipeg Public Library Board Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Winnipeg Public Library Board 2023 Operating Grant application and to advocate for support of current and future funding for Winnipeg Public Library. On behalf of the board, I would like to acknowledge and sincerely thank you for the ongoing financial support provided by City Council. In 2022, the Library Board received $71,384 in an annual operating grant, which helped the board to execute its mandate and provide support to the 5 library advisory committees. I would like to highlight some of the activities the funding went towards. There is a Millennium Library Community Working Group that consists of city staff, library board representatives, and community members who meet and discuss how to provide safe spaces for all at the Millennium Downtown Library branch. The board provided funding, support for an external facilitator to guide the formation of this new group. On April 25th, 2022, the
Oh, sorry, Mr. Sohar, I don't know, or Johar, I should say, I don't,
Millennium Community Agencies to provide information and resources.
sorry, Mr. Johar, if you can hear me, do you mind just perhaps trying to shut your video off so that we could maybe just hear your audio? It's breaking up right now. We want to make sure we can hear what you're saying.
Sure, sir. I will switch off my video.
Okay, thank you. Please continue. We paused your time to make sure that you're not losing time here. So continue. When you continue, we'll restart your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to highlight some of the activities the funding went towards. There is a Millennium Library Community Working Group that consists of city staff, library board representatives, and community members who meet and discuss how to provide safe spaces for all at the Millennium Downtown Library branch. The board provided funding support for an external facilitator to guide the formation of this new group. On April 25th, 2022, the Millennium Library Community Connection Space opened, which allows library staff and visiting community agencies to provide information and resources for vulnerable members of the community. The library board provides funds for consumable supplies such as coffee, tea, water, granola bars, and feminine hygiene products. We are providing these items as a way to establish a welcoming environment which will facilitate conversations with visitors to community connection space. The library board provided funding to Fearless R2W's Community Safety Host program. Specifically, funding went towards training costs for new recruits who complete their practicum in a WPL branch. The community safety hosts have been and continue to be a valued component of the safety and security measures at Millennium Library and other branches. Last year, we reported to EPC that the library board is committed to truth, healing, and reconciliation with the Indigenous and Métis communities. We bring awareness to the 94 Truth and Reconciliation calls to action by providing our members with training opportunities and updates on relevant library resources. Library Board and Library Advisory Council meetings begin with a land and water acknowledgement to recognize the relationship we have with Indigenous and Métis communities. With the assistance of library services staff, a sharing circle event was created to give library board, LACs, and library staff an opportunity to have a space to learn about missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirits. I would like to thank Clayton Sandy from the Sioux Valley Dakota First Nation and Francis Sinclair Caspic for leading the sharing circle and providing guidance, as well as a safe space for attendees to share their personal stories. Another activity the library board funded was the World Storytelling Series program, which was an idea brought forward by one of our past library board members. In collaboration with WPL staff, a program series was developed to feature folklore from around the world. Storytellers presented stories from Slovenia, Mexico, Iceland, South Asia, South Sudan, Philippines, and Brazil. The series also featured an innovative storyteller. Lastly, the LACs are busy with supporting activities within the districts, which include projects that will help promote Winnipeg Public Library. Of particular note, with the library board's approval, the RIAL LAC requested additional funding for French giveaways material so that outreach staff and RIAL District Libraries branch can give books to low-income families in order to promote literacy and WPL. This is important to promote French language and literacy to the citizens of Winnipeg and newcomers. The additional funding was required because the French language materials were much more expensive than the English language materials. These are only some of the projects and activities the Library Board and LACS are undertaking. We will be providing a more fulsome update to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services on April 13th when we present our annual report and audited financial statements. We hope that Council will provide approval of our requested 2023 operating grant so we can continue to pursue the projects previously mentioned and also look at other ways we can support Winnipeg Public Library and its users. The next item I would like to bring forward to EPC is the issue of funding for the Winnipeg Public Library. There's an increasing number and seriousness of libraries across the 20-branch system, primarily at Millennium Library. Safety and security issues worsened during COVID-19, made worse by chronic social issues of homelessness, poverty, addictions, and mental health conditions, which are most evident in the downtown. The vast majority of the library employees are frontline workers who manage and are affected by these incidents. Library staff deliver service with compassion and empathy. They're trained, skilled, and experienced in dealing with challenging interactions. However, increasingly staff are confronted with situations that are immediately escalated when members of the public are in a highly agitated state. Additional strategies are required to support vulnerable members of our community and to support library staff in promoting their work safely. Two successful strategies used by library services are included in Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Strategy under Goal 4 Action 3, which calls for ongoing operating funds to support. First is the Community Connection, a space located in the lobby of the Millennium Library where visitors can connect with information and social services to support their basic needs. Downtown Winnipeg experienced a shift during the pandemic. Millennium Libraries
Mr. Johar, we seem to have lost you. I don't think you,
program, a community and indigenous-led initiative of Fearless R2W. Recruitment for the program is focused on youth aging out of care who are indigenous and who live in Winnipeg's North End. Community safety hosts are licensed security officers and also have extensive training in non-violent de-escalation, indigenous teachings, and empathy-based strategies. On behalf of the Winnipeg Public Library Board, I would like to thank Councillor Oliko, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Edie, and Councillor Ratt for putting a motion forward to pursue funding for Winnipeg Public Library in the 2024-27 multi-year budget. This would allow for possibly incremental operating funding for these initiatives. The Winnipeg Public Library Board would also encourage Council as a whole to look at other ways to provide further investments and funding to Winnipeg Public Library. This would include increased funding for facilities to ensure they are welcoming, accessible, safe spaces for staff and public. Provide funding for training and professional development for staff so that they can deliver programs and services with the tools needed to interact with customers in all situations. In closing, I would like to acknowledge that our city has many needs and competing priorities. However, as more demands and expectations are specifically placed on WPL, the Library Board encourages the city to support these efforts with sustainable operating funds. Not only will sustainable funding help our library, but will help with efforts the city makes towards poverty reduction, promoting equity, diversity and inclusion, and safety for all. WPL can continue to be part of the solution for the challenges the city is facing as long as proper support and funding are provided. The Winnipeg Public Library Board trusts that proper funding for the Library Board and for the Winnipeg Public Library will remain top of mind for Council during the budget deliberations because libraries are an important and valuable part of our communities. This concludes my presentation. On behalf of the Library Board and LACS, we thank you for allowing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johar. First of all, from us, can you please express our sincere appreciation to the members of the Winnipeg Public Library Board who do really good work and are committed certainly to identifying and championing the needs of and the priorities of our public library. So thank you so much. I'm wondering, by chance, unfortunately, we have some kind of audio IT problems right now. Would you mind submitting or emailing your presentation to us so we can distribute it to all the Executive Policy Committee members so we can read the parts that maybe where you cut out? It's certainly no fault of your own. It's a technical issue we've got on our end. But I'm going to turn it to the clerk at this time to just explain to you where to email it, and then also just to make some comments to others regarding the technical challenges we're having, and then I'm going to open it to council colleagues for questions. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, yeah, you can, if you can please submit your comments to the same email address you would have communicated with when you registered to speak today, and we'll certainly make sure that that gets shared with Executive Policy Committee members. And just for
Thank you, sir. We'll do that.
anyone else participating on Zoom, it is an identified issue that they are working on. We hope to have it resolved very shortly. We are moving on to our next delegations.
We have some
Unless there's
questions here first.
Okay.
Yeah. Councilor Rollins?
Mr. Johar, it's Sherry Rollins. I wanted to, it was, first of all, a delight to see you, my chair. I served on the library board and I miss you. I miss serving with you. You're a wonderful leader of the library board, and I'm always very comforted that you're in the lead. You mentioned several times in your presentation, and we were having audio problems, and I'm really sorry about that, but you mentioned several times two things, the community connection space and the community safety hosts. And I was hoping you could explain a little further why they feature in your presentation and the focus of the library board when it comes to both the sustainable funding and the supports you're seeking from Executive Policy Committee today.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins, for those compliments. I really appreciate that. I will try to address this, your question first with regards to the Community Safety Host Program, and I hope you're able to hear me properly on this. So this is an Indigenous-led initiative for Fearless R2W, and as a part of our Truth and Reconciliation meeting and a committee, and as a part of our mandate, we support R2W and provide funding to them on a regular basis. For example, in 2021, we provided them with $16,000, and in 2022, about $20,000 for the new recruits to help us out and to promote them as they are aging out of the care. With regards to the community connections, I believe this is the place where people can connect and get the social needs and services and the basic needs and the information provided from the space, which can be distributed to people. So I believe this is very, very important because in a way we are trying to help people who are in poverty and who are unsheltered to get their basic needs supported. With regards to the sustainable funding, it is very important to have the proper funding in place just to ensure that Winnipeg Public Library staff are trained and they can face the situations they faced on a regular basis in the Millennium Library with regards to the safety. So a good funding envelope will surely help the library to fulfill its mandate and the Winnipeg Public Library staff to get trained better and provide the better services which are safe and secure, including their own safety. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. One more question. Would it surprise you to know that since the community connection space has been shut down, that as counselor, as a local counselor, I've received, notice from a women's health clinic that they're now needing to provide for a drop-in space because people are coming, through their doors during the day. Would it surprise you to know that?
I wasn't aware of that, Councillor.
Well, again, really nice seeing you today. I miss you. I want to invite you over soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Johar. I was also just speaking briefly with our CAO and do just confirm that with the study that's being done related to the Millennium Library, we'll call it the safety audit, I think that's how we're terming it, that work is well under, that study is, I think, ultimately nearing completion. We should be hearing something soon. I haven't seen the report at all or the study, but I do know that that's certainly getting close to being available, I think, for us as council to see, according to my understanding from the CAO. And I think it'll be very important for our community and for a more, a set of options, hopefully, that we can see to make sure that Winnipeg Public Library is safe and accessible and meeting the needs of Winnipeggers. So stay tuned. More to come, certainly, before too long here. So thank you again for your presentation. I appreciate it, and have a good day.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Clerk?
Okay, our next few delegations are joining us in person in the council chamber today. So next up, we have Michael Barkman. Following Michael, we'll have Christine Ronsray. If you'd like to make your way down, you'll be speaking next. Following Christine, we'll have Chris Lawrence. So if you could please make your way down, you'll be heard next.
Good to see you, Mr. Barkman. Thank you for being here. You have 10
Thanks.
minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Gillingham and members of EPC. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Michael Barkman. I'm speaking today in my role as the Manitoba Network Manager for the Canadian Community Economic Development Network. We're a network of almost 100 nonprofits, social enterprises, and co-ops here in Manitoba. Many of our members are signed up to speak throughout today, and I really look forward to the expertise these community leaders will share with you. Our network supports a variety of community coalitions. Today I'll be speaking on behalf of Make Poverty History Manitoba, as well as the We Want to Work coalition. So first, for Make Poverty History Manitoba, it's a coalition of organizations and individuals working to change public policy to end poverty in our province and city. As a reminder, after 3 years of our advocacy and others, the city passed the Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Strategy on November 25th, 2021. We've served Make Poverty History on the Community Advisory Core Working Team since that time. The strategy recognizes the unique role that the city as a municipality can play in helping to address poverty with levers, policy, budgets within your jurisdiction. Included in this strategy was a demand to ensure that each motion presented before you considered its implications and connection to Winnipeg's poverty reduction strategy. We thank the public service, especially the Community Services Department, for their work on this strategy so far. We believe that poverty costs. It costs lives, it costs health, and it costs government and society when we allow it to persist. We acknowledge that the city's poverty reduction strategy and this budget update have invested in some proactive measures to address poverty rather than just paying to address the symptoms of it. The city has been paying for these symptoms for a long time, for emergency services, for policing and surveilling those living in poverty, for cleaning up, for evicting tents, and I could go on. We have to stop just focusing on this. Paying for symptoms are band-aids at best and can perpetuate poverty and ongoing colonization at worst. We cannot police our way out of complex social challenges. We need more focus on proactive ways the city can play its role using its existing jurisdiction to address poverty. The 2023 multi-year budget update, I think, could have reflected the city's own poverty reduction strategy even more deeply and demonstrated how budgetary investments are advancing aspects of this strategy. The budget update did not increase an investment into the implementation of the strategy itself, something our coalition has been calling for since it was passed in November 2021. We would like to see this included in the upcoming 4-year budget, and even preferably in this budget, to coincide with a new 4-year implementation plan for the strategy that should be coming forward to you later this year. It is positive to see the conversation in this chamber has evolved a bit to better recognize the need for proactive systems change to address poverty at its root causes. Further, I believe more people recognize that the city does have a role to play in addressing poverty through your existing levers, budgets, programs, and services. Mayor Gillingham, I appreciate that in your State of the City address, the number one issue you spoke of, or the first issue you spoke of, was homelessness in Winnipeg, and talked about the need for the city to play its part to address it, and I think that was really important. More rent-geared to income housing is a key priority for our coalition. I imagine there are still some, even in this chamber, despite the city outlining its role in increasing the number of social and affordable housing units in the poverty reduction strategy, who may question that role. I ask you to get behind what you have already passed as a city council and support the city's role in affordable housing. Access to safe and affordable housing is a critical way, and maybe even the number one need to end homelessness. We support the inclusion of the existing 3 full-time city positions that do policy work and coordinate funds to build and maintain our social and affordable housing stock. Those positions are still only temporary within the public service, and we recommend that Budget 2023 make them permanent. In our community campaign during the election, we called for a total of 7 staff, which would bring us in line with the national average and support the massive need for coordination of housing. So we'd support, that's 4 more additional staff, and making the 3 temporary ones permanent. Transit is another critical area. Many people choose between going hungry or paying for transportation to get to medical appointments, and we must find ways to make transit more affordable. We support funding of research that would explain how other cities have greatly reduced the cost of transit for citizens, and our coalition is interested in fare-free transit in this city. In the meantime, we support ways to reduce the cost of transit this year. The Wind Pass at a reduced rate of 50% is still not affordable enough for many, and it requires an extensive administrative process to even access it, which we were run through. So we suggest immediate ways of reducing the cost to 80% off and finding ways to greatly simplify the product that the city is offering there. When the city is calling on political parties to support transit in Winnipeg during this election and after, I'd hope that the advocacy isn't just about physical infrastructure or more surveillance or policing. The province can and must play a role in making transit much, much more affordable, and I expect that this would be a #1 priority in your conversations with them. Make Poverty History's last priority is around community-led safety, and what I mean by this is that programming, safety patrols, security work should be operated by and decided by and led by the communities that they're trying to serve. We believe that this approach leads to more long-lasting, effective, and equitable approaches to safety. We support redirecting as a start 10% of funding that goes to policing the symptoms of poverty through the police service to community organizations that are provided community-based mental health supports that address the root causes of crime. And in this budget, we support the inclusion of expanded funding for 24/7 safe spaces. We also support increased funding for Amawigamak, the permanent downtown washroom space, so that it can at least maintain its current operating hours, and I believe that number is around 38,000 that would do that, and of course we'd want to see even more service availability there. That is an example to me of a city-funded, community-led by the Mama Wichita Center is a perfect example of community-led safety that's investing in proactive ways to support people living in poverty. Other speakers will talk much more in length today about investing in community-led safety initiatives for Millennium Library and what that would look like, and we want to note our support for those efforts, especially expanding the Community Safety Host program. In my last couple minutes, I want to speak to the recommendations of a different coalition, the We Want to Work Coalition of Social Enterprises, which is related. As a reminder, the city passed its Sustainable Procurement Action Plan in July 2022. It's a perfect example of proactive measures to address poverty within your jurisdiction. You're following the lead of cities like Calgary, Edmonton, and Toronto, who are incorporating community benefits in existing purchasing, like employment opportunities for individuals facing barriers to employment or living in poverty to access meaningful work. To me, this is an actual no-brainer public policy solution with an already passed city action plan. There's a significant return on investment for sustainable procurement. Having existing spending also achieve outcomes like addressing poverty, supporting economic reconciliation, providing meaningful opportunities for people facing barriers to employment, and supporting climate action. I think this will also contribute to reduced fiscal burdens on the city and other departments. It means that when you're paying to fix a road or cater a meal for a meeting going on here, or even having a wall painted in this building, you could also be supporting a mother so she could get her kids out of care and out of poverty. The problem is that the budget update did not include two relatively small budgetary measures that Council voted to support in July 2022, hiring a sustainable procurement liaison and funding for a small amount of consulting services with technical expertise to support the city in this. This measure has support from industry groups, from labor associations, community organizations, and Indigenous leaders, as evidenced by a letter that was sent to you all on March 6th. It's a small budgetary measure that I think could have a massive impact on addressing poverty in the city with a broad range of support across multiple sectors, and I hope the roughly $200,000 for such an important project could be found. In conclusion, it's promising that more and more we're talking about addressing the challenges facing our city, poverty, homelessness, safety, the impact of the climate crisis, and more at their roots. The city has passed some amazing strategies that I think that are getting there, but we need our budgets to better reflect those strategies. Our Winnipeg, the Indigenous Accord, the Poverty Reduction Strategy, the Climate Action Plan, the Sustainable Procurement Action Plan, the Newcomer Welcome and Inclusion Policy, and more. We need investments in funding these strategies to actually fulfill them and achieve the goals of each, and to support collaboration with community organizations and other levels of government to achieve them. The risk, I think, if we don't do this, is our budgets will continue to pay for the symptoms of these challenges, and those budget lines will only increase, and we won't have done enough to address the complex social challenges that are driving these costs at their roots. Thanks again for the opportunity to present today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your presentation on the topics. Any questions at all? Councillor Mays.
So on social procurement, your group and some others in the coalition have certainly been leaders on that. And we did discuss that one position, not the consultant position, the other position at Water and Waste. If you were one of the 6 to 8 people watching that online in the entire world, then yeah, we had a good debate about that. There was some concern that housing that position in Water and Waste might not be appropriate. So in the end, I said I'd be bringing it up whenever we met as EPC. So not forgotten, not ignored. It was a pretty good discussion at Water and Waste. So because the big project is, of course, coming through Water and Waste, the biosolids building, but not all the projects that would utilize such a person or Water and Waste. So it's, anyway, thanks for your work on that.
Cool. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, leave that up to the public service and you folks where it might best sit within materials management. But you're right, I think the opportunities could be across all spending. So I appreciate the thoughts around that. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Appreciate your presentation.
Thanks.
Take care. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Lutz.
Okay, we're moving on to delegation number 6. We have Christine Ronsoray. Good morning. If you can please state which aspects of the budget you'll be speaking to, and then you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Christine Ronsoray, and I want to speak about the safety of the library. And I don't want to make you do anything, but I have some things to hand out, a booklet. I can gladly hand it out. I just, the awkwardness of making somebody do something for me. Thank you. Just so you're aware, I've got a bag full of books from the library here today.
Thank you. And Warren. I just want to, I don't want to preemptively call a point of order, but we've just been handed a package on defunding porn in libraries. And I'm suspecting what might ensue is, you know, I'm concerned because I've heard from the speaker before, and so has the library board, of expression of hate speech. So in a rare preemptive, because I know we haven't heard from folks today, I just want to make sure that you know that I'll be at the ready of a point of order. So because I am concerned of previous you know, things that as a member of the library board I'm aware of.
So I just hope that you can also remind everybody that this chamber is for decorum, and it upholds human rights.
Were
Just-
you able to hear that?
No, I missed the hate speech part. I missed that part.
Could you repeat that, please, Councillor Rollins?
Sure. So hate speech is a form of expression through which speakers intend to vilify a community or a group. And I am very concerned that what is going to ensue, given that defund porn in libraries has just been handed out, that what we're going to hear, given the thrust of this document, is hate speech. And in particular against the trans community. So this forum isn't, this space isn't to be used for that. And I just want a proactive reminder, Chair, that this is not that. I haven't reviewed this document that is defund porn in libraries, but I think if I did, I would find a very concerning trajectory. And so I just want to put on the record that, and again, we haven't heard anything yet, that this space is a space that isn't to be used for hate speech.
Okay, did you hear Councillor Rollins' concerns?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're validated, but I will, if it's okay,
Okay,
I
well,
would like to.
both her and I, will, and anyone else on the committee, this is a chamber of decorum.
Yep.
So we ask that you speak to the budget and the process, and I welcome you to introduce yourself and begin.
Okay, I'm just at a point of clarification. Is the mayor coming back or no?
Maybe.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
hope
not sure
so, but-
I'm not sure how this all works, so
Yeah.
pardon my ignorance. Hello, public servants, ladies and gentlemen of the public. My name is Christine Ronsray, and I'm here at this budget hearing to ask, why are we funding illicit activity? Why are you funding the Winnipeg Public Libraries when you are choosing to make sexually explicit material available to our children and youth? How do you justify this tax funding model, which creates unsafe environments for our children? All excerpts seen in this booklet in front of you, and all quotes heard today are taken from the books being made available to children through our Winnipeg Public Libraries. These examples are chosen based on our time allocation, based on this presentation, and are only scratching the surface of what's available to our kids in our Winnipeg Public Libraries. Please open your booklets to the first page and look at slide 1 and 2. These cartoon-style drawings are from the book It's Perfectly Normal, cataloged by its publisher as sex instruction for children. Sex instruction for children. The images include people having intercourse, a nude boy with an erection, and a girl, breasts hanging down, examining her fully exposed anus and vagina in a mirror. Drawings may be less alarming to adults than photographs of children masturbating or standing in the nude with an erection. However, pornography is not only defined as pictures, but also as drawings or visual representations. Please turn with me to slide 5 and 6. Section 163 of the Criminal Code of Canada defines child pornography as a visual representation that shows a person who is under the age of 18 years, who is depicted as engaged in explicit sexual activity, or where the dominant characteristic is the depiction of a sexual organ or the anal region of a person under the age of 18 years. Take another look at the images in front of you and ask yourself, is it fiscally responsible to fund child pornography on the shelves of the Winnipeg Public Libraries? Although the material I am about to present to you is distributed to children who frequent the publicly funded libraries here in Winnipeg, the following is not intended for children. Please turn to slide 7, and I'll read an excerpt from the book, Let's Talk About It. This book was found in the juvenile section of a Charleswood Public Library. As you read together with me, also note the 4 large graphic images, hands-on penises, which include arrows and sound effects, that the visual sex instruction for what I'm about to read.
So
Quote.
can I just interrupt here for a second? You've distributed this material, which is great. We appreciate it. It's on the record, right? It's great.
Is it on the record? I'm assuming that whatever I
Well,
say
you
today.
distributed it.
Okay,
so
perfect.
It will be on the record. And we ask that you have decorum in the chamber. We understand that many people go to the library and will find many things offensive, depending on their perspectives. But
Can I finish my presentation?
Sure.
Thank you. So what I'm about to read, like I said, is very graphic. Quote, "Stroke the shaft of your penis with different pressures and speeds.
Yeah.
Try mixing it up with the grip of
Point-
switching your
Point of
hand."
order.
Thank you.
Point-
You've made the presentation. We do have it. And if you indicate this is in our library, this is a matter, have you discussed this with the Winnipeg Public Library Board?
It's an advisory board, and this is a budget meeting, so I'm actually talking, so as you can understand, under the Public Libraries Act, here in Winnipeg, is this taking away from my time of speaking? I'm not.
No, your
Thank
time
you.
has paused.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, sorry?
In terms of a point of order, in the chamber, we typically don't have, and I think the presenter is trying to present their concerns over perhaps what they perceive, what they're reading in the chamber. We typically don't have sexually explicit language in the chamber. And so while they're reading from an excerpt of the book contained in the library,
For children.
while they're reading an excerpt of a book contained in the library, this isn't, this in the chamber atmosphere, the quote, and there's a lot of things, again, you can quote from books in the library, is sort of, inappropriate and there's other ways to make a point than talking about sexually explicit acts. I think you can say sexually explicit acts, but at the point where we're graphically talking about what is contained in books, I think we can get the substantive point, and of course. We can take away from the time and the clock is stopped, but I'll call a point of order at the point where there's the graphic illustrations are and sex acts are being described. I can grasp the thrust of the presentation without that.
And can I just add a point? Could you just refer to sexually graphic material? I don't think we need to hear the exact word for word from the book. Sexually graphic material, from what you've distributed, explains it. Could you just refer to that? There are people here that may take offense to it. There are people that may appreciate it, but if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, my mic is back on. I know how that works. You can turn it off and on. I guess my point's there, and this is not taking away from my time, I hope, because this is answering your question. This isn't Horton Hears a Who that's available to children. This is actually another book that's available to children. If you adults in this room don't want to hear what's available to children that we're paying for with my taxes, I kind of question the point of that point of order. The point of order being, if it's not appropriate for children or for the adults in the room, how on earth is it appropriate for children with my tax dollars? So if you would allow me to continue my speech, I would like to do that. I think it's nerve-wracking enough having to do this. So thank you.
So, yeah, just before you do continue, it's not a matter of whether or not, we want to know, and, we're glad you presented this to us to identify
Oh, yeah, we do.
materials that are in our library. It's just in the context of this meeting in this chamber, there's a decorum that we do keep here, right?
Right, and
So-
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I'm trying to be as polite as possible. I did refer this to the budget,
Yeah,
right? And
So-
I am in keeping
Yeah.
with the policies within this room, because I am actually reading a children's book. And it's just an excerpt of which. So I guess my question to you would be, how can you justify paying for it for children but not accepting reading it for yourselves?
so, but it's a choice, right?
No, actually, it's
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
My-
it is a choice because anyone can go to the library, choose to select the books they want to take out and read in the context of their family, or personally. I'm just asking today that in the context of this chamber, that there's a measure of decorum that we keep. And what we also do is we don't determine the individual books within our library as a council. That's something that I would encourage you to, if you haven't already, to speak with the chair of our Community Services Committee.
Yeah,
But I think by presenting this to us, we do have this. This is on record now, thank you. So it's a matter of the public record. And so if you, in a moment, when you continue on with your presentation, I'm asking you not to read it because you presented it to us and you're making your point, and it's the ultimate point that we want to hear, and you're making that point. We're going to give you time to do that. Mr. Orlico, Councilor Orlico?
Just on a point of order for us, councillors, I believe this isn't the time for debate. We're not supposed to be debating with the presenter. So just a caution for us on our side, this is not the time for debate, it's to listen and move on, but it's not a time for debate.
Sure, and fair point, appreciate that. It's just a matter of also maintaining
Decorum.
expectation
It
and
is
decorum within the chamber.
I would just like you to, as I continue, to really look at the irony of that situation. Thank you. I will continue. I will leave the quote as graphic as it is. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm also going to invite you to read to the other very similar graphic images and pages of instruction of how to have anal and vaginal masturbation. That's also in your booklet, so please look at that. Turn to slide 10, please. Section 152 of the Criminal Code, titled Invitation to Sexual Touching, states, every person who counsels, incites a person to touch with a part of the body or with an object, the body of any person under the age of 16 years, is guilty of an indictable offense. This book literally gives our 12-year-old step-by-step instruction on sexual touching. Why are you allocating tax dollars for these materials? Please look at slide 13. This is a memoir manifesto, All Boys Aren't Blue, marks a trend in a highly graphic and sexualized content written for teens. It's about a boy, in the conversation is the narrator, and it's about a 10-year-old boy who had a very graphic, rather rose-colored response to sexual abuse. So since I'm not allowed to read the quote, as ironic as that is, I will not. But to rose-color offensive abuse. I grew up in an area where a girl was raped, murdered, to the point of this type of abuse, and we're rose-coloring it. But I won't read that because apparently that affects people in this room. Thank you.
Excuse
You
me.
can-
So-
Point of order.
So you have presented us with this, right? So just so you know, it's a matter of public record now, right?
Okay.
So I remind you, it's about maintaining decorum in this chamber. So you presented this to us. We as the NEPA Executive Policy Committee, we can, and we will go through this and read
I
this.
hope so.
But in the context of this meeting, there is a measure of decorum. So I would just ask you to understand that.
I'm trying to understand it, sir. I am trying very hard.
No, sorry, you can't,
I'm
we can't have comments from, just again, decorum in the chamber.
I'm sorry.
Can't have,
I would just like to finish, if I could.
Excuse me? Okay.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
I can't hear very well, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, so when we're speaking, we'll try to speak one at a time. There is a matter of decorum in this chamber, and I'll continue to call for decorum in the chamber. If that includes, there can't be comments or expressions from the gallery. That's standard, and it's been standard for all our meetings as well. Thank you. Carry on.
And for, I think we can all get through this. We can allocate the full 10 minutes, but on the recent page referral, that was beyond just coded language and hate speech. I'm reading the reference. It pertains it essentially amounts to homophobic, it pertains to male sex acts. So we're now into the realm of hate speech. So I just, we can caution, but I would like to say 3 times you're out or something, but it's up to you, Mr. Chair. But that recent reference was more than just homophobic hate speech. So if we can just caution, we can all get through the presentation, but that's why, I started off prior to you leaving the room with Chair Councillor Lukes, that I was concerned about hate speech. I think we're now, skating past the line with this most recent reference to page 1011. So I think we can get through it, the presentation, but for me, this is now crossing the line that I was concerned about, and I'm hoping for you too, Mr. Chair. The second time I'll be leaving the room.
Can I also speak to that?
Noted,
I
thank you.
can't speak.
Before we go further, no, I could actually just continue on with your presentation in a moment. I'm just going to say that there's another outburst. I'm going to ask whomever it is to leave the chamber. You'll be asked to leave the chamber, and we'll stop the meeting until you've left the chamber. Thank you.
Then before.
Carry on. Just carry on with your presentation, please.
Okay, I just, speaking of how things go in the chamber as a point of order, I'm kind of offended that this is considered as hate speech. I haven't even said anything hateful yet. And I'm offended that I'm being labeled as such. You can read with me on the same slide. Section 163 of the Criminal Code of Canada also defines child pornography as any written material whose dominant characteristic is the description of sexual activity with a person under the age of 18 years, or the written depiction of underage individuals engaged in explicit sexual behavior. Section 152 of the Criminal Code also clarifies that children of any age who commit a sex act with another child under the age of 16 have committed a crime in Canada. Slide 13 and 14 contain 4 excerpts of this memoir, also which fit the description of written child pornography. Consider for a moment what position Winnipeg City Council has put themselves in by funding the distribution of this material. Please turn to slide 15. The Criminal Code states, every person who makes available or distributes any child pornography is guilty of distribution. Over $30 million tax dollars are used each year to fund the Winnipeg Public Libraries. You, Winnipeg City Council, provide the funding from our city tax dollars, which is only fulfilling policies that are created and directed by you, the body responsible for the Winnipeg Public Libraries according to the Public Libraries Act. We, the public, elected and trusted you, the council men and women, to represent us. You are the stewards of the taxes collected on our behalf. We expect fiscal responsibility, good management, and integrity. So the question I am asking is, why would you, the Mayor of Winnipeg, Winnipeg City Council members, continue to provide funding to Winnipeg Public Libraries if they are choosing to curate and distribute materials both on their shelves and on their online selections that contain child pornography, teach sexual touching to minors, and open up our children to sexual grooming, sexual abuse, and illegal sexual activity. All of this are a violation of the Criminal Code of Canada. On behalf of the taxpayers and the concerned community members, we, the public, insist that our tax funding be withheld until all the materials that contravene the Criminal Code of Canada, that contain written material, visual and audio pornography, child pornography, instruct minors on sexual touching,
Your time is
or
concluded.
that could be used for grooming purposes are
Ron Saray, your time is concluded. Thank you. Thank you. That's up to the members of the committee to extend it. So, thank you. We do have your presentation here, and it's a matter of public record, and so we thank you for your time today.
Our next delegation, we have Chris Lawrence. Chris is joining us in the gallery today, in the council chamber, rather. If you could state the aspects of the budget you're wanting to discuss today, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of Executive Policy Committee. I'm here to speak to the budget, a variety of its aspects. I hope that you're aware that the long-standing approach that we bring to the structuring of budgets is based on three foundational pillars: growing the economy, socially progressive, and environmentally responsible. We view that growing the economy is the number one responsibility of each levels of government, without which there are no revenue growths with which to enable fiscal power to then support and or augment existing or proposed services. We are gratified to see that many of the elements reflected above are in fact indeed in the budget. We support the 23 balanced budget update and acknowledge the fiscal challenges you face. Winnipeg, all municipalities need a new funding model, with Manitoba and by extension, the federal government, to meet those challenges. The recent announcements by Manitoba to increase base grants to municipalities was welcome, but that is only a first step of a necessary new funding model discussion. The announcement, though, effectively acknowledges the constrained abilities of municipalities to meet service demands with their limited access to revenues. With a pending provincial election, Winnipeg should seize the moment and press each provincial party leader to publicly commit to voters to negotiating a new funding model. That model should serve as a platform to generate additional or new revenues to provide the world-class services and amenities that are necessary to keep our cities and towns competitive, whether nationally or globally. Welcome in the 23 budget is the proposed increase to investment forecasts for the local and regional streets, including by $19 million this year. We recognize that was made possible by the decision to increase taxes, including the frontage levy, each of which directions were supported by the electorate in the October 22 election. We encourage all governments to view all expenditures through the lens of investment and leverage municipal budgets to grow the economy. Investment in infrastructure, in particular core and trade-enabling infrastructure, is an investment in community well-being because of its immediate and long-term return to GDP, because of its capacity to expand our global trade profile, and by extension, the positive impact on our social well-being. Our transportation infrastructure moves people to jobs and goods to market. Our core infrastructure protects our communities from the increasingly frequent climate change-driven extreme weather events. Cumulatively, they require sustained, predictable, and incremental investment. And let's remember that we are a trade-based economy. Trade represents 53% of Manitoba's GDP, supporting roughly 240,000 direct and indirect jobs, and 65% of Canada's GDP. More than half of our economy, therefore, relies upon trade, sustaining an estimated 3 million jobs across this country. Budgets for trade-enabling infrastructure for our transportation system, for our water and wastewater utilities are by definition an investment. So make no mistake that this discussion is about investment and growth. It's not about spending. And these are not just shovel-ready. They are, more importantly, shovel-worthy projects, worthy of public sector investment, investment in our economy and our social well-being. Investment in trade-enabling infrastructure brings immediate and long-term returns to the GDP, in the order ranging between $1.30 and $1.90 for every invested dollar because of its role in our economy. Excuse me. Consider the better, faster, cheaper proposition for which Centerport Canada stands, which has already attracted more than $1.5 billion of private sector investment, growing our global trade profile. That phenomenal progress will only be augmented by the joint Winnipeg-Manitoba commitment to the $60 million investment to extend sewer and water into Centerport South, which, as you know, sits entirely within the city of Winnipeg. So we applaud the important trade-supporting investment measures set out in Budget 23, the funding for the design study to extend Chief Peguis Trail and the widening of Kenaston Boulevard, each key corridors in our trade network, servicing Centerport Canada South, as referenced, and it's reasonable to anticipate that this will generate in excess of $1 billion of private sector investment to that footprint. As to the local and regional streets program, the decision to increase investment against earlier forecasts is wide. Forecasted 2022 budgets showed dramatic reductions, largely tied to the conclusion of the Accelerated Regional Streets program. However, even with the additional funding, the forecasted budgets for streets falls from 24 to 28. That was never contemplated in the original plan and policy for regional streets when its dedicated tax was implemented back in 2014. It was recognized then, as it should be now, that budgets must increase incrementally to maintain and invest in our street system to support both a growing economy and population. We urge EPC to address this issue by pressing Manitoba and Canada for a successor agreement. We again urge Council to address the needs of our bridges and overpasses and for our active transportation system through a financial strategy dedicated to each of those programs. The 2% dedicated for streets was never designed and cannot support all things, and so we urge you to resist the temptation to divert. 23 marks the last year update to the first four-year budget plan, and we congratulate Council on the foresight in adopting a multi-year strategy. This is a good time as Council begins the process of setting out a new multi-year budget plan to take a holistic view of the city's current and future needs, supported by a financial plan and investment strategy. This is an opportunity for Council to set out a strategic transportation infrastructure plan that sets economic growth and community well-being at its core. We urge you to anchor all considerations as you enter these discussions around growing the economy, around the need to ensure that you grow the fiscal power with which you provide the services. To conclude, we recommend the following. The Office of Economic Development and Growth be elevated to a level equivalent to the CFO and COO reporting directly to the CAO, and that a standing committee of Council be tasked to oversee the development and implementation of an explicit economic growth strategy. Secondly, ensure that the final version of the Transportation Master Plan embraces the connection between investment in transportation and economic growth. Third, press the provincial government to enter into that new funding model with municipalities and Manitoba and Ottawa to fund a successor plan to invest in regional streets. Fourth, task a stakeholder group resourced by the Office of Economic Development to recommend a detailed strategic transportation investment strategy addressing targeted strategic goals, including mode shift, induced demand, and inverted mobility considerations. And lastly, request Public Works to provide an updated assessment of the condition and needs of the street system, AT and dedicated bus lanes, and bridges and structures. The updated streets assessment should continue to be funded by the already established dedicated revenue stream. Bridges, structures, AT require their own dedicated revenue streams and investment strategy. There is the possibility to merge, obviously, the AT with the local and regional streets, but that would need to be carefully considered. As always, we appreciate and thank you for the work you do, and we're always willing to work collaboratively with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence. Any questions at all at this time? Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. Appreciate it. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, we're now going to Zoom for our next delegation. We have Mark Coho. Following Mark, we have Cindy Tugwell, and then John Sampson and Dr. Joe Kernow, who are appearing together. If you can make your way down to the gallery, you'll be heard after Mark Coho. However, it appears we've lost our connection right now, so
Just so individuals know, if we lose connection with someone, if they're in the queue, we'll certainly kind of come back when that is reestablished. People will not lose their opportunity to speak if we're having technical difficulties at our end.
I might suggest maybe we can go to, I see Cindy Tugwell has joined us here. Maybe if we can hear from Cindy, and then we will circle back with Mark
Yes.
Coho.
Thank you, Ms. Tugwell. Yes,
Love to,
one second,
Be
please.
waiting all day to hear from you, but we're having some technical problems as well here on our computers. They seem to be freezing up again, so we'll try and muddle through it, but we may want to take an earlier lunch.
we're going to try to push through until 12:30. We're going to take a break, a 1-hour break from 12:30 to 1:30.
12:30?
Yeah,
All right.
so we're going to try to carry on with, in the chamber here. So please proceed, Ms. Tugwell. Thank you. You have 10 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Gillingham, councilors. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm taking a 180 turn today. I've been here countless times throughout the years, but my first time speaking about our operating grant in 4 years. So we respected the multi-year grant, kept quiet, but we're here after 4 years, and I'll give you an overview of the services that we provide the city, and then I'll end with our ask. So for those of you who don't know, Heritage Winnipeg is a nonprofit charitable organization created by the City of Winnipeg as a cooperative along with the province of Manitoba and the National Trust for Canada. For 45 years, we have been the only voice, main voice, as a nonprofit charitable to advocate for heritage conservation and the heritage issues that come with that. We mostly do the protection, restoration, rehabilitation, and preservation of Winnipeg's built heritage. And I was Manitoba Governor of the National Trust for Canada from 2006 to 2012. I think it's important in our role to continue ongoing professional education and to find out what other cities are doing across the country, including our great city. So we work with all levels of government, with leaders of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, hundreds of building owners, including many city-owned museums and grassroots community organizations, to provide support, guidance, protect, and help make heritage properties economically viable and sustainable. We also work on many diverse heritage issues and provide many free public educational events. We try to work with local government to augment policies, bylaws, and community plans based on working with the public, stakeholders, and community organizations throughout the city. Advocates for ongoing protection of heritage designations. Heritage Winnipeg was a pivotal stakeholder in the national designation of the Exchange District in 1997, and we were at the forefront in the humble beginnings of the HCD bylaw, subsequently Armstrong's Point with our Armstrong's Point publication, and now Crescentwood HCD plan that's moving forward. We take an average of 20 to 30 requests a week to help direct or answer any heritage concerns within the city. As you can appreciate, Heritage Winnipeg's name lends itself to belief to a lot of the public that we are a city department. We are not. We manage the conservation and events at the historic Millennium Center at 389 Main Street, built in and opened in 1912. One of the most beautiful public private buildings in the downtown. And since COVID, we've not only been mandated to look after the conservation of this building, but now we have to look after the events because we lost our tenant during COVID. So we look at this building as a huge opportunity for holding public and private events and an opportunity to create a world-class heritage center in Manitoba. We manage the conservation and events, but we also primarily work with the City of Winnipeg Heritage Planner. We only have one planner, one heritage planner, and we have been moving towards a wonderful, transparent, collaborative relationship. We're now meeting on a regular basis. We're talking more about ongoing issues. As you can appreciate in heritage, built heritage, issues don't go on for months and years, but sometimes decades. We also rehabilitate a historic 1909 streetcar in the Winnipeg Railway Museum. And what's important about that recently is the last couple of years, Via Rail wanted the Winnipeg Railway Museum to move out. We collaborated with the board of the Midwestern Rail Association. We worked very diligently to now, I'm happy to say, they have a 25-year lease renewal. We're working for funding for them to put together the money. I think it's under $1 million, but nonetheless a lot for a volunteer board to put together monies and funding for bringing the space up to building code. And I believe it's actually going to open bigger and better than it was originally. Our signature event, Doors Open, this is our 20th year at the end of May of 2023, and I have to tell you, almost 1 million site visits in the 19 years. We have over 600 volunteers throughout the city. In 2019, pre-pandemic, we had 112 building and walking tours opened up to the city. And again, one of the salient points of Doors Open is not just that it's one weekend free event to the public, but these are hundreds of heritage stewards and property owners that we work with throughout the rest of the year after Doors Open is closed to work on heritage issues, funding issues, things that their primarily volunteer boards are unable to do. 2023 marks our 37th year for the Annual Preservation Awards. I'm really excited. We're holding that next week on the 22nd. But what moreover that does, that awards to celebrate and commemorate the heritage professionals and building owners that spend hundreds, if not thousands of hours and their time and millions of dollars to rehabilitate, to believe in these buildings, but also the billions of dollars over the 37 years that have gone into our rehabilitative and preserving these heritage buildings. And we have it all online of all the projects over the years that we've been involved in and have received recognition and support from our organization. We offer educational outreach programs for schools and community groups. We provide extensive mentoring for Met students, the Met student program at Garden City, Seven Oaks, and now in the Exchange District. They're actually working, we have 3 different sets of Met students working on Doors Open projects that they're going to unveil during that weekend. I think it's critical to not also be just involved in student programs and mentoring, but have practical projects and practical opportunities for these students to be part of the business community, the nonprofit community before they start their post-secondary journey. These are high school students. We also are supported desperately for needing support staff. We tap into the Young Canada Works program, the Canada Summer Student Program, and the Red River College Marketing and Communications internship. We annually celebrate Manitoba Day. During COVID, we were usually at the Manitoba Museum. We created a digital Manitoba Day activity book. We also are a judge at the annual Heritage Fair at the University of Winnipeg at the Duckworth Center. We have fun and educational fundraising events. We have specialty walking tours throughout the year. And for 3 years, we partnered with the provincial heritage agencies throughout the city and the province on a virtual heritage summit, again, free to the public. Online digital education projects that we have completed with a virtual and interactive guide in 2004. The World War I commemorative 100th anniversary digital project for 4 years at Via Rail, and I'd like to thank Councillor Mays for supporting that project and this important initiative. And the 1919 strike commemorating the 100th year of the general strike in 2019, we did a fantastic project, bricks and mortar, on the Bank of British North America for 6 weeks and subsequently online for everyone internationally and nationally to see. We also will be launching our Discovered Educational Architectural website in this summer. And we're happy to say also that we are celebrating and launching our free public pandemic exhibition at the Millennium Center during spring break from March 24th to March 31st. Again, free to the public all week during spring break. And moreover, we're involving students before spring break for their own specialty tours. One of the most important things I want to make a point of is advocacy is really important in this city, and we are the only organization that advocates for built heritage. I think most of you are sick of looking at my face at most of the committee meetings because I'm usually the only one coming forward. But again, I want you to know that this isn't something we advocate for this year or next year. The advocacy work that we do now impacts for years, if not decades to come. Some of the, just a quick snapshot of some of the things we've been involved in: Upper Fort Garry Heritage Park, James Avenue Pumping Station, Royal Bank of Canada Building, Fortune Building on Main, the Avenue Hampel Building on Portage. All were slated for imminent demolition before we intervened. Reopening of Delnavert Museum, West Kildonan Library preserved and nominated and subsequently designated. Collaboration and protection of the HBC building before it was launched by the Southern Chiefs Organization for the new Indigenous project. Even Kennedy House in St. Andrews. We have no heritage organization outside of the city limits. We collaborated with other heritage-like organizations. Dozens of designations, if not hundreds, supported, including recently the International Order of Oddfellows building and recently the Leacock House, of which I've been mandated to now help funding for this potentially was going to be a delisting. So we have also, on a final note, new challenges with unsympathetic infill in residential and areas, including the commercial Exchange District as a National Historic Site. Most recently, we were involved in 127 Bannatyne with the new addition, subsequently a new build on King Street behind the King's Head Pub. So there is a role for heritage to play that is significant when it comes to infill. I'm sorry, I just want to finish up. Could I have, I'm sorry. Okay, here's the ask. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so I just wanted to, the ask is for an increase of $18,725 to our current grant. And the justification is for 2018, we were receiving $40,000 a year from the Property and Development Department. We are the only one of 4 that get from PP&D, the only heritage organization on your complete list of grant payments. Why we were cut almost 15% in 2019, we were never explained that, and subsequently in 2020 till 2023, cut again for another 10%. We were told museums were being cut, and we tried to explain we're not a museum. We are an advocacy, educational, and public service organization created by the city. We are not a museum. And now we are standing at $31,275. We are asking for that roughly $35,000 that was cut over those 4 years, not including the almost 15% in 2019. We desperately need support staff. I am the only full-time person at Heritage Winnipeg. We have 1 part-time person 2 days a week. We tap into every program, every grant program that exists, and we have hundreds of volunteers. We are here to tell you we cannot keep up with the increased demand that is asked of our organization. So I am here humbly to ask you if you could support an increase of $18,725. And on a final note, I was here to say I want to support the 150th City of Winnipeg project, capital project for the former Carnegie Library and the City Archives. We've been involved in that for 8 years. And I want to say thank you to the mayor and to the councillors for saying for 150 years next year that our history and our built heritage matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? Councillor Mays?
Thank you for the presentation. I have cited you, as you know, in past budgets as a person who comes in here with an ask that's not over the top, that's, you know, sometimes we've granted it, sometimes we haven't. The 31, I'm trying to remember, I think in 2013 it went dramatically down, then oddly a complete reversal by council and it went dramatically up in 2014, the grant, or it might have somewhere in there. Since then, has it been relatively steady except for the reductions you just mentioned? Everyone was reduced in 2020. I'll try and dig into why you would have also been reduced in 2019, but over the arc of the last 10 years or so, I think it was increasing there for a time and then plateaued.
Well, because I've been with Heritage Winnipeg for 30 years, I can tell you, we started off when Bernie Wolf left at $8,500, and I worked my way up every year to $40,000 in 2019. So that's how arduous that climb was.
Well, thank you again. As I said, you've done a good job over the years, and some years we've agreed and some we haven't, but we'll certainly take a look.
Well, we love this city, and we want to provide a good quality service, and that comes with staff.
Well, with the 150 coming up, I know that's
gonna be big.
Good work by my colleagues here on the archives building, but yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, we will try to connect with Mark Coho via Zoom. Mark, if you can hear us, if you can unmute your microphone.
We're going to try to go remote again. Just 1 second. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Mark, yes, if you could.
Here.
Might be best to leave your video off. We are experiencing some network issues, so if you don't mind just leaving that off. You have 10
Zoom give us and Zoom take us a little, right?
Thank you,
So,
Mr.
yeah.
Coho. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for hearing me today. And I want to thank the mayor and council as well, and the team that's worked on the budget for seeing the need to increase funding for active transportation. As you know, we see active transportation, walking and biking as being critical to the vibrancy, to the equity, to the economic development and the sustainability of the city. Certainly, there isn't really a change in the pedestrian and cycling program budget that's forecast over the next 4 years, but there is an additional $3 million per year that's been allocated through the local street renewal. So we're, again, I'm very happy to see that. It's our understanding that there'll be some flexibility in how that funding is allocated. We're also thrilled really to see the $4 million in new funding to extend the Q8 pathway south from Burroughs Avenue through the Q8 underpass, I guess, to Galler Avenue West. That's a very important connection. You heard Councillor Eady speaking about those connections across the CPR tracks. For people who are biking, there's even fewer than for people that are driving. In fact, the only one that's really even halfway there at the moment is the connection under Annabella Street. So we really do need those improvements, and that will go a long way. Certainly for people connecting to Red River College and to Brooklands, it will be huge. There's an additional as well money going into the 2023 Road Safety Improvement Program. We see as a huge improvement. Certainly that's an item that we want to see, and that focus in making sure our traffic engineering matches is really creating a safer neighborhoods, and as well as that 3 dedicated staff moving into the road safety program. We see that as a huge plus in this benefit.
Mr. Coho, are you still there? Okay, you know what I think we'll do, Mr. Clerk? Let's have our next delegates here, and then let's break after them to try to correct what's happening. We're going to break before. I said 12:30, but just because of the technical difficulties, I think we'll have our next delegates. We'll come back and give Mr. Coho, if we can get him, we'll give him his time to start over once we get him back online. But if that's okay. Sorry to do this on short notice, kind of back and forth here, starting and stopping. Thank you for your patience. I think you had some others with you as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so we have John Sampson and Dr. Joe Burnell, who is making
Thank you, Dr.
that are on that budget and that are included in the AT plan, and really to seek alternatives if we can't get on those roadways. So that's an important thing. We want to make sure we are making that planning, because we know if we can include the walking, the pedestrian upgrades when we do our road rehabilitations, that's our best value for money.
Sorry, Mark, can you hear me?
as well, certainly the increase for funding,
Mark,
we
you're
feel is
acting
long
like one of my
overdue.
kids now.
That's critical for the city if we are to have
Can
any
we just
hope of
mute
meeting
Mark?
our
Is that
climate
okay?
goals.
We can't mute Mark?
And these
Can't mute
additional
Mark.
funds will allow us to start adding more bikeways to our network. Certainly, we're eager to help the city identify the priority projects that this money will help fund. Some of the key benefits we see in the budget are this.
There we go, okay. Mark, if you can hear me, it's Scott here. We're gonna kind of reset with you after lunch because we're just having so many technical difficulties. We're gonna give you a chance to kind of redo your presentation because we only caught about half of it. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna hear from another set of delegates right now for 10 minutes. Then we're gonna break for an hour till about 1 o'clock or so. In that hour, we're going to try to resolve our technical issues here, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock with your presentation, and maybe by the time we're done here, let's just say 1:15. 1:15 is when we're going to come back. And so thank you to everybody in the gallery and online for your patience as well.
Yeah, to that, I might need to be about 1:30, 1:40-ish, if I can. I might be a little late getting back.
That's fine. Whenever you're available, we'll see you in the online waiting room, and we'll get you back in the queue, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And if I can, sorry, committee, the next delegations have provided a presentation. They're not going to connect because it will not work with our Zoom issues, but they have provided it, and it is on DMIS for your viewing.
Okay. Dr. Cornell and Mr. Sampson, thank you very much for your patience. You have 10 minutes. Please go ahead and begin with your presentation.
Thank you so much. So I'm John Sampson. I'm a former writer in residence at the Winnipeg Public Library and a member of Millennium for All.
I'm Joe Curnow. I am a professor at the University of Manitoba. I'm also a member of Millennium for All and part of the community working group at Millennium Library.
So we've shared a report we wrote in 2019 and resubmitted for this hearing, or for this meeting. We're going to try and move through this quickly. We also gave you a PowerPoint presentation that some of you will have. So we're going to go through this, and then we're happy to take questions. So as public space has been eroded by austerity, libraries have become one of the only places where people interact across race, class, gender relationships, sexual diversity. So along with being threatened by the kind of despicable bigotry, transphobia, and homophobia we had to hear in this chamber this morning, libraries across North America face overwhelming challenges in meeting the needs of diverse publics. Winnipeg has clearly faced an uptick in violence and incidents, which is consistent with libraries all over the continent. So, and since the Winnipeg Public Library has been consistently underfunded, this is now coming into crisis in highly visible ways. So as you know, Winnipeg Public Library put in and then removed discriminatory screenings before because of the clear consequences of that policy. But now we see interim measures rather than sustainable funding being put in place to address the crisis that Winnipeg Public Library is facing. This will not work to stem the tide of incident without devastating the library. So why are the screenings racist? They disproportionately affect poor and racialized people. Research tells us that people most vulnerable to safety threats will become more vulnerable because of screening. Screening is discriminatory to Indigenous people, Black people, people of color, LGBTQ2S+ people, refugees, disabled people, and other protected groups. Minoritized people will self-select away from accessing the library because of the expectation of harassment, triggering effects, and the assumption that they will be turned away. So in 2019, when the first security measures went in place, we saw a 30% drop in gate counts. And in 2023, gate counts are already down, and this is really a threat to the core mission of public libraries. Every urban library in Canada is facing similar challenges, but only Winnipeg chooses racist and exclusionary barriers. It doesn't have to be like this. Cities across Canada facing the same experiences provide models of alternatives that are actually far more effective and cost less than exclusionary security practices.
So while John is calm and slow, I'm going to try to move through material extremely quickly. And all of this is in the report with extensive citations from the research that we've done. So I'm going to pivot us to thinking about evidence-based strategies that actually keep people safer in libraries. And this is based on a pretty comprehensive review of community-led librarianship literature, criminal justice studies, as well as an outreach to libraries across Canada to see what they're doing. So the first and most impactful thing that we can do is address staffing levels. So there's a beautiful chart in your PowerPoint when you have time to look at that. If we look at the staffing levels at comparator libraries, Winnipeg falls far behind every other comparator library. So Edmonton is the one that's most typically used by WPL. And so they have 525 FTEs, where Winnipeg has 256. I know that people are like, oh, well, Edmonton's bigger, they have more resources. So we can look at Halifax, which is a much smaller city, a much smaller library system, and they also put us to shame with 328. Staffing is so critical in terms of addressing safety, because it gets out ahead of so many problems. It is one of the strategies that people use because patrons are able to get help faster, they have less frustration, and more people on the floor gives library spaces a feeling of liveliness, a feeling of security, and for staff, it means that if something happens on a floor, you can leave the desk to go interact with the person and de-escalate it, or you can have bigger, longer-term relationships, you can have safety briefings, you can have training, all of which we cannot currently do at WPL because the staffing levels are so low. There's a constant risk of branches not even being able to open. We can talk a lot more about why staffing is important if you want, but essentially the key takeaway is that staffing is the #1 strategy for making the library safer. There's other evidence-based strategies that other libraries across Canada and the US use that are again based in research and move away from the kind of exclusionary strategies and toward welcome and building a culture of safety. This is not silly, things that seem like fluffy, like offering coffee, having elders in the library, which when we've talked to counselors in this room before, they've been like, oh, that seems like a granola bar doesn't seem like it would be that impactful, but the research is clear. It is highly impactful at welcoming people and at de-escalating. It takes the temperature down from the jump, and so you have far fewer incidents that get into the library and get ratcheted up. So there's also libraries that do things like a decolonization strategy in Thunder Bay, partnering with community, and this is something that the Winnipeg Public Library management and staff have been really great at for the last 2 years, really building the community working group, investing in relationships, rebuilding the relationship that was effectively devastated after screening was put in 2019. And this is where we see innovative programs like the community safety hosts, like the community connection space that are actually having impact. Coming out of. And so again, evidence-based. Also designing the physical space. I know there's discussion, and there will be more discussion after the audit, of reorganizing the lobby and doing a capital investment in the space. But again, the research on library safety in particular is clear that sightlines are really important, that having the stacks set up in a way where library workers can see and anticipate what's going to be happening is really very impactful. Okay, on my next slide, more evidence-based strategies, bringing security in-house. This is one of the things that helps to build the culture of safety. It changes the security team from being a revolving door of low-wage workers with little power in the space to having a team that is highly trained, on the same page about a commitment to relationships and community, and in relationship with staff and patrons, so they know people's names when they come in the door. If something's happening, like a library worker can come to them and say, hey, I think this is like something, and like, do you think this is something? All of this is really important. It creates good jobs where security staff are invested in making the library accessible and open and welcoming, none of which happen in the current model of security. Also providing training comes out of the research again and again, so de-escalation training, anti-racism training, naloxone harm reduction, super impactful in terms of changing the culture of the library. Also really hard right now because, again, the staffing levels are so low that we don't have coverage for staff to take PD time. Okay, so now we want to pivot to thinking about some of the success stories that Winnipeg has had in the last several years. The first one that I want to talk about is the Community Safety Host, which you've already heard about, and I think you're going to continue to hear about today because it is such an important program. Oh, I'm going to run out of time. It's an innovative program based on Fearless R2W consultations, based in the poverty reduction strategy. These folks have security training, plus training in de-escalation, anti-racism, Indigenous approaches to kinship and welcome. It is on the ground, like the most effective strategy we have at building relationships and de-escalating. And Mayor Gillingham, I've heard you in the press and at the city, or the State of the City thing, talk about how we need things both in the future and we also can't wait. But this is the thing that we are not waiting for. It is impactful now. And the research is really clear that this kind of relationship-based project is actually the best safety strategy that we have in the immediate. And so I'll shut up so you can take
Oh, no, yeah. So, so the community safety,
connections.
The connection space, right, is a hugely successful. It only had 7 months to prove itself before it was closed. But it opened in April 2022. It had 13,000 visits in 7 months. It's a key piece of de-escalation and welcoming strategy, and it needs to be funded and reopened.
So the specific budget request that we're asking for is an amendment that funds both community connection space and community safety hosts. So there's a detailed breakdown. Oh, that's the buzzer.
That's the
I thought
buzzer,
that I was
yeah.
getting a hot mic.
Sure, motion for 2 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Thank
So
you. I'll try to slow down too.
Well,
So the community connection space, as somebody already noted, hasn't been adequately funded. Like the staffing hasn't been funded by City Council so far. And so management has really been trying to piece it together with staff on an ad hoc basis. And so we are asking for a dedicated librarian, a dedicated library assistant, and a dedicated crisis worker. This was part of the recommendation from Community Service to you. We also think that probably additional 3 FTEs to cover evenings and weekends from existing staff, because we know that evenings and weekends have not had community safety hosts on. They have not had the connection space open, and that's when we're seeing more escalated events happening. And I think the research and our experience in these spaces tells us that if connections and community safety hosts were in place, that we could be de-escalating those and anticipating those incidents in a much more holistic way rather than reacting to them with escalatory strategies. And so we're also asking for consumables. This is what the library board has been paying for, the coffee, the granola bars, et cetera. It's not a high cost investment, but it is a high impact investment. Just again, in terms of creating that welcome and making people come into the space in a good way. The other piece is community safety hosts. So currently, no staffing is funded for connections under the 4-year budget. 1 safety host is funded through the summer, 1 is funded as interim measures, but this will need to be expanded to ensure their safety. So we're asking for 4 community safety hosts working all millennium hours. So this is about $478,000 on top of the $520,000 for the community connection space. So the community safety hosts are a more costly investment than the short-term security, but they're also far more likely to have those relationships, to be impactful, and to reflect the best practices of community safety. And I'd be really happy to talk about why they're more successful, and I think that there's a community safety host or 2 coming today, and they can tell you about their work.
Thank you. Well, thank you both very much. I know you have a lot of content. Thank you that you've submitted that to us for our review as well. And so are there any questions at all at this time? Councillor Rollins.
Thanks for reviewing the history that, of the community connection space. That council did not fund it as was presented to community services, the standing policy committee that I chaired, going forward in budgets, and then, where we're at now. So essentially, your asks are parity with Halifax. I'm joking in part, and I hope you see- Edmonton, okay. R2W Community Safety Host Program, and then provisions for the community safety space, community connection space in line with public service advisement. You mentioned the power of the granola bar. Would it surprise you to know that just yesterday, I was asked for oatmeal as a community grant because down the road, not too far, a women's clinic is now, an alternative community connection space. Right. So, as local councillor, that closure has a direct impact on community serving organizations, perhaps it wouldn't surprise you to know, but that's my question.
Right.
So one of the questions that we got asked at Community Services was, are there alternatives for the community connection space? Could it be in a different place? And I want to say really clearly that that is not a good alternative because it takes away the safety intervention that community connections is, which is creating that welcome. Creating a space where if there is an altercation up on the second floor, where there's somewhere that a community safety host could go down and have a cup of coffee, build relationships, figure out what the person in crisis is going through, and meet them with some actual care and address those needs instead of either having a police or a security guard come to the floor and escalate it, and then everybody on the floor is having a stressful time now. So there's this reason that we have to have it in the space because it is useful, but it is also providing library services, right? Mm-hmm. And I think there's a suggestion that perhaps it would be better if those services were provided to poor people elsewhere, and I think that is both wrong-headed and not aligned with Human Rights Code, because one of the submissions that you got, and you maybe saw, was suggesting that poor people should not be in the library because it makes it uncomfortable for normal users. And we hear this a lot, and it doesn't reflect the fact that all users are normal users, that poor people have a right to this space, and that we're really only trying to attend to specific behaviors which are disruptive and outlined in the Code of Conduct. This is a debate that happens, I think, in public spaces around who should be included and why and how. But the literature around community-led librarianship is very clear that the best way to address altercations and stress that happens with people interacting across difference is to be having more staff, to be having more services, and to be creating that welcome so that all folks can access the library, and not accepting that it's okay for 30% of our users to be pushed away because they are either high needs or more vulnerable to racist and other discriminatory screening processes. And so it is so crucial that this space continue, and also investing in these other spaces that Councillor Rollins is suggesting. Those also need investment in and around downtown, but the community connection space is not an easily switched around community service that could go anywhere, and it doesn't matter that it's in the library. It matters hugely that it is in the library and that it is able to provide a vast array of library services to a vast array of community members, and meet folks where they are at, because we know that is actually what will keep everyone safer, not just a handful of people whose safety we prioritize.
So just second question, you presented a 39-page report, including cover art, and at a PowerPoint presentation, part 2. You also quote a number of authors in the report, including headliner Miriam Toews, Oscar winner, Sarah Polley's film, Women Talking. If you could, for the gallery, because we deserve treats in budget. Well, maybe not council, depending on your thoughts today, but generally we work hard. Could you read that quote from Marion Taves for me? I think it's worth, noting that, having just won an Oscar, several authors that you put in the 39-page report to your budget submission are thinking about the Millennium Library specifically and the library system in general. And I know that there are public servants tuned in today that would probably appreciate you reiterating that moment in your 39-page report.
Someone read our report. Can you tell me what page it's on?
It's, yeah. I'm looking shy with the gallery. I think it was page 4.
I don't have it in front of me, so I'm going to try to pull it up. Or do you want to read it for us?
Yeah, so in addition to the cover art,
Oh, there it is.
you have a series of quotes. You have, that start on page,
Page 4?
I want to say it was page 4, but see, gallery, I didn't commit it to memory through the chair. It's there.
Oh, I think it's in Appendix C, maybe. How can it be that the first thing a person encounters entering the Millennium Library is a battalion of guards that almost screams, or at least shouts, "We don't trust you. We are suspicious of you. We fear you." Libraries are the last and best of our disappearing public spaces that stand for democracy, reason, empathy, and human connectedness. No society or city of life or library thrives by making decisions or enacting policies based on fear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, Councillor Waddy?
I just wanted to say thank you for your advocacy and support of the Millennium Library. Again, just the communications we received from our librarians, some of us, to management, to their union, in fact, from the current librarians that do work there. Sure, I do appreciate they want more of them. I get that, and perhaps we are understaffed on some metrics. But they want that heavy security. They want police on every floor of the library. That's the message we're hearing, through management, through the CUPE, in fact. My question is, though, the people that are causing the problems in our libraries, are they really there for, traditional, real library services, i.e. not social services?
So I think there's two pieces to that. Maybe I'll take the first one, and you can take the second. The first piece is around what we're hearing from library workers. And we are also in a lot of conversation with library workers, library management. I'm sure we are hearing, and the union, and we're all hearing similar things and different things. And I think what a key takeaway for me is that there's a lot of diversity in what library workers want. Some of them definitely want police and metal detectors. Others very strongly do not and feel less safe because of them. And so I don't think we should treat that as a monolith. I also think that that's not a way to set public policy exclusively, right? We can look at data about what actually makes people safer, and we can make decisions that are evidence-based that say, while you want to be safer, if that's the core outcome, then we should use strategies that we know get us there. I also think that library workers have been asking for safety strategies, for investment in safety, for a long time, at least 10 years from what we hear. And they have continually been met with half measures or nothing, right? When the screening was taken out in 2019, none of the recommendations that we had put forward got put in place, right? None of the investments that folks have been asking for got put in place. And so I think people are really happy to have anything, right? Because it is a stressful job. They are entirely overworked, and the number of incidents is increasing. And so they want something, and this has been the only thing that's the city has been willing to put real resource into, and so I think folks will take it, even when they're like, this isn't what I would choose. So we could do something different that is more cost-effective, that is more efficacious at accomplishing the safety goals that we want, and we could use research and build a kind of open conversation with library workers and not just with management. I think it would be really important for council to talk to the librarians and the library assistants and the shelvers and actually hear from them about what the day-to-day work is like, because what we hear is that people are really struggling, right? And what they need is these safety investments, but also like a whole lot of other support to make it possible for them to do their job in the good way that they want to. Do you want to take the second piece of the question?
Sure. I guess I would say that there is no such thing as a traditional library user. I think that's a category that doesn't exist, and that we use our libraries for many things. They're intersections, places where everyone can meet, and everyone should feel empowered and welcome. So I really don't feel like that's what libraries are for. And I don't think, and almost every librarian would tell you the same. Libraries are sites of collaboration, of comfort, of welcome, and people do many things there. I've certainly taken a nap there. I don't see why that seems to be something that people are annoyed by. But I know many students, and in my work at the library, I saw many students putting their heads down and taking a nap. And I'm not sure why certain people taking a nap is frowned upon. I've also taken my medication there, and I know other people who take their medication there. So, I mean, I've also studied and learned and spoken to people and met people that I would never meet in other places in the city. So I think of the Millennium Library especially as the real intersection. It's not Portage and Main, it's the Millennium Library. It's where we all come together. And I think any attempts to narrow that vision is going to be devastating for the city of Winnipeg.
Do you think libraries are safe when there's people there with weapons, doing drug deals, perhaps stabbing each other?
I'm not aware of those things occurring, but they occur.
Well, that's why security was brought in, because there were people in there with weapons.
I don't
They're
think.
detecting. That's what, yeah. That's fact.
So I think, sorry, did you?
Yeah, no. So I don't think that we can make one small fortress in our entire downtown and address the problems facing our downtown because of years of austerity by making
nobody else want to go there because they don't feel safe?
So I just, yeah, this could go into a larger debate, which I don't want it to go into, related to the downtown. So I'm going to just keep us back on the budget. Thank you for clarifying your ask and your request related to the budget and related to funding and specific to community safety officers, community support workers, librarians. So thank you very much.
So
Appreciate that. Thank
Councillor
you.
Brawadi's question, I think we could look at the incident reports too, and
Yeah.
it suggests that the key source of stress, the number of incidents that goes up, is actually not violent incidents. They are stressful incidents. They are uncomfortable incidents. It is often library staff being called names that are inappropriate and that they shouldn't have to deal with at work. Like, absolutely, and there's a code of conduct that can be enforced, but the best way to enforce it is to have community safety hosts who are in relationship with folks who can say like, hey buddy, like, and know your name and say like, one, that's not cool, and two, take them downstairs to get a cup of coffee and figure out what the actual issue is, instead of having security guards who like are often, what we hear is not super helpful, like because they're reticent to get involved because they don't know people and they wait till it gets really bad to get in there, and then it's really stressful for everyone. Or cops, again, the most escalatory strategy that you could possibly have when people are getting like dragged out and forced out of the library. Like, it's just not a good safety intervention, and that's why safety hosts as an investment in the budget are a better strategy, because they help us to not have those incidents in the first place. And when those incidents start to pop up, they get out there much more quickly and deal with it in a way that doesn't impact other users in the same way.
Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, perhaps I'm going to turn it first to our CAO related to some work we're going to try to do over the lunch break here. The CAO?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in terms of, as we've all been noticing, certainly in terms of delegations trying to connect remotely, as I think some of you are experiencing with your own terminals likely, we're having some significant connection issues here. I'm not sure how much more of the campus it's affecting. Our director of IT is completely aware of it, is waiting until we break, and then they're going to pull the network down for a brief period of time, in the hopes and the full expectation that they'll be able to rectify a lot of what we're experiencing. So very much hoping that after the midday break, we will come back and that will be resolved and we will be functioning a lot more functionally.
Councillor Brody?
Just for my colleagues' information and for those in the gallery, I have been informed that the YouTube stream has been working, so anybody who has been presenting in the chamber, that has been going out to the public and that is still being broadcast, and the stream has, for those working remotely, has been up. So just FYI.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, thank you. And just for those who are on Zoom who can hear us right now, if you do have a presentation or you do have your notes in writing, feel free to email those to the same email address that you contacted to register to speak. We will share those with committee members and include those in the minutes as well. And if you do happen to get kicked out of the Zoom meeting, don't worry, we will hopefully be able to reconnect you and re-add you to the meeting after our lunch recess.
Okay, thank you all. We will reconvene. We'll come back at 1:30, okay? Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Executive Policy Committee for March the 16th, dealing with the operating capital budgets, hearing delegations today. We're still working through the technical challenges, so maybe I'll turn it to our clerk just to explain how we're going to proceed this afternoon and what we may need to do subsequent to this. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as you alluded to, we are still experiencing network issues, unfortunately. It will be affecting participants via Zoom. I understand anyone who wants to watch can still watch on our YouTube feed. So if you are any of those participants on Zoom, you can watch on our YouTube feed, but we are going to, from this point forward, until we get a confirmed fix to the network, we will start hearing from delegations who are with us in person in the gallery. Our IT department continues to work to fix the problems. Once they're resolved, we will know. If they're unable to resolve the issues in a timely fashion, I understand the committee may consider rescheduling a meeting to hear from those additional delegations to give them the opportunity to speak. So we will, we'll, I guess, cross that road when we get there. But for now, we will start hearing from those who are with us in the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have Erica Hutto speaking. Following Erica, I have Kelly Fraser. If you'd like to make your way down, Kelly Fraser, Erica Hutto, Marika Prokosh. Marika.
Excuse me.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Following Marika, we have Kate Kaler and Catherine Wafala. Don't see. And then Kenneth Clausen. Ken, if you'd like to make your way down as well, you'll be heard after our next speaker here.
Okay, nice to meet you, yes. Okay, hi. Thank you for your time today. My name is Marika Prokosh. I am here with Millennium for All. I am also a library worker, not in the public system, but I have worked frontline work in libraries, academic and community for almost 15 years. And so I would like to echo the asks brought forward by John and Joe so eloquently this morning. I would like to see funding guaranteed, excuse me, in this year's budget for the Community Connections Hub, for the Community Safety Host programs, for supplies for the community connection space, things like granola bars, coffee, the things that we know make connection and de-escalation easier and more possible. And as we go into the four-year budget process, if it doesn't feel possible for this one, to really look at the number of positions and how positions are structured within the public library system. I can speak from personal experience about how much it affects your ability to do your job well when you have a position with enough hours so that you overlap with your colleagues, you overlap with your own supervisor, you have enough colleagues on the floor when you're working evenings and weekends. I was an evening and weekend supervisor in a library for 2.5 years. And you can feel really exposed because you're one of the few places that is open after 6 o'clock in this city. And you want to be there doing your job, engaging with patrons and doing good work for them. And that can be what we regard as the traditional library use, helping people find books. But the fact is that libraries are and have been for a very long time a site of so many kinds of use. People go there to use the computers. They go there to attend workshops, to attend programs, to meet people. it's good that people do that. It is how they are able to meet each other in a place that doesn't require them to spend money or perform a particular kind of political or religious affiliation. And it keeps our libraries vital. It keeps them used. It keeps people learning all of the other kinds of things that they provide. So I want to really support the Community Connections Hub as a space that is not a special kind of social service, but meeting the people who are going to be in the library anyways, because they are part of the community, and people who are going there to use the computer, to check out books, it helps them meet those other needs as well. I think that there's a tendency to really segment users into different kinds of groups, and it has been my experience that you can't do that in a tidy way. People are going to have stuff come up in their life. They're going to be surprised. Someone who is wearing a nice suit and has a fancy title can completely lose it. And someone who is experiencing ongoing crisis in their life can go and just need to get a book and sit down quietly. These things are not tidy little packages. So I want us to think about that when we think about what a library is and should do and the resources that it needs, and how we can empower our libraries to do the things that they do with less cost to the staff and without antagonizing users and pushing them away. I think that's all that I want to say today, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prokop. Really appreciate your presentation today. Are there any questions at all? No. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for your patience. Okay.
Okay. So I had called Kate Kaler and Catherine Wafala. I do not believe I see Kate Gallery. So we do have Ken Clausen joining us. Ken did have a presentation. We're unable to show it right now, but councilors, you did receive, it is published on DMIS, so if you'd like to look, the presentation is included in the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clausen.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and councilors, for allowing me to present my comments, concerns, and recommendations about the Trades Corridor planning and design. If you look at slide 2, you'll find the specific reference to the $2.8 million in planning and design that I want to speak to. Slide 3, I'm going to focus primarily on the Route 90 expansion, but if you look at slide 4, I'll also touch on the Chief Peguis Trail extension. But I'm also going to talk about the processes for evaluating whether or not they're a good investment. If we look at, skip down to slide 6, these two projects combined are going to be by far the most expensive transportation investment in the city's history, and they require a similar level of scrutiny. We're talking about at least over $1 billion in capital. However, we know that capital expenses are only the tip of the iceberg. If you look at the city's own forecast, when you finance it, operate, and maintain these facilities over a 30-year period, they're projecting that it's going to be $2.4 to $2.7 billion in 2020 dollars. The shovels will not go in the ground in these projects until 2026, 2027, so the costs are probably in the range of $3 billion plus. If we look at the city's calculations, that's equivalent to a 14 to 16% tax increase on property taxes for 30 years. 14 to 16% for 30 years. But of course, you're going to say, hey, Ken, don't worry. We're going to get 2/3 funding from the federal and provincial governments. Let's look at slide 9, federal funding. You struck out twice. You applied in 2015 to the Building Canada Fund. You were rejected. You applied to the National Trades Corridor Fund in 2018. You were rejected. If you look at slide 10, it's easy to see why. The federal government wants you to clearly demonstrate that the benefits exceed the cost, and you haven't done that. But you're going to say, don't worry, Ken, federal funding, we'll apply to some other program or some new future program. That's really not realistic. The federal government is in a massive deficit. If you follow the report on business, you're going to see that it's very unlikely that the federal government is going to launch anytime soon any new generous infrastructure program for cities. The other interesting thing is the National Trades Corridor Fund still exists. You could apply again. But what they've done, they've changed the terms. They're favoring projects which require a federal contribution of $50 million or less. What about provincial funding? Last week, the province came out with its budget, but also its 5-year transportation plan. Nowhere in that plan is any money for the city of Winnipeg for expansion of Route 90, or Chief Peguis. Let's move on to cost-benefit analysis, one of my favorite subjects. Mr. Chair, during the election, you made it abundantly clear in your platform multiple times that you want to see a return on the city's investment. You regard this as an investment where the benefits will exceed the cost. If we look at a cost-benefit analysis that supposedly is going to be done in the city's budget, it's not there. If you look at the wording for the $2.8 million, it is going to provide post-preliminary design work may, not will, may, include value for money assessment, not of the projects, but for evaluating alternative project delivery methods. That's not what you promised, Mr. Chair. That is not what you promised. You said that you will do a cost-benefit analysis to see whether projects make fiscal sense first. And I think that's a prudent approach, and I applaud you for that. The other thing I'm concerned about, there's no commitment to environmental impact assessment. You've done one for Chief Peguis, but you haven't for Route 90. It makes no sense doing for one but not the other. If you refer to slide 17, I provided you with alternative wording of how I think that trade corridor planning and analysis should actually sound. If we move on to slide number 18, doing a cost-benefit analysis isn't, a good thing to do. It's mandatory. Over 20 years ago, the city adopted a policy for doing cost-benefit analysis. On to slide 19, and why? Before that, there was too much political horse trading on which infrastructure projects got built in the city. And you were told to end that. And council of the day adopted CERP, mandated cost-benefit analysis. Fast forward to 2013, the city developed a new city asset management program investment planning framework. But the problem is that there wasn't adequate public consultation. They went from doing a proper cost-benefit analysis to a different process based on points. It's called a multi-criteria decision analysis, a bit of a mouthful. And what I've since found is I have not found a single councillor who truly understands the difference between that and a cost-benefit analysis. And I don't think anybody in the public does either. So it's a broken tool. If we go on to your four-year budget, the ink will be barely dry in the 2023 budget, and you're going to be making decisions in your four-year budget on billions of dollars of infrastructure projects and which ones are a priority. You need to fix that tool before that process. Let's zero in a little bit more on the Route 9 expansion. There is confusion about whether or not a cost-benefit analysis or a business case assessment has been done. In fact, it has, at least twice, in 2012 by Triple M Group, and again in 2017. And when we look at the analysis in 2012, they said the project had a net benefit of $125 million over 20 years, about $6 million per year. However, if you move on to slide 26, hold on to your chairs, councillors. The cost of this project went from $129 million in 2009 in 2015 to $375 million. It tripled in price. And council wasn't told about that. When you look at the council seminar that was held that year for the Building Canada Application Fund, nobody mentioned that. Went up $250 million, tripled in price, and no one was told about it on council. If we look at slide 27, basically what's happened is that whatever economic rationale for the widening of Route 90 as it's currently proposed has collapsed. It's going to be costing roughly $40 million a year for 30 years. It's going to save 6 or 7. Does that sound like a good investment? I don't think so. If we also look at the importance of Route 90 as a trade corridor, the city basically told a pretty big fib to the federal government. They said the only way for truck traffic from the United States to get to Centerport is up Route 90. You gotta go from Taylor to Academy and over the St. James Bridge. That is patently false. The other thing a lot of councillors may not be aware of is that the CN Intermodal Terminal moved. It was the largest single source of large truck traffic on that stretch of Route 90. It moved to Symington. And if you look at what the provincial government's doing, their next 5 years, they're focusing on the perimeter highway. So truck traffic from the United States that goes to Centerport, St. James Industrial Park, Inkster Industrial Park, does not have to go through the heart of the city, but can go around the perimeter highway. Now, here's kind of another stunning thing I found when I did FIPA requests, a lot of them, trust me. I found that the city's projections were that in 2017, on this corridor, it would take about 10 minutes. So after spending $500 million, plus interest, plus maintenance and whatever, by 2041, the travel time would be 20 minutes, doubling. There's going to be another mayor, another councillor, and they're going to say, what the heck were they thinking? We spent all that money, and their travel times are worse. They're worse because of a phenomenon called induced demand. And if you look at slide 31, what the administration is proposing is the most expensive and least effective way to address congestion by adding additional lanes for traffic. There's a whole bunch of other things that are far more effective and less costly if you want to truly address congestion on Route 90. Mr. Chair, another thing you talk about is we need to widen Route 90 to accommodate the redevelopment of the Capion Barracks. Well, the federal government, through Canada Lands Corporation, commissioned an independent consultant, one of the best known in Canada, and if you look at slide 32, see what they say about it. They panned it. They said it's terrible. So what does this mean? Slide 33. I'm asking you to hit the reset button. I'm not saying do nothing. There has to be improvements on Route 90, I agree, but not what the city's proposed. You've done it before with Marion. You need to do it with Route 90. You need to tell the administration to come back with something that's more sustainable, fiscally, environmentally, and socially. However, in the interim, a very early victory for you, Mr. Chair, would be to stop the demolition and neglect on Route 90. The city, for roughly the last 20 years, has been putting in $100K to maintain. Well, there's been a lot of construction inflation in $100K, and it doesn't buy what it once did. And what you need to do is you need to substantially increase that budget. Fewer potholes on Route 90 means fewer trucks and cars slowing down, to avoid huge potholes, more safety, less noise and vibration problems for the community, and it allows you to demonstrate as early as this summer that you are making progress on Route 90. You're not twiddling your thumbs. If you look at slide 35 and 36, if you...
Two more minutes?
Yeah, I'm almost
done. Just 2 minutes, good, okay.
All
in favor? Aye. Okay, go ahead.
If you look at slide 35 and 36, you say, Ken, if not this, then what? The two best sources for fresh ideas, smarter ideas than just simply building your way to congestion, talk to Todd Levin and the Victoria Transport Policy Institute. Number one place to go to in Canada for ideas. In the United States, the Texas Transport Policy Institute. Okay, looking at my summary and conclusions. For those that are fans of the Dear Winnipeg blog, he's characterized this as the mistake of a generation, what you're proposing. Councillor Lukes, you yourself have said, well, my eyes aren't good. We're already over our head with the roads we already have. Okay, so we're going to spend $2.5 to $3 billion, and we can't even fix what we already have. So I'm going to my last slide here, and I'll conclude. Winston Churchill once said to a woman, berate him for changing his position. When the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do, madam? So I'm asking you, Mr. Chair, change your mind. I hope you know more now than you did 11 or 12 minutes ago. And I welcome your questions.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Clausen. Yeah, just to say that I think you and I, there's one thing we agree on is the need for a cost-benefit analysis on that. I'm committed to that. I appreciate I opened the book, the capital book, as you're reading out the line there and what this will really fund, the $2.8 million, and the value for money assessments for evaluating alternative project delivery methods, which may include traditional design build. It just wanted to make sure that the value for money assessments, the ROI assessments, are not just done and limited to looking at one type of delivery. So it's about looking at all types of delivery, what's the ROI on all of those, and so the cost-benefit analysis on those. So just to assure you, we did that for something similar for servicing Centerport South, right, which is really, really helpful. So just to assure you, I certainly do want to, and I'm committed to getting the return on investment analysis.
Yeah, the wording is not explicit, and if you see the wording that I put in, it modifies the wording, it doesn't totally replace it, and it accommodates just what you said, that there would be value for money assessment at different project delivery methods. But before you spend $2.8 million doing additional design work and assessing delivery methods, why would you do that before you know whether the project's even cost-effective and needs to be modified? So it's a question of order. I think we're in agreement about what needs to be done, but you have to do the cost-benefit analysis first. If it doesn't pass that screen, why are you spending $2.8 million for all this additional work?
Okay.
And where's the environmental impact assessment? If you're trying, I worked for the federal government for several years. If you're trying to leverage federal funding, you're trying to leverage provincial funding, you'll be far more successful if you can demonstrate that you did the safety study that was promised but never delivered to the residents of the area, the noise study that was promised but never delivered to the residents. You're going to get a big backlash from the community. If you do a proper environmental impact assessment, it'll be a much higher probability that you can leverage money from the senior levels of government. You've done your homework.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your discussion points there, Mr. Clausen. I guess it's not really a question, but did you know, we've been discussing this for 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, I guess. When were those consultations? We've had multiple consultations on Route 90. So I appreciate your input, and we'll be taking a lot of this offline with you and the department. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
I want to acknowledge, Councillor Lukes, that I presented a very similar presentation, and I was shocked that I feel I was heard, and there's fruitful discussions going offline, and that's a big change from my past experience with past mayors and past councils.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, so we are now moving on to number 22 on our list. We have Mary Burton. Mary, if you'd like to make your way down. Thank you. Following Mary, we have Lisa Forbes. Lisa, if you're in the gallery, like to make your way down? Nope, okay.
Hi, good afternoon, welcome, and go ahead, you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. Today I want to talk about, in the budget, the lack of funding to the Winnipeg Libraries and to a very important project that's close to my heart, and that's the Community Safety Host Project. I'm speaking as a community member and as a Indigenous woman who goes to these public spaces where we have our community safety hosts. The community safety hosts make people feel safe. They are extremely well-trained, they are extremely friendly, and they are very approachable. And they have the ability to de-escalate very, very serious situations. I've seen it happen. I know of one specific safety host who actually saved somebody's life while working in the libraries. I see that you've increased the police budget, and I'm wondering why the police budget was increased, because they don't make people feel safe. They don't make people like me feel safe. I am an Indigenous woman from the North End. I don't feel safe talking to police. I don't feel safe calling police because I've been victimized and traumatized by police in the past. So I don't call police. I don't talk to the police. I know that they are needed, but I don't need them. When I hear of community members telling me police are following them home at night for no reason, young women who are walking home at night and being followed by the police, is there a reason for that? No. This young woman is just walking down the street going home after a meeting. I don't understand why we have to increase the police budget and not give the community safety hosts their funding that they need to continue doing their good work in the spaces that they're in right now. I know that Fearless R2W is my organization. I am the executive director. Put that hat on right now. In 2019, we did a study, and our community, our youth and our women in our community told us that they needed a different kind of security guard. They needed somebody that's going to make them feel safe, somebody that's going to make them feel welcome, and somebody who's going to help them find the resources that they need. And out of this report, CSH was born. The community safety host was born out of this report. We answered our community by providing them the security guard that they need. Somebody who has trauma-informed practice, somebody who has trauma-informed care, somebody who knows about how to deal with somebody who's in a crisis situation when it comes to suicide or addictions or homelessness. We created that. And I'm very proud of that. And I want that to continue. So when I found out that there was little to no budget for this community safety hosts, I got angry. I got angry because this is what the community wants. This is what the community needs. And we as community leaders and as fiscal leaders and as municipal leaders, we need to answer that call. When they say that's what we need to answer it. And if we cannot feel safe enough to speak about what we need and why we need it, then we can't feel safe enough to come to you and say, this is what we need. I have community members coming to me daily, telling me that this traumatized event happened when the police came, or that traumatized event happened when a security guard was following them in the library or in the store. People like me, people who look like me, are not represented enough in the Winnipeg Police Force for us to feel confident that they will help us. Usually when a police officer comes to me during an event where they've been called, the first thing they say is, we'll talk about missing people, missing women. The first thing they say is, was she drinking? Was she doing drugs? Was she dressed provocatively? And my answer to them is, what does that matter? She's a missing person. She's somebody's mother, somebody's sister, somebody's daughter, somebody's aunt, somebody's friend. Our community safety hosts are in place because people like me, women like me, don't trust the Winnipeg Police Service. Winnipeggers and young women, Indigenous women, and Indigenous men who are going missing, nobody's looking for them. But I guarantee you, if somebody went up to a safety host and said, so-and-so is missing, can you help me find them? They will get the resources put in place to help that person find their loved one. And it doesn't cost a lot of money to do that. It doesn't cost a lot of time and energy to do that. It's a couple of phone calls. I think that to not fund this very fundamental program is a big mistake. And that's me as a community member, not me as Mary Burton, the Executive Director of Fearless R2W. That's Mary Burton, the Indigenous community leader in the North End. I see the value in this program, and I see the need for this program. And I really hope that you guys reconsider and give this program the funding that it A, needs, and B, deserves. Because as a community member, that's what I need. I need the community safety hosts as a community member. I don't know. I didn't do the full 10 minutes, but I said what I needed to say.
Well, I do appreciate the clarity of your presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Burton. And any questions at all? Councillor Rollins?
Your ask today in budget. I was approached by a member of the community saying, you know, will you move a motion for $1 million? Is that the ask, or what's the ask today for 2023 budget?
I would like $1 million.
I'm sure, but
We could use $1 million.
And you probably know who asks me too, but what is the ask? You know, because in some cases, we haven't been able to graduate the community safety hosts. They're available for only part-time. And so what, you know, do you have a ambition for 23 or 24 fiscal year?
Well, I'm not in charge of the money for the community safety host. That man is up there.
Okay, so it's coming.
But what I would like is, and I know we have a lot of safety hosts right now. We have 21 of them, 21 safety hosts right now. We have them in the Millennium Library, we have them in WHRA, and we have them in JAWS, Just a Warm Sleep, sorry. I'm used to acronyms. People are looking at me like, what's JAWS? But what I would like to see is enough funding to turn those part-time workers that we have into full-time workers. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay.
And as I'll put on my organizational hat now, and as the executive director of Fearless R2W, I work very closely with Persons Community Services, or PCS, and I work very closely with the safety hosts in training them. I train them how to be advocates, how to advocate complex systems like CFS, like EIA, like child welfare, or sorry, not child welfare, RTB. I already said that. So when I train these individuals, they go through our advocacy training, they go through what we call our Wakotawan training, which is our policy on...
Mary, I do know this, and I was just simple ask, you know, what is your ask? So, you know, I've attended the grads, and I do know that just if the ask is someone else has it today, that's a good answer.
All right.
Okay, but do you have a person count that you want to see, or you don't? If you don't know, it's okay. It's all right.
Well, I don't know, but I do think that it should be a higher number than what I'm thinking in my head.
Okay.
So I'm not going to answer because I don't know what that answer is.
Fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Appreciate that. Okay, have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, so I believe a number of people have entered the council chamber, so I will just circle back to where we started off at 1:30. So we're going to number 14 on our list. We have Erica Couteau. Erica, are you in the, okay, can you please make your way down to the podium? Following Erica, Kelly Fraser. Kelly Fraser. No, okay, and then we have Kate Kaler and Catherine Wafula. If you'd like to make your way down, you'll be up next. Thank you. You can state the topics of the budget you're speaking to, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. I'm speaking to the safety of public libraries. Yeah. Okay, so before I would like to share something about me, I come from Mexico. I'm originally from Mexico. I came to Canada in 2008. And, well, I loved it, of course. That's why I'm still here. I was particularly impressed by your libraries. Like, we don't have anything like that in Mexico, right? So I love them. My family and I, we've really benefited from them a lot. So we love them. That's the first thing I want to say. I'm not here speaking against the library. However, I am speaking here because I learned that there are some materials that are highly inappropriate for children, right? That's what I am speaking to. And I wholeheartedly agree with you. Like, we should keep some decorum, as you said just before. And I had some quotes that I felt really uncomfortable reading out loud, and I won't read them out loud. Thank you for sparing me the pain to do that. I am not doing that, so I'm going to just read the rest of my speech that I had prepared. So these sexually explicit books are being made available to kids throughout our Winnipeg public libraries, and, well, we are all funding them with our tax dollars, right? So our laws were made to protect our children. The Criminal Code of Canada makes it clear that child pornography is illegal, and teaching a child under 16 to perform sexual acts is illegal. It's not about what I think or what you think. This is illegal, actually. Over 1,000 people have signed a petition that I am about to read to you. They are asking that pornographic materials and books that teach sexual touching to kids be taken off the shelves and the online selections of the Winnipeg Public Libraries. So, quote, whereas the Criminal Code of Canada, Section 163, defines child pornography as a visual representation that shows a person who is under the age of 18 years and who is depicted as engaged in explicit sexual activity, or where the dominant characteristic is the depiction of a sexual organ or the anal region of a person under the age of 18 years, and whereas Section 163 of the Criminal Code of Canada also defines child pornography as any written material whose dominant characteristic is the description of sexual activity with a person under the age of 18 years, or the written depiction of underage individuals engaged in explicit sexual behavior, and whereas Section 152 of the Criminal Code of Canada states that every person who, for a sexual purpose, invites, counsels, or incites a person under the age of 16 years to touch, directly or indirectly, with a part of the body or with an object, the body of any person, including the body of the person who so invites, counsels, or incites, and the body of the person under the age of 16 years, is guilty of an indictable offense. And whereas the Winnipeg Public Libraries have children and youth fiction and nonfiction materials that fit the above descriptions of child pornography, pornography and instruction to sexual touching of persons under the age of 16 years, and whereas parents, guardians have authority over their children, they have the right and responsibility of custody, health and safety, education, providing food, caring for them, supervision, and physical and psychological protection. And whereas the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child, of which Canada is a signatory, states that governments and government entities, including libraries, shall respect the responsibilities, rights, and duties of parents to provide in a manner consistent with the evolving capacities of the child appropriate direction and guidance. And whereas Manitoba library policies, which call upon expression of knowledge, do not supersede the rights of a child, the rights of a parent, nor the Criminal Code of Canada. And whereas Manitoba libraries, including the Winnipeg Public Libraries, lack the protocol to ensure parents can screen for any of the sexual content mentioned above, the lack of protocol contravenes parental human rights and is a violation of the Criminal Code of Canada to make them available. We, the undersigned, therefore, based on Canadian law and parental guardian rights, request that the juvenile books in all Winnipeg Public Libraries that display sexually explicit images, contain sexually explicit content, or instruct on sexual touching be removed from the library stacks and from the online library system, and that a policy be put in place to ensure that sexually explicit materials and materials that contravene the Criminal Code of Canada are not made available to children and youth in the future. These are our children, our bottom line, our future. Enough is enough. Stop paying for these books with our money. So I guess that's what I have to say. So thank you very much.
First of all, thank you for, I guess even, between when you came in and now editing your presentation, you made it very clear. It's very clear what the ask is, and it was done, in respecting decorum. So nothing was lost in the way you presented it. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I guess my question then is, this is a question about budget. So are you looking for the library budget to be reduced?
Well, or at least put on hold until they listen to the people, right? That's why we are here.
Thank you.
We have been trying to talk to the board. We've been trying to engage in dialogue, but they don't seem like really willing to talk. And we receive lots of pushback as if we are against this group of people, whatever, that's not our issue.
Thank you.
That's not our issue. So
Okay.
that's why, help us. Maybe if you can put on hold some funds so that we can engage in this dialogue, maybe that can help these people to be more willing to, I guess.
Thank you again for your presentation, Ms. Couto. Really, really grateful for that today. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe I saw Kate Kaler come down. Kate, are you there?
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Actually, I emailed earlier. Catherine she was due to speak later, but we're going to share a few minutes. But we're hoping, because we've lost our colleague, Erica, that you're going to be a little bit lax on time and give us a bit more, because Erica is not going to be able to present. She's in Ottawa at a conference today. So,
Erica.
Erica Frey Moroto, she was going to speak to the exclusively to newcomer exclusion policy, good call it. Newcomer inclusion policy. She did. She was able to get that through.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking you for this opportunity to speak with you today about the 2023 budget. My name is Catherine Wafula, and I'm here on behalf of the Immigration Matters in Canada Coalition. It's an immigration advocacy coalition that consists of diverse community members committed to creating an equitable society for immigrants and refugees in Manitoba. And with me today is Kate Keller, the Executive Director of the Social Planning Council of Winnipeg. As I begin my presentation this afternoon, I'd like to first state that the Immigration Matters in Canada Coalition welcomes the steps undertaken by the city to work in collaboration with the Immigration Partnership Winnipeg, IPW, to co-develop the Newcomer Welcome and Inclusion Policy. In fact, we were very pleased to see that the policy was passed in February 2020, and were encouraged when Mayor Gillingham announced the support for the policy at the Newcomer Mayoral Forum on October 15, 2022, which included the policy's implementations in his platform and committed to working with IPW to implement it. Despite a promising start, the implementation of the policy has been falling short of the community's expectations, and I'm standing here today to echo the voices of the community as I share the concerns that the implementations of the policy is lagging behind due to underfunding. When it comes to the Newcomer Welcome and Inclusion Policy and its strategic framework, it has not only gone largely underfunded, but there has also been a low level of knowledge in the general public or among the public services, the knowledge of the policy and the importance of this work. So we are here today to urge you to commit to the allocate specific fundings and resources to support the implementation of the policy and so that we can have dedicated staffs to bring this implementation into reality. I would just like to kindly remind you that the foundation of the Newcomer Welcome and Inclusion Policy and the strategic framework includes the following 5 points. The first is to have a welcoming city, which means to work to ensure all newcomers to Winnipeg are welcomed and supported. Secondly, a city without racism, which includes addressing racism and discrimination in the city and working to eliminate inequities through education, public awareness, and leading by example. The third one is to have equitable and accessible services for everyone, and to work to provide city services that are equitable, responsive to the community's needs, and accessible for all, through partnership, social cooperation, and advocacy. The fourth is a representative workforce, which strives to build a city workforce that represents the population it serves. And the last but not least is to have active implementation, which entails implementing through collaboration, interdepartmental and intergovernmental relations, multi-stakeholder partnership, and communication and advocacy. However, currently, the 2023 budget does not have any specific resources allocated to the Newcomer Welcome and Inclusion Policy. And without the demonstrated commitments to resource allocation, this policy will not live up to its full potential, which is to make Winnipeg a more welcoming and inclusive city to newcomers. So we urge you today to commit to the resources required to not only partially but fully implement the newcomer welcome and inclusion policy and the strategic framework, which entails providing funding so that staff can be hired that can carry out the process of implementing this policy. So the reason this is important and why this matter can't wait is, well, because almost 1/3 of the population here in Winnipeg, including myself, consist of immigrants and non-permanent residents, and the proportion of immigrants in Winnipeg and other Canadian cities is continuously growing. In fact, it is estimated that by 2041, more than half of the population of Canada will be comprised of immigrants and the Canadian-born children. So in conclusion, with all the great work that the City of Winnipeg has already been doing in regards to the creation of diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism initiatives, we strongly request that the newcomer components of these initiatives are equally funded so that the newcomer welcome and inclusion policy can be fully implemented, so we can ensure that newcomers to Winnipeg do not fall between the service gap and are included in planning for programming, policies, and procedures. Also, in addition, I'd like to mention that the Immigration Matters in Canada Coalition and the Immigration Partnership Winnipeg, IPW, we have submitted a joint letter to the clerk and to all of the EPC members for you to review and have and keep as a record, calling onto the city to commit the resources required to fully implement this policy. And I would like for you to also note that 22 nonprofit organizations have also endorsed this letter, and that these organizations include 4 umbrella organizations representing over 150 community-based organizations. So I'd like to thank you for your time and your consideration for this matter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to hop, skip, and jump through my remarks here. So you know who the Social Planning Council is, but I'd like to say that what's informing my remarks today is the recent research and coalition work that we have done. That's 3 of the 4 Winnipeg Street Census reports, Campaign 2000 Manitoba Child and Poverty Report Card, and the partnership with CCPA Manitoba, Winnipeg at a Crossroads, the most recent alternative municipal budget that gives concrete suggestions on how the city could spend its money better to meet our most pressing needs. So we host Immigration Partnership Winnipeg, and one thing that our very polite Catherine didn't mention is the reason why that policy needed to be developed and then passed and now funded is because newcomers pay taxes. They build businesses, they own property, and they deserve to have their unique needs met by the city. So I'm just going to jump past that. And then, so we are also a founding member of Make Poverty History Manitoba, was part of the lead team that created Winnipeg Without Poverty that demonstrated there were many areas under the city's control that could address poverty. This led to the creation of the city's poverty reduction strategy, another co-creation between community and the city that was passed on November 25th, 2021, but is in limbo due to lack of sustained funding. I do want to acknowledge that there's been some work done in housing, one of the 2 plans polls. A commitment of $1 million to 24 safe spaces is welcome, needed, but still not enough. And that parcels of land are potentially being held for nonprofit housing development is good. We are looking forward to the details because, as we know, God and/or the devil are always in the details. However, I want to echo Michael Bartman that the housing positions in PP&D, currently set to run out at the end of this month, must be made permanent. Dedicated staff are essential. We are in a housing crisis, and it will not be solved if it is off the corner of someone else's desk. There's also a need for a senior management position to ensure that they are in all the right meetings and have the necessary influence. If this position is if this is going to be the one that is created in your office, Mr. Mayor, we're looking forward to that announcement sooner than later. However, very little has been done on the second poll, which speaks to supporting Indigenous children, youth, and families. One of the AMB calls for the Indigenous Relations Department is for an increase of 3 FTEs for a rough cost of $300,000, and the autonomy to lead the work based on community-identified priorities, such as renaming any roads or public buildings. We've done it before in Winnipeg, we can do it again. The fact that the Indigenous Relations Department has been asked to prepare a report on what a 2.5% cut could look like is not encouraging. What is quite discouraging is that the small gains that we've been made through isolated projects are being clawed back. I'm of course speaking of the proposed cut, which I now understand is going to be reversed to the public washroom at 715 Main. But that's only going to get it back up to the 10 hours a week. The need is 24/7, and the money needs to be found for that. Discussion that perhaps renovation money could be found for a nearby organization to take on this role is also disturbing. I hope it is not a sign that the city, having created something that is quite literally saving lives by reversing overdoses and doing the long-term work of meeting people where they're at and connecting them to services, is looking to step away from that in the long term. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That it is situated where it is has no barriers is essential. And to further answer Councillor Brawadi's question from Monday's meeting, it has to be Indigenous-led because all of the street census reports demonstrate that the vast majority of Winnipeg's unsheltered people are Indigenous.
Two more minutes, Kate?
2 more minutes, thank you very much.
Okay.
So I'm going to reiterate the points that were made by Millennium for All. I'll leave that and also throw the support behind the community safety hosts and Mary Burns' request for, and her colleagues' request for more staffing on that. It is something that has worked, and the city made a commitment to that program, and those youth Indigenous youth have been put out of work because the community connection space has been closed. I will put it on the record that Mr. Kaye was not killed because there was of a lack of a metal detector. We know the facts of the situation was tragic, but he was chased into the library. We don't know what the reasons will. We will when there's a court case. But a metal detector there wouldn't have actually prevented it at that time. And I guess I am going to have to speak very quickly to the police budget and say that there is an 8.3 increase in the police budget, which is something that, as part of the Police Accountability Coalition, we are obviously opposed to. And I'd like to point out the polling information that we circulated prior to the last municipal election that demonstrated that when asked, Winnipeggers to the tune of 62% versus 19% want more spent on poverty reduction as opposed to more on policing. So the public are well ahead of this than council are right now. And we're asking you to please get caught up with that. Police are a response to a crime, but they're not the solution to crime. And I also would like to express concerns over the $5 million that is going to the transit police force, because especially due to the announcement yesterday, that there needs to be a provincial legislative change that could allow them to actually carry weapons and allow people to be detained. We know that was tried when we had the downtown biz patrol out there, and it was a failure. And actually, there was reported abuse in that program. So there's much cause for concern if we go down that route again. And I was concerned, Mr. Mayor, of your remarks at the State of the City when you mentioned that if it is successful on the buses, you would then move it over to the library. The library has the community safety hosts. It needs those. They need to be replicated. The entire library system needs to be fully funded. So I am not in favor of any sort of hold or decrease to the library's budget. That space was working. The data has been sent to you, and we're looking you to actually invest in what is working as opposed to what is not working.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you both for your presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been advised that Heather Ashdown is in the gallery now. Heather was supposed to participate in person. She was supposed to participate in Zoom, but she's made her way down to City Hall here. So Heather, if you'd like to make your way down. Following Heather, we will have Kirsten Werman, who's also registered on Zoom, but has made her way down as well. So if you could come down to the podium, that would be great. Following Kirsten, we will have Lisa Forbes. Lisa, if you're here, you can also make your way down to the gallery, or down to the floor. Thank you. So we'll be hearing from Heather first. So Heather, if you'd like to, oh, that's it. It's okay. Hi, Heather, if you could just state your name and which aspects of the budget you plan to be speaking to today, then you can begin.
Happy to. Okay, I'm out of breath. Sorry. I'm really out of shape. I just cabbed here from the hospital. Thanks for having me. I'm embarrassed at how out of breath I am.
Well,
Okay.
Take a moment if you need. That's completely
That's
fine.
okay.
Because you've come all the way from being on Zoom
No,
to
it's a
here
long
to-
day for you. No worries. No
Okay,
worries.
all right.
So yeah, my name's Dr. Heather Ashdown, and I'm a psychiatrist working in addictions, in mental health crisis services, and in perinatal mental health in Winnipeg. I also work in 2 First Nations reserves. My pronouns are she, her, and I come from a European settler background. And I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization. Okay. I want to talk fast enough, but I'm also kind of catching my breath. Anyways, okay. I've spoken before about my support in decreasing the police budget and in investing in more appropriate resources before. I believe that there are other investments that would be more effective in addressing so-called crime. I say so-called crime because, and this has taken me a while to figure out, I understand now that crime, as we refer to it frequently in this context and other contexts, it's not some kind of fixed thing in and of itself. Crime is something that we define as a society. This was best brought home to me with the example that, you know, a so-called crime would involve someone assaulting another person, right? And obviously that act is very traumatic and destructive and very harmful. But that so-called crime is very different from a different so-called crime like not paying bus fare because you can't afford it and you have to get to your doctor's appointment, which is something I typically recommend that people do, right? In the latter case, if we eliminated bus fare, we would then be eliminating that crime and like fighting so-called crime in that way, right? So if we are able to broaden then our conceptualization of what we do or do not criminalize in our society, I think we are in a much better position to really look at the factors that contribute to so-called crime, like violence and destructive actions that we want to decrease in a much more meaningful way. I see significant parallels between the medical system and the justice system in this sense. In medicine, we talk about the social determinants of health. The Government of Canada uses this language and has specifically identified factors that determine health outcomes like income, social status, employment, literacy, so libraries, right? And I like to point out what is in the purview of the city in this, right? Physical environments like stable or unstable housing, right? And gender-based oppression and racism. The 2013 report from CAMH, the Centre of Addictions and Mental Health in Toronto, spoke about the kinds of social factors like poverty and inadequate housing as factors that increase risk not only of health problems, but also of justice system involvement for people with mental illness. And these people are overrepresented in the justice system. In order to address what CAMH called the criminalization of mental illness, they called for a social justice approach to public policy like city policies and city budgets, emphasizing services like housing specifically. I once heard a very inspiring talk by a psychiatrist named Dr. Justin Gigi. It was in a review class. I was getting my psychiatry, Royal College go, and he taught a class about like managing severe forms of schizophrenia. And he worked with a group of people from a place called St. Jude's Community Home. And they had a motto that everybody needs a home, a family, and a job. And I couldn't think of a better way to summarize and sort of give a more concise frame to the social determinants of health in that way. In terms of everyone needing a home, the city can play an enormous role in housing strategies, obviously. The At-Home Chez Soi Housing First study showed positive mental health outcomes and cost effectiveness. The Bell Hotel study demonstrated outcomes related to housing and decreased police and emergency calls. The Main Street Project's temporary supportive housing initiative for COVID isolation showed additional benefit in terms of 30% of the people who are housed for only 2 weeks going into addictions treatment afterwards. And I can tell you as an addictions therapist, mental health physician practitioner, that's a really good stat, right? In terms of everyone needing a family, Dr. Gigi and his team meant this broadly. In terms of programs that promote social inclusion and give people a sense of belonging. This theme is quite notable in the Gang Action Interagency Network's 2014 report that identified a need for mentorship, Indigenous cultural reclamation, and specifically identified the need for 24/7 safe spaces, which I know that the city funds. But then when I ask people who really know about this, how's that going? They don't have enough funding to run 24 hours a day. And I can only imagine the very small decimal point of a proportion of the police budget that could be allocated to rectify that. The Gang Network's report also outlined the need for more opportunities for employment and job skills training, and that fits perfectly with the everybody needs a job, right? For the city, this could look like formal job skills programs or expanded hiring practices geared towards supported employment strategies. In terms of mental health crisis prevention specifically, that would be very much in line with the 2017 Canadian Psychiatric Association's guidelines for ongoing management in the non-pharmacological sense of schizophrenia, right? It could also look like adequate library services so that people can prepare for jobs and keep them. It can also look like free transit so that people can get around to do what they need to do. And I say free transit because, not because I naively think that the response from the council is going to be that that is feasible and we're going to do it, right? But I say it because I truly believe, from what I know from my patients, from the literature, and from the information I've gathered from talks like this, learning from our colleagues here, is that giving money to free transit would be more appropriate than giving money for police, for public safety. What I believe is more naive is believing that giving police more money will actually address so-called crime effectively. In fact, evidence from the Winnipeg Police Service itself states that the more money to police that's been allocated in the last 9 years, it's gone up 39%. Reported crime, according to their own data, has also increased to 57% higher than it was 9 years ago. So I'm not a numbers person. If this wasn't a graph, the money for the police is going up and crime in their definition is also going up. And that forces us to reconcile with a difficult yet essential truth that I've reconciled with in the last few years myself. That more money to police hasn't done the one thing that police are supposed to do, which is decrease so-called crime. Police do a lot of things that are essential, but they don't stop so-called crime. Existing programs that could be supported have been talked about today, like the EPIC program, Mama Bear Clan, Fearless R2W. And I'm also looking forward to the ARC team evaluations and data that comes out of that. But I would note that that program still has police officers as the primary responders to mental health crises, although I think it's very positive that mental health workers are more affiliated and involved as well. And speaking of police officers, I really wanted to make something very clear, that I will always support police officers and anyone affiliated with them in providing them with the best medical care and appropriate mental health care. I believe that police officers obviously have dignity and humanity, and I believe that all apples, so to speak, have the potential to be good apples. The problem that I see is that the fertilizer is getting spent on a rotten tree with shallow roots as opposed to other things that can really grow and actually help us. I deal with people who deal with the traumas of so-called crime that are violent, and I truly believe that we need to put our money elsewhere. So I want to encourage you to think differently about the idea that investment into police means an investment into public safety. And I even want to start thinking beyond just programs like cultural sensitivity or community policing or even mental health related crisis response that still has police at the forefront.
I want us to start thinking about the social determinants of what could be considered health and safety. And I think that you can start by diverting police funds to programs that support people in having secure homes, in having a sense of family and connection to community, and a way to work to contribute to the well-being and real safety of their communities. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashdown. Any questions at all? No. Thank you for your clear presentation, and again, for taking the time to come here. We appreciate that when you were going to be online. So
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have Kirsten Werman, who is speaking next. Following her, we have Lisa Forbes. Lisa, if you're in the gallery, if you can make your way down.
Hello, Ms. Werman. Thank you for being here.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. I wasn't expecting to be right in this space, so I hope I don't get nervous, and I hope that I can keep everyone's attention. I know that everyone's really busy, and it's been a long day, and I know that there's lots of multitasking happening. So my name is Kirsten, she, her pronouns. I am a librarian, and I'm here to talk about the Winnipeg Public Library budget. Sorry, I'm just distracted by Councillor Mays leaving. Okay. I worked for the Winnipeg Public Library for the past 11 years. And just last October, I made the very difficult decision to take early retirement and to leave Winnipeg Public Library. I say it was difficult because I really did not want to leave the library. I'm pretty passionate. I'm very passionate about librarianship. I'm very passionate about the public library and about creating access for all members of our community. But the circumstances for me personally, in terms of the low salary that the city pays librarians who require a master's degree to get this job, plus the workload of supervising. I supervised a staff of anywhere between 8 and 14 folks. I was responsible for a branch, for an actual building, everything that goes along with that. The rise in safety issues and incidents, of course, all the collection development, the books themselves, the programming, that's all the fun stuff. And I found all of that combined with then the lack of support and the lack of real understanding of what it is that we do left me with no other choice. And I'm lucky. I was able to get a small early retirement package so that I could then go out and pursue other opportunities. So I'm so pleased to be able to speak to you in front of you today because for the last 11 years I haven't been able to speak publicly, of course, because many of the realities of working for a library system that is critically underfunded, understaffed. I know you keep hearing this, undersupported, and it seems to me misunderstood. So I'm really sad to see Councillor Mays and Councillor Berardi not here right now. It is a privilege to me as a librarian, as someone who really values information and especially connecting folks to information, to be able to hopefully address some of this lack of awareness and hopefully provide some understanding. So for years, I've been concerned about the inadequate staffing and vacancy management that we have experienced at the library. And the news that there is to be a further reduction of 11 FTEs at the library of library staff compared to 2022 is further concerning. These reductions will primarily affect our part-timers, those temporary workers as the city calls them, despite many of them working for the system for a decade or more, many more. So I can only imagine that hearing this, not only is there not going to be a lot more money, it's going to be actually a cut in staffing, which is what we desperately need. It must feel like a punch in the gut, and I really feel for them. In terms of staffing at WPL, the numbers are already far too low compared to other Canadian library systems. And I know Joe referenced this in her presentation. Saskatoon, population of 250,000. We have a population of 750,000. Saskatoon has 207 FTEs, or 78 per 100,000. we have 267 FTEs, or 36 per 100,000. That's Saskatoon. Halifax, population of 440,000, has 328 FTEs, or 75 per 100,000. Again, we have 36. So when your Winnipeg Public Library staff hear that council is planning to reduce another 11 FTEs, when branches are already scrambling for staff, when branches are on the verge of not opening if one person calls in sick, when part-timers were laid off not once but twice during the pandemic, I imagine they feel pretty much not seen, that their jobs are not understood or valued, and that their needs are unsupported. That's certainly how I felt. Comparing the operating budgets between those three same public library systems from their 22 operating budgets, it's also super interesting. So again, Saskatoon, 250,000 people, they receive $30 million. Winnipeg, also $30 million. We have a population, 750,000 people. So Winnipeg has $40 per capita. Saskatoon, it is the best in the country with $112 per capita. Halifax has 500,000 people. They get $53 per capita. I feel like I'm losing everybody from the committee.
Yeah.
This is really,
I think,
Councilor Rowland?
yeah, it's just really kind of disturbing.
just pause the presentation.
As somebody who's volunteered their time to do this. So it's not surprising
Just-
when,
Can you just pause? We're going to pause your time for a second, please.
okay,
Thank you. And just give a second to a couple of colleagues to get back, so thank you.
couple,
Or one of them anyways.
okay.
We need one more member, so I can go.
Sorry, just one second, please. Thank you. Okay. No issues.
I guess this maybe shows a flaw in the process, that this isn't the only way to have public come and present just this one time at EPC.
Yeah, we're,
Oh, yeah, no, I know, but for EPC, for the budget, yeah, talking about the budget process, like how public is able to actually voice their opinions about the budget through
And
the
the committees?
survey and
the
then through
committees?
this.
But you also could have come to the committees. We
To the
also had
meetings?
standing committees about the budget.
Right.
We heard delegations.
Right.
As well,
Ye-
so-
Yes, and understanding that this, yeah, okay, thank you. We'll just
Didn't know
make
if you know.
sure that everyone knows that, and we'll all come to the EPC meetings all the time then, to make sure. But it's when we're doing the budget decision-making, when
Which is-
you're doing the
which is
budget
that
decision-making.
we had standing committee meetings about the budget. On
Yeah,
a
okay.
specific dialogue. And so,
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
and you're welcome
okay.
to come to that as well.
okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
So we sort of have quorum now, or?
Yeah, we do. And you can, thank you very much. You can carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so I just was going over the operating budget comparisons between some other Canadian cities and Winnipeg. There's quite a discrepancy, and so it's not surprising then that staff have to bring supplies from home, or when staff are overwhelmed when being told to increase programming, but given no further resources. Librarians, who I mentioned at the beginning, require a master's degree to get the job and are paid sometimes $10,000 to $20,000 less a year than librarian colleagues in other similarly sized systems. And might I say, less than other city positions with master's degrees. And sometimes even less than city positions that don't require master's degrees and don't have supervisory responsibilities and don't have responsibilities for a building. Of course, none of us do this for the money, but there does come a point where you do need to be paid appropriately and adequately. Many library workers are not yet at a living wage. I know from Councillor Orlico, it was great that I was able to meet with him earlier. I know that this is happening. I look forward to it happening, and I look forward to hearing about when that will happen. Perhaps this is also a good time to mention that a large majority of librarians and library workers at the Winnipeg Public Library are women. So please value our work. Safety, security, the rise in incidents from our distressed community members, the tragedy that occurred at Millennium Library is a huge concern and has been a huge concern for years. We have been voicing these concerns about safety for years. We've tried, and it definitely took up a huge part of my job as a branch head to work with my staff, being traumatized, having to debrief, to work with our distressed community members who are hurting, trying our very best, to work with the other members of the public to make sure that the library was a welcoming space for all. And there are so many library workers that offer trauma-informed assistance and try their very best to de-escalate situations. But if you only have 3 staff working in a branch, and one of you is working with a distressed community member, and you need at least, you hope you have at least one colleague who can back you up and help, things can get hairy pretty quickly. So right off the bat, I need to say that it is the issue of safety is related to staffing. You must increase the staffing to create a safer space for the public and for the staff. Aside from increasing our staffing, you have also been provided with so many other innovative solutions to these huge safety issues that is facing our entire society. Council has consulted with community time and time again. You've heard from so many of them, creating this community library working group who have met the challenge like superstars, I think, volunteering their time, their research, their lived knowledge and experience. And they've provided some really fantastic community-led and community-developed options, and which again you've heard of, the Community Safety Hosts program created by Fearless 2W, trained in security, which we do need. Millennium needs in-house security that is trained in security, trained like community safety hosts are, trained in de-escalation, harm reduction, trauma-informed practices, know how to build relationships. So please fund the community safety hosts in this and forthcoming budgets. Fund the community connection space with dedicated staff, social workers, library staff, and those community safety hosts. This space that was wildly successful to the point of not being sustainable has received no operating money from the city. So funding would allow, oh, sorry, I just have a little bit left.
Go ahead.
Funding this space would allow it to be open evenings and weekend hours, not just those 4 hours during the day. And this dedicated staff means that library admin wouldn't have to go and ask for staff from already understaffed desks and branches to come in and work. Librarians are critical to this space. And I know, Councillor Orlico, you had asked this question of a delegation from before. Why should librarians work in this space? We are connectors. That's what librarians are, library workers as well. We connect folks to information. We connect folks with how to access information that they need for their life. And, sorry, I've lost my spot. We connect folks to information, to how to access information, to access other community. We have a lot of networks around. Librarians work in literacy, obviously, and literacy and seeking information can present itself in multiple literacies. Librarians can help folks navigate and access information and make meaning of that information beyond the traditional oral and written literacies. This includes visual, gestural. There's all sorts of ways that we communicate with folks, and librarians are a really good piece to make those connections. Funds could also mean a larger, safer space, a remodeled and welcoming lobby. And granted, everything that I'm putting forward today is not an easy fix. It's not easy. What's easy is putting in cops in the Millennium Library. That's easy. It's so expensive, but it's easy. We require long-lasting solutions that are focused truly on the health and safety and needs of all members of our community. I thank you for your attention and your consideration of my experiences shared today, and I ask you to please reflect deeply on the public library system that all Winnipeggers want, need, and deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. Really appreciate your presentation today. Thank you. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you for being patient through our momentary glitch there, so thank you.
Okay, do we have Lisa Forbes? Lisa? Hi, Lisa.
Hi, everybody.
Following Lisa
Hi.
will be Rick Dick. So Rick, if you're here, if you'd like to make your way down, you'll be heard next. Hi there.
Hi. All right, good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. So I've presented at budget delegations in the past about public trees, and so I want to thank you very much for finding a way to increase funding to urban forestry in this year's budget. I very much appreciate the difficulties you face with so many demands and limited revenue, so great job on that. Thank you very much. Today, I'm here to advocate for community safety hosts, the Community and Libraries Initiative for Safety in Libraries that you've heard about so much today. I've been following along at my desk and just rushed in here now to be able to talk to you. So I am the manager of small business and social enterprise training and supports at Seed Winnipeg, which is a nonprofit organization located in the Dufferin neighborhood. Over 30 years, Seed has become well known for its programs, research, and community partnerships on financial empowerment for people living on a low income. So Seed is an owner of Diversity Food Services, which was established in 2009. It runs cafeterias at the University of Winnipeg in addition to 2 restaurants and a catering service. So many of its employees are newcomers and other people with barriers to employment. Diversity Food Services, so as a social enterprise, one of the benefits in this industry is that Diversity Food Services is an industry leader, offering health benefits, pension, and higher than standard wages for food service workers. These are good jobs. SEED is part of the community stakeholder group that supports the Community Safety Hosts Initiative. In the summer of 2020, community advocates for library safety, Indigenous youth, housing supports, economic development, social enterprise, and the library itself created a new safety approach, a new vocation. It was a perfect start of a community and public partnership that successfully piloted community safety hosts as a program. So these provincially certified security guards have additional non-crisis intervention and Indigenous cultural training, plus multiple other certifications. They, right now, are de-escalating potentially violent situations, finding emergency shelter from the cold for patrons. They're saving lives. It's working. The library currently has a short-term contract, but needs money to continue the contract. You heard Councillor Eadie speak this morning about funding community services as a means of crime prevention, which is certainly one of the many goals of social procurement. So SEED is a part of the We Want to Work Coalition, which my colleague Michael Barkman of SEDNet spoke of this morning, mentioning that the city adopted a social procurement policy last summer. He encouraged the city to have its budget reflect its values, strategies, and policies. So while the city is buying safety services, it can also give a job to a youth facing poverty barriers who is well trained as a security guard with extra capacities and is also well paid and supported. To give you extra food for thought on the benefits of increasing the library's budget for purchasing safety services, I just want to mention the concept of social return on investment, which is SROI, I'm sure you've heard of before. We're going to be working in the next few months on evaluating the SROI of the community safety hosts. For now, I'll just talk about some of the social return on investment we've seen at SEED. So people living on a low income who have started a small business with the help of small business training and business consulting were accessing multiple social services prior to creating a job for themselves. Their new jobs and increased income represented a social return on social services not spent, plus added value for the dollars spent on delivering the program. Services that our clients end up using less of after self-employment, after they create a job for themselves, include health services, housing subsidies, and employment and income supports. The Community Safety Hosts is a project that, I don't know how we did it, able to have so many groups come together to support it. It's a project that grassroots community supports, community nonprofit organizations support, and libraries administration supports as a safety initiative that is working. I hope that you are able to find money in this budget or other funding to support the use of a smart social procurement initiative that is showing positive results so far. And that's it.
Much. Ms. Forbes, any questions at all? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate that.
Okay. You can step forward, state your name and the items in the budget you're speaking to today.
Hi, my name is Rick Dick, and I'm representing the People's Party of Canada and a group called the Concerned Citizens Against Digital IDs, who are in the midst of conducting a petition that have garnered over 1,000 signatures so far, and will be presenting that to the Assembly of Manitoba, the legislator.
Is there, good morning, or good afternoon right now. So is there something specific within the budget documents, like an aspect of the budget?
Yeah,
funding
so
line you're speaking
what
to?
I'd like is to ask for an amendment to fund a new committee that looks at the dangers and threats that smart cities and 15-minute cities, as well as digital IDs and central bank digital currencies can present to our citizens in our way of life. So, okay, so my time has started. So yeah, I'm here to express concerns regarding smart cities, 15-minute cities, digital IDs, central bank digital currencies, and how they threaten our fundamental rights as bestowed upon us by God, and how the city is incentivized to participate in those threats. I'm also going to point out that our laws don't adequately protect us against the abuse of the immense power and responsibility that will present itself to our governments and third parties with the adoption of said technologies and planning strategy. I will share findings from a report by the Canadian Intelligence Service done on smart cities. My ask, like I said, to the Executive Policy Committee will be to amend the budget to fund a new smart technology, smart city plan, a committee to address matters that I present, and to ask the EPC to create a new affirmation to attach to the budget to enshrine fundamental protections for the citizens of Winnipeg and its visitors. So a smart city collects and analyzes data interactions with the usage of public infrastructure in order to improve service delivery and user experience. This data is collected through connected sensors and individual devices, which are part of centralized networks that manage service delivery. Smart cities represent the next generation of critical infrastructure underpinning nearly all aspects of daily life. This integrated centrality means that smart cities will be attractive targets of hostile state actors and criminals for espionage, sabotage, and disruption. This comes from the Government of Canada website. So there's threats of data exploitation. The interconnected critical infrastructure will connect all types of systems together, including telecommunications, widening an attack surface, and the potential scale of impact could have spillover effects to other systems if they are actually attacked. Possible harmful impacts of smart city breach of inadequate data governance, disruption or denial of access to public infrastructure or services such as public transit, traffic control, emergency dispatch utilities. So, I mean, it's software. Things can, happen by happenstance or mistakes, so that could really have an impact on our society, of course. So smart cities can be compromised by cyber operations, insider threats, compromised equipment, supply chains, external actor access or systems, data during installation, maintenance, operating, servicing. And so I'm going to carry on to 15-minute cities. A 15-minute city is an urban planning concept in which most daily necessities and services such as work, shopping, education, healthcare, and leisure can be easily reached by a 15-minute walk or bike ride to any point in the city. I mean, that sounds very nice, and I'm for that. That sounds good. But the risks associated with that is that when it's combined with the United Nations climate action goals, is that it may incentivize governments and municipalities to restrict travel by car to reduce carbon emissions, limiting one's freedom to travel. And so that's where you have people that are scared about having zones and not being able to go to these different zones because of climate action plans and such, in which Winnipeg has signed on to those suggestions from the United Nations. That's in our plan, Winnipeg 2045. And so some of those sustainable development goals are environmental resilience, so climate action targets meet and exceed greenhouse gas emissions, reduction targets of 20% by 2030 relative to 2011, and net zero by 2050. So we can see how that really incentivizes city planning to stop the restrictions of cars because they, of course, emit a ton of carbon emissions. And this poses restrictions on our fundamental freedoms of being able to move freely. Oxford is in the news now because it's a city in Great Britain, and they have adopted 15-minute cities planning. And with that, they are putting up systems that restrict the amount of times you can move through zones. So you have to apply for a permit, which only allows them to go through those zones 100 times a year. And if you go more than that, then you're fined and forced to go through their ring road. So, I mean, these are things that complicate, you know, life for people. I mean, I don't want to live that way, to be honest. So then we have the advent of central bank digital currencies. A central bank digital currency is issued by a central bank rather than by a commercial bank, is also liability of a central bank denominated by the sovereign currency, as is the case with physical banknotes. The risk associated with that, it may make it easier for governments to freeze or seize assets, and we saw that happen with the Freedom Convoy. I mean, it was a peaceful assembly, and they disagreed with the government, and their assets were frozen. So we already see that there's, you know, harmful effects of that kind of power and how the government may act towards Canadians. So then there's the ability to track every single transaction, so we won't have any privacy. Central bank digital currencies are programmable, so they will have complete control over what individual spends their money on, how they spend it, where they spend it, and how much they can save.
I'm just trying to appreciate this, and I think you've submitted your presentation as well, Mr. Dick, so we do have it. Just trying to bring it back to what you're looking for specific to this budget, or what line item in the budget you're speaking to on this. Thank you.
Sure. Well, because there's so many dangers, what I think would be extremely important is that the City of Winnipeg creates a new committee to review and enhance the shortcomings of our privacy and discrimination laws, because there's so many loopholes and things that aren't covered. I mean, we do have, you know, great laws in this country. However, they don't cover everything. And so as we saw with the pandemic, there was a large group of people that were discriminated against because their choice of medical procedure. They didn't want to take it, or they didn't want to put masks on. And there's, you know, a lot of evidence stating that, you know, there's a lot of validity in that. And so what I'd really like to see is that council is forward-looking, and we look at all of those issues and how our society is going to completely change in the coming years because of all of these technologies. So what I would want is that this committee would be assigned to scrutinize the possible adoption of those technologies and planning strategies, to enhance the shortcomings of our privacy discrimination laws, present motions and recommendations to the City Council and the Executive Policy Committee of the City of Winnipeg, the Province of Manitoba, and the Federal Government of Canada to fill the voids. So every single city is going to have to take part in figuring out what works best and what is appropriate for its citizens. And, you know, there's a lot of concern that, you know, if the government has so much control over our finances and our everyday lives, and they can track everything, that if we disagree with what they want to do, then they can just completely shut us off. And we've already seen that happen in the last couple of years, and it created like quite a dystopian environment for a lot of people.
So you're looking for a committee to oversee that and that be added?
Yeah, and so if you could, you know, amend the budget to fund that, that would be appreciated. And then also if you could add to the budget, or add to the actual budget, an affirmation that says it will never fund, accept funding, or adopt policy that will infringe on the fundamental human rights of its citizens in any way, shape, or form. So just to assure everyone, all of its citizens, all Canadians, that we're going to make sure that we aren't going to infringe on our rights.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate that. Do you have others, 10 seconds, or?
Would you mind if I had another 2 minutes?
It's up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, I
Councilor
appreciate
Mays?
that.
Okay.
So I just want to go over a thesis report that was done, because it really beautifully demonstrates, you know, what we're up against.
But I just want, like, because you have submitted it, which is good. I just want to make sure that we're still on budget, though, like you're still talking about the budget. Because you made your ask really clear, your request really clear, which is good. I just want to make sure you continue to talk about specifically about the budget.
Yeah, no, it's not specific to the budget, but it's specific to the concerns of why we should amend the budget.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. If I think you submitted it to us. I do see your documents here in front of me, in front of us, and so we all have them. I just want to make sure that we're specific to the budget, given the number of folks we still have to come specific.
Sure, I understand. Okay, well, then I could also address with the 2 minutes that you gave me. I appreciate that. The terms of that book. I have a suggestion. The people are upset about that porn, I guess the sexually explicit material.
So just, what happens, if you register, we register, that if you register about an item, then we got to keep you to the item kind of thing, so, yeah.
Okay. Well, I would just,
You talked about the budget, so I'll just, what I'll do is I'll open to see, are there any questions at all?
I would just suggest that just to put it behind the.
Hang on, sorry.
Yeah.
Are there any questions specific to his presentation related to the call for committee to be added to budget? No? Okay. Okay, good. Thank you very much, then.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for your time.
Have a good day.
God
Thank you.
bless.
Mr. Clerk?
Okay.
27.
You are?
Great.
Graham, okay.
Graham
Yeah,
Young?
we do have a few other people in front of you on the list here. We have Louise May. Louise May is in the gallery now. Louise was supposed to join by Zoom, but she's made her way down to City Hall. Following Louise,
Hello.
Following Louise, we have Kate
Sorry.
Schoberg, if you'd like to make your way down as well. Kate, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Welcome. You've got 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Gillingham and councillors, for hearing me today. I was happily at home transplanting celery plants when I decided I'd better make my way down here, because both you were having Zoom problems and I often have Zoom problems at my farm in St. Norbert, which is what I'm here to talk about. Of course, I'm in support of the request for increased latitude and funding for the Winnipeg Food Council policy and their proposal. But I'm here to talk about it being a drop in the bucket and how the overall budget needs to more firmly address the issue of the pressing climate change mitigation that we will be facing within even your tenure here on council, Mayor Gillingham and councillors. Within the next 8 years, we are going to be seeing some pretty significant changes. And I feel them already, being a land-based person, being a farmer. My farm in St. Norbert within the city limits, 160 acres, which I farm with a team of people. We have a lot of different things going on there. We're fully solar powered. We do large-scale composting. We have significant rainwater collection. We do major community garden and market gardens. We have a number of various different animal herds, including heritage animals. We do a lot of preservation of the ecosystem, including massive tree planting and tree giveaways. I'm very engaged in the actual activities that are going to help us turn the corner in terms of climate mitigation. So when I read the climate policy that the City of Winnipeg has currently in place, which was already some years ago, things change very quickly in this landscape, it's very much about emissions control. And as we all know from news and reading many different kinds of reports coming at us, mitigation is more important simply than emission control, even though emission control, I wish we could deal with everything on an emissions control basis. But currently it's moving so fast and targets are not being met consistently. Every major global forum we have is about consistently not meeting targets. And we have a target for the City of Winnipeg for 2030, which is only 7 years away. So that will be within your tenure. So I'm very glad, as you mentioned, Councillor Lutz in the foyer, that I was able to see Ken Clausen's report. So that's fabulous, that I feel much more confident that we won't be going forward with the Kenaston and the Chief Peguis extension. So that gives me rise to what my ask is. So you'll have $1 billion free from that, not having to do that. So I'd like to see $1 billion go into food security and food justice. And it's going to take that. It's going to take that much of an effort to get us over our hurdle and into the next phase where we truly have food security for our communities, for all of our communities, and where we especially are looking at food justice. Because as food prices soar, of course, it'll hurt the middle class. Of course, the more wealthier citizens will complain, but it won't hurt them. It will hurt all of our disenfranchised people. And that's who I'm most concerned about. So what I call my pandemic enlightenment, which I'm sure all of us have had some sort of enlightenments through the pandemic, is that I realized that I wanted to move forward on a long-term vision of my own. I've been studying urban farms for 30 years now, and the most exciting ones that I have ever seen are in very hard-hit, economically hard-hit communities, and throughout especially the States. And those are models of growing that we can adapt here in Winnipeg. And so my farm has moved forward to purchase and begin development of a facility a stone's throw away here, 167 Logan and Martha, where we will be building already a facility to grow food and grow community in many different ways. So I have been very pleased with the support that I've had from administration in terms of planning and so on, which certainly was not the case throughout my 18 years of developing my farm in St. Norbert. I've had many fights with the city over all kinds of different things. So I'm pleased to see that. I feel that there has been a forward movement, but what's in the budget right now, what the Food Policy Council has asked for, is just such a very small amount. And it feels like they're asking for a lot. Are they asking for a lot? Is that how it's perceived here? I don't know. But it's not anywhere what we need to create that food security. So what else does that food security or food sovereignty mean? It means jobs. I employ 16 people at my farm. My farm expansion is going to employ many more. I always think about it this way, as if my farm at 160 acres could be replicated many times over all around the perimeter of the city, that would make us a garden city. That is the Herculean level of project that we require, much like what the diversion of the Red River has been through the floodway gates and the expansion of the floodways. That is the level of project that we need to make to be able to be actually food secure. And so I ask you to consider all of the parallel opportunities that this council has to create opportunities for individuals to be food secure. Community gardens are awesome. I dedicated 10 acres of my 160 acres at my farm in St. Norbert to become larger scale community plots so that people who want to grow more food or groups of people could come in and have large areas. You know, I have a water line that runs from the city of Winnipeg to the town of LaSalle, and it runs almost under my property, like just on the edge of my property. Do you think I could manage to get them to let me tap into it to provide water to those community gardens so we could actually do it? No, can't do it. Why? No reason. So, you know, that made me build a dugout there. And so, you know, these things are, to me, there are so many things that are backwards. And several of you in this room were directly involved with the backyard chicken movement with, you know, okay, it's been put on hold, but I know some of you were opposing it. And that's not okay. There was misinformation presented as fact. There were special interest groups that were presenting that misinformation for their own purposes that was not acceptable and not okay.
I just want to bring us back to the 2023 budget. Thank you.
Well, make sure you put the chickens in it, okay? That's part of the overall food plan.
Okay.
Well, you're preventing people from making food by ideological reasons that aren't founded in real science or certainly not real community services. Well, you know what? That's good. I came all the way to say that. I hope I've made some kind of impression.
Well,
I certainly am inspired myself, and I hope that you will also be.
Thank you for taking the time to come all the way from Plant and Celery to appear in person. We do appreciate that. Are there any questions at all? Councilor Mace.
Thank you for using the word Herculean, because that probably would be the scope to do what you're saying for the Food Council. But it's gradually, it's been created in the last 5 years by then Mayor Bowman. Then we had the staff budget. Then last year we finally got an operating budget. Then this year there will be some debate. So I assume you're talking to there are two very different, there's the $5,000 one and the $250,000 one. I assume you're talking about both, is what you
yes,
might
both.
see, or, okay. Yeah, it's, no, I mean, I think the first time we've had, well, first time we're you know, they've got operating funds, but it was oversubscribed by 8 or 9, you know, 800% or something, the demand for funding. So we'll be taking a look at that, certainly. But thank you for the positive words about the Food Council. I'm no longer on it, but I do think we have excellent staff working on it.
Just think climate change.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Mr. Clerk?
Next we have Kate Schoberg. Following Kate, we will then have Graham Young. Graham, if you'd like to make your way down, he'll be up next.
Good. Hi, everyone. Thanks for making time. So I'm Director of Community Initiatives at Main Street Project, where I oversee our work at the Bell, at Main State Transitional Housing, our van outreach work, and then also our 120-bed shelter. I want to talk about how my experience mostly in the nonprofit sector over 15 years or so, but elsewhere informs my opinion that we need to fully fund a Millennium Library without security. But just before I joined Spence Neighborhood Association as ED about 15 years ago, I was elected 2 years in a row as president of the University of Winnipeg Students Association, where we advocated that everyone has a right to publicly funded post-secondary education. There we led work to make education accessible for everyone, campaigns built specifically around improving access for people from poor socioeconomic backgrounds, people who are disabled, people who are trans, people raising children, Indigenous people, newcomers, and more. Part of the reason we have collectively already ensured that K-12 education is free is that we understand what a difference education makes, both in the long-term socioeconomic outcomes of individuals, but also as a society. Education is a right that we've decided to uphold at least to this extent, and we do so in part as a future-facing gift. Children who are educated now carry the next generation into a much brighter future than if they succumb to barriers to education. Public library access is a part of this ethic and right, and it extends across age groups. Public library access fills the gap where so many have experienced barriers, even to a strong K-12 education, including growing up in care, experiencing a disability, experiencing trauma, and more. It supports people who have had strong supports growing up, but as adults experience setbacks and want to rejoin society. This is true even in our public library's current state of underfunding, and we all know the libraries could do so much more with adequate support. Properly supporting the library at this point to the full ends of its capacities is more important than ever. I agree with what others have said, that Winnipeg is at a crossroads, that impacts of years of cuts to social services are visible in the amount of violence that we're seeing. Continuing the same dynamic of stagnating funding or cuts as we increase support for police and security will worsen our challenges and cause more suffering for Winnipeggers. We should be clear, though, that part of the stress that Millennium Library is experiencing is the specific and planned downtime dynamic of closing spaces friendly to people who are low income in favor of those who can pay a fairly high price of entry. We've made the downtown absolutely hostile to people of all ages who cannot afford any manner of user fees, and in so doing amplified pressure on the library to host everyone. I strongly suggest that aside from adequately funding library, a plan be developed and launched to create many more resource spaces in the downtown for youth and adults in partnership with respected organizations already active in other areas of the city. The library itself, however, can absolutely be supported to improve current experience for staff, participants, and even the public space that extends beyond the library walls. And while I fully support all of the calls of Millennium for All, I disagree that security is needed at all. The security or no security binary on this matter has erased both the generations of experience at community organizations throughout the city that have never spent a penny on security, and the myriad reasons that so many organizations that could have gone in this direction have actively chosen otherwise. I mentioned that my first job following the student union was as executive director at Spence Neighbor Association. Recall that in the early days of Spence's existence, Langside's nickname was Gangside, and Winnipeg was considered the murder capital in large part to incidents that had happened in that neighborhood. As an organization created by and for the community, we worked in a person-centered, relational, asset-based way to build trust and rapport, whether with rooming house tenants, landlords, or youth. An innovation that my now boss, Jamil Mahmood, initiated at the time at the Magnus Eliasson Rec Center was a code of conduct and restorative justice plan created by and for youth accessing the center. This ensured that no one who needed the services was ever permanently barred from the building, but there were limits to behavior that would trigger necessary conversations between the participant and other youth or staff to rebuild relationships of trust and respect. This work, combined with filling the building with programs tailored to youth's interests and needs, improved both the day-to-day safety and long-term positive outcomes for everyone involved. A number of years later, I was executive director at North Point Douglas Women's Center, where for some time women participants had openly observed that their own benefit of program participation at the center and the comparative lack of supports for their male partners. The result was that they returned home with a comparative advantage to their husbands and boyfriends who were caught in old, negative, and often harmful behavioral cycles. Myself and Tara Zajac, who's now ED at the center, met with Mitch Bourbonnier, Billy Dewberry, and Kevin Satie at Connie's Corner on Main for breakfast and hatched a plan for North Point Douglas men. It would eventually include a regular men's circle with Billy and the Mama Bear clan. On this point, Mitch, Billy, and Kevin talked emphatically about how important it is for men to feel of use, how difficult this is when you're poor and have barriers to employment, and that many men would respond positively to being invited into service and trusted into service. As you know, both programs continue and are of proactive service to the whole community. Mama Bear Clan members are often involved in de-escalation work that helps everyone feel more safe. More recently, I was lead at The Wrench, where I organized a monthly speaker series that continues now to explore the topic of a culture of repair. It's worth knowing that more than one staff person at The Wrench currently are there because of founding director Jeff Heath's work to befriend people who are stealing bikes and offer them paid work as mechanics. Security and policing has come up more than once in the speaker series, participants noting that these entities are brought in after a relationship is broken, when there's no intention of relational repair, or actually with the intention of breaking relationship. As such, they represent a failure, one way or another, of all of us meeting our basic interrelated obligations to one another and a turning away from the possibilities of repair. Those of us who believe we need less security and policing and not more are often treated with versions of wonder. Collectively, we're so used to these options being the only ones we're presented that we're out of practice considering both the alternatives and being real about the negative consequences of security and policing. I hope that we can all acknowledge that the fact that security was implemented before the community connection space at the library was even reopened is evidence of this unfortunate habit and even our nihilistic assumption that our relationships are beyond repair. Yet many of us who offer these options are absolutely not dreaming, but have been involved in implementing strategies for community well-being and safety that increase access to critical gap-filling services and programs that make life better, not just for those who need them most, but for entire communities in the city as a whole. This is true where I now work at Main Street Project, where staff throughout the organization are trained to build person-centered relationships of trust and respect. We also do not employ security. The library, of course, is a critical service for the people we serve and everyone experiencing catastrophic homelessness in the downtown. Security services and policing are frequently sources of harm for the people who are unsheltered and absolutely the wrong service to implement at a library meant for all citizens. I strongly endorse the proposal that I understand Mary Burton, Michael Champagne, and others have brought forward for full investment in the community connection space, including in community hosts who can serve the library as a whole. This investment will add tremendously to the well-being of everyone inside the library and to people passing by outside. While I've lived and worked in the West and North End as an adult, I grew up in River Heights and Tuxedo and enjoy comparative socioeconomic privilege to the people I serve through my work. Growing up, I heard a lot that it's important to speak for those who do not have a voice, but working in the West End, I learned quickly that this was a mistake. Everyone has a voice. The problem is that those of us with access to platforms like this one often hear only what we want to hear or don't listen at all, but even more so refuse to pass the mic. Even more cynically, those of us with power, especially in the city, have a history of defunding entire communities and then blaming the victims for their experience of poverty and ignoring their own reporting of both impacts of and solutions to poverty in favor of our own estimations of the way forward. I urge Council to step out of this tradition, listen and work outside of reactionary fear and haste. Instead, trust the wealth of experience that exists throughout Winnipeg in alternatives to security and policing and reprioritize funding for our communities, starting with the library.
Thank you very much, Ms. Solberg. Appreciate your presentation today. Are there any questions at all? Councillor Mace.
You omitted the work you did in St. Vital, which was very good work, so thank you.
Thanks.
And
It was
those
a pleasure
committees,
to be
thank
there.
you for doing that. I was going to call you at the Wrench because I thought you were still there. So good to know you're at Main Street. Thank you for coming down and talking to us. So, but you weren't talking about funding for Main Street, which you were talking about the library, but specifically, I mean, you talked about the program that others have put forward. Is there a specific dollar amount you were thinking of? Or, I mean, I don't want to put you, I'm not trying to put you
So
on
the
spot.
number that I heard
I
from-
get a lot out of what you say, quite
Sure.
frankly. So can you expand on that a bit, what you were saying?
What I heard from Michael Champagne yesterday on the phone, I think, was a $1 million ask, half going to the Community Connection Center and then half going to staff that would staff throughout the library.
Okay.
So I would support their ask. They've been in the middle of this conversation the entire time.
Okay. I feel I have other questions, but a lot of that, we've got a long day ahead of us here still, so, but thank you for the presentation. It's, we have people who don't get elected who come down and just attack us. We have people who don't get in, but come down and try and do something for the community.
Also
And you-
didn't
and
get
you are that, so thank you for that. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, we have
Mr. Clerk?
Graham Young. Yes. You could just state the aspects of the budget you're speaking to, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Just the budget in general. Hello, Mayor Gillingham and councillors of the Executive Policy Committee. My name is Graham Young, and I'm born and raised in St. Vital and currently residing in River Heights and Fort Garry. Thank you for having me today to speak to the preliminary 2023 budget. The city issue closest to my heart is the library funding. In 2018-2019, I found myself unemployed and became a Millennium Library super user. I experienced the beauty and transformational power of the space made possible by kind and capable staff. When security was implemented in 2019, I, along with other Winnipeggers, had to prove our worth before using library services. I stopped participating, and gate counts show that I was not alone in this reaction. I understand, in light of recent events, the current security screening, but it is not a long-term solution. The additional $165,000 is insufficient to restore the Millennium Library to the equitable, inclusive, and accessible place I know it can be, and I ask that EPC fully fund the recommendations put forward by Millennium for All. I am glad to see the 20% increase to the renewal of Winnipeg's tree canopy, and I am grateful that the Winnipeg Arts Council's grant is restored, although I'm fascinated by what might be accomplished if that number were doubled. As a nutritional sciences student and food service worker, I'm happy that the Winnipeg Food Council's operating grant is renewed. I think that Winnipeg Food Council's desire for a community garden strategy is worth funding and agree with the public service recommendation. Additionally, in 2022, there were 56 applications totaling $97,000 competing for the Food Council's $7,000 small grants program. I believe that funding should be increased to $100,000 rather than $15,000 to meet community capacity. Lastly, I question the 2.5% increase to the police service budget and funding to transit peace officers. I feel as though this is a, pardon me, a political decision capitulating to Winnipeggers' fear of violence, homelessness, and addiction, rather than investing in evidence-based health-promoting solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young, for your concise, direct, and clear presentation today related to the various aspects of the budget you've touched on. I appreciate that. Any questions at all? Mr. Young? No. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, so we are on number 31 on our list. Daniel Wasik. Daniel, you'd like to make your way down. Following Daniel, we have Brian Pincott. Brian, if you're in the gallery, you'll be heard next. You can make your way down. You are Daniel?
Daniel Wasik, yes.
Okay, and are you speaking?
These are my colleagues behind me from the Community Safety Host Program. They wanted to be here today.
Okay, if you could just maybe state everyone's name. And,
Sure. So this is KB Greenhill and Carlos Sosa.
Thank you.
And they work in the Safety Host Program. KB is a field mentor, and Carlos is one of our full-time, usually at Millennium Library. So I'm here today. I guess you've been here for longer than I have, so I totally respect that. I will simply start with the ask in support of Millennium Library's $478,000 towards the Community Safety Host initiative within the library system, and additionally in support of $520,000 to the Community Connection space. I don't have a super long spiel. I kind of wanted to just keep things simple here. I've been implored by my colleagues within the Community Safety Host Initiative working group to just come and give a little bit of information about what community safety hosts are. I can understand it's difficult and confounding to have an entire city asking for safety solutions and trying to grasp at what exactly that looks like. And we did realize in a lot of these conversations around this budget that that wasn't totally made clear to everybody. You know, I did speak to the mayor and some others in this room a little bit about that, so I'm just going to put this on record. The Safety Host Initiative is operated by a working group. So Persons Community Solutions, PCS, we are the operational and development partner out of this working group. We also take lead and guidance from Fearless R2W, who created this initiative and represents community voices, and they make a lot of the fundamental decisions to ensure that we have that voice from community when we are making fundamental decisions on the development and operations of the program. Seed Winnipeg, North End Community Renewal Corporation, and then we also consider the places that they work to be partners. And so every month when we meet with that working group, we have colleagues that are coming from the library system to be there. We also have colleagues from the WRHA representing the work that the safety hosts are doing at Main Street Access Center. We have colleagues coming from Department of Families, working at safety hosts working currently at 114 Gary. And as mentioned, they were at Just Warm Sleep over the winter period, which would be ending this month. So just the breadth of what they do. There is certainly a significant focus on Millennium Library and the library system, and our colleagues at the library, have voiced that to us. I spoke to Councillor Rollins some months ago, maybe years ago, right after the first pilot graduated, and she said something very clear to me. Make sure that you have jobs lined up before you're creating safety hosts and vice versa. It's an incredible balance to actually try and do that. And we did when we started the second cohort. We had a clear idea of what these spaces would need over the amount that we had graduated from the first cohort. We successfully started working with Just a Warm Sleep that had just that right amount of time for us to train people and get them to the numbers that we needed. And they were lined up for April 1, coming out of March, coming out of jobs to go into these spaces. And then December, there was an incident at the library. And I had all sorts of people from the city of Winnipeg in particular asking for more safety hosts. So myself and my colleagues all skipped our holidays over the winter period, and we put our heads down and we really worked hard on promoting this in the community and increasing the second cohort to meet the demand, which was for community safety hosts at Millennium Library at all opening hours, which is a significant ask and far more than we were anticipating. And so I've heard referenced a few times, well, we didn't have them available. It is very hard to give someone 170 hours of training in 2 days, maybe impossible. So that's why we had trouble meeting that demand immediately, but we're there, we're on track, and we have gotten to the point where we have these safety hosts trained and ready to go in the libraries as asked. One of the misconceptions I think that I've heard a lot of is, well, we've got our safety hosts and they're pretty nice and they come on down to the library in these spaces and they do nice things with people and they make them feel better. And then we've got the security guards in case it gets serious. I don't know if our slide deck was given to you, but there is a comparison of the training. Security guards get 40-hour provincial training for the Manitoba Security Guard Training Program from the province, 40 hours, and the slides were provided so you can review them. There's a table. It's a very clear juxtaposition of an additional 130 hours of training. Not only are they as qualified as security guards, they are certainly far more qualified, to the point that the security guard training is just one of the tools that they have when they go to work. So it's not that they need like some kind of special oversight to do their job to be safe and work. They are just as qualified. And the training itself didn't just come out of the air. I didn't walk up to this working group and propose something. We worked with a group of experts and community stakeholders to figure out what this work was going to look like and making sure that we were going for industry standard training, evidence-based training to ensure that these people are prepared for that job, which really is to have a conversation with people. But to have a conversation with people and all the diversity and challenges and barriers that people face when they're accessing facilities of essential access. and make sure that they can do so safely to come to a finality in that situation. So people do come in trying to access computers to write a resume or to access social assistance, to talk to social workers, or even to access library books or LinkedIn Learning, which is free if you're a library member, and you can go and get a pretty significant education. And there's tons of resources there that lift people up beyond these places. But sometimes that is hard. And sometimes when you're facing barriers, when you're coming into that space, what we've learned and what we've heard from community is like, they're coming there to use a computer to do some of these benign and totally good things for their life. And they're often turned away or feel uncomfortable going in when they're approached in that way of scrutiny, when they're simply trying to access a publicly accessible facility. So it's not always safe, and it's not always a happy conversation, and it's not always, hugs and chats, but it usually is. It's on a day-to-day basis, community safety hosts do a summary of their work. They talk about how many new connections they've made. They talk about how many ongoing connections they've made. They talk about referrals to resources and consumables and all of these things that we see in correlation on a daily basis, but also in aggregate data, actually having positive outcomes. And the one that surprised me, just getting back from vacation, my colleagues were doing an analysis, and we wanted to know, okay, so one of the things that we ask every day is, how many times today did you encounter somebody who is emotionally escalated? And that's usually, I'd say 1 to 3 times a day. It happens frequently. That's where we're putting ourselves. It's not surprising. And so I expected like a pretty good stat on like, yeah, it reduces the escalation a bit. People aren't incarcerated, or they're not charged, or they're not barred, or police aren't needing to be called. I thought it'd be kind of a good stat. It's actually 92% of escalated situations where a safety host is involved that are de-escalated, which I didn't even expect, to be honest. I was hoping for, like 40, 50%, that would be great. So I'm just, I've been asked to do a job, and I'm working with this group, and I'm working on this program with my colleagues. It's been incredibly humbling. Not just working with community, but actually seeing nonprofits, social enterprises, community stakeholders, government departments coming to the table with a common cause and building something together. Like I said, this isn't just out of a vacuum. This is built, and it is informed, and we keep it up to date on a regular basis to make sure that these people are serving our community holistically and making sure that it's safe for everyone. I wasn't intending to take the whole time, but I'd be happy to answer questions because that's why I'm here. So,
Thank you very much, Daniel. And thank you for the others for coming as well. So any questions related to the presentation or the work? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that today. Thank you. And thank you for your discussion with many of us beforehand as well, right? So
of course.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, moving on to Brian Pincott. Following Brian, I've been advised that a delegation who we missed earlier is in the gallery, so we have Kelly Fraser. Kelly, if you'd like to make your way down, you'll be heard after our next delegation here.
Mr. Pincott, good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of committee. Pleasure to be here. I'm here as a citizen, even though I moved here just over 3.5 years ago, and I immediately got involved with a whole bunch of groups, of which a bunch of them have spoken. I think groups like Functional Transit Winnipeg and Right to Housing and Bike Winnipeg and Budget for All. But I'm not here speaking for them. I'm here to speak as a citizen. And I'm challenged in wanting to come and speak to you because I know what it feels like to have an ex-politico come in and tell you things. It's annoying, frustrating. Who the hell does they think they are? My only saving grace is that I'm not from here. I'm not. I wasn't one of your colleagues. And being involved with all those groups as well, one of the things I talk to people a lot about is how important it is to come and make sure that your voice is heard. And so I'm applying that same thing to myself when it comes to the budget. So there's some good things in the budget. Thank you. I was thrilled to see the investment in the bus garage. It may not be the line that jumps out as being super sexy, but I know that to actually achieve anything around the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, to achieve anything there, we need to start with the bus garage. Not sexy in the least, but definitely needed. So thank you very much. And the purchase of buses. I would like to point out and ask that you make sure that every bus that we buy from now on comes with a bike rack. And that we're making sure that we're accommodating buses with bike racks in the new bus barn, that we allow for that extra 18 inches on the front of each bus when we're designing the bus barn. And that we include bike racks on all new buses. That's really important. Seeing the investment in the additional investment in the canopy, in the tree canopy is really, really important. Since I moved here on my streets in just over 3 years, there have been 42 trees cut down on my block. We've had 19 replace them, but we've lost 42 trees on that one block in the 3 years. So thank you very much for that. The return of transit service to pre-pandemic level is a really important commitment to be there by the end of the year. As I'm sure you all know, we really need to ramp it up from there, but to have that commitment to get back to where we were by the end of the year, by the fall schedule, is a really important commitment. So thank you very much for that. A couple of things that I would like to point out in the budget that jump out at me. And I just want to say that I understand this is the last year of a four-year budget and business plan, that a lot of the assumptions and the structure that goes into the budget is set. So what we have before us is pretty much where we're going. It's following along the path with some adjustments. So I recognize that where we are in the process, this is the fourth year of a four-year budget plan, of which, by the way, I completely support and celebrate. It makes work so much better and easier. I would like to point out that when it comes to tax-supported services, transit is the only one that has a separate budget line that says transit subsidy. Every other tax-supported services, from roads to recreation to parks, does not pull out the level that the tax support is and identify it as road subsidy, park subsidy, recreation subsidy. Transit is the only one that identifies that. So I would love to see that line rolled out. You're not removing anything. It's a net zero line, but it pulls a target off of transit's back. Transit is a tax-supported service, and it is for a whole bunch of really great reasons. It needs to be more tax-supported, but that's beside the point of the point I'm trying to make. Please remove that. Recognize that most government services are subsidized, and let's not single out transit in that. Housing. I'm involved with the right to housing, and as Councillor Berardi would know, with my work with FCM as chair of the Community Economic Development Committee, I did a lot of work at the federal level to get us to the National Housing Strategy. Completely support. We need to do more when it comes to housing in this city. We need to get housing up to being a priority, recognize the role that the city has to play. The argument that the city of Winnipeg has that it's not the municipality's responsibility, it's a provincial responsibility, is one that every other city in the country makes, and then they go ahead and do stuff. We need to do more and not just look at how we facilitate RHI, but actually look at how we facilitate the entire sector to be able to deliver affordable housing for everybody. Libraries. I'm going to support everything everybody said about increasing libraries. If I've come away from one thing today is reinforce that librarians and library workers are the most awesome people going, and we need to celebrate them and support them. I want to talk a little bit about the larger picture in all of this. And to come to recognize, first off, my privilege. I am of the most privileged slice of our society. I am white, I am male, I am able-bodied, I am cis, I am straight. I hit every privilege button. I have the privilege of being able to come here and speak to you. And a lot of people don't. And the vision for Winnipeg, the city's vision, is to be a vibrant and healthy city which places its highest priority in the quality of life for all its citizens. And I think that we've heard from a lot of people today in the presentations is that there are a lot of people who aren't being served in that vision. And there are a lot of people who don't have my privilege and honestly our privilege to be here, to spend the time here. And we need to start thinking about what it means to have a community for everybody. And the budget, how the budget is actually a tool to achieve that. The budget shouldn't start with 3.5% property tax increase and everything flows out of that. The budget should start with what is the vision for our community and how do we achieve that? And then how do we fund it out of all of it? By starting with, say, 3.5%, which, by the way, thank you, better than 2.3%, still behind the 8 ball, and you've got a long, many, many decades of catching up to do. But by starting with that point, it leads you to places of saying, I wish we could do that, but we don't have the money. We do have the money. We're just choosing it to spend it in different places. We do have the money. We're just making the choice to spend it in a different place. So, in thinking about budgeting, process, community building, and everybody is talking about community. The underlying thing that everybody was talking about is community. How do we build a community? How do we have a community for everybody? A community that doesn't segregate people based on where they live, who they are, what their state of mental health is. A community for everybody. This is an important part of the process. Talking about the vision for the city is a really important part of the process. And the fact that the point for public engagement is at the end of this process is at the wrong place. You're hearing going, well, we would like $1 million for the library. And now you go, okay, well, how do we figure out for next week where that $1 million is going to come from? And do we cut something else? And because we've committed 3.5%, it's at the wrong point in the process. You have the opportunity now, starting the next 4-year budget plan, to actually hear from people about community and what they value at the beginning of the process. Hear these stories at the start and not the end. And that's my request.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Pincock. You landed it right on time there. Excellent.
Well, I still think 10 minutes is stupidly long. I'm used to 5 minutes, so it's like... Move that we change it to 5 minutes. Anyway.
He says that for his 10-minute presentation. No, just kidding. No, appreciate your comments today, both supportive of the budget, aspects of the budget, and the challenge to look at other investments and increase investments. Any questions at all for Mr. Pincock today? Okay, and thanks for taking the time to come down and be here and sit through.
Thank you, Your
Thanks.
Worship.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, next we have Kelly Fraser.
I think what I'm going to do, as Ms. Fraser comes up, is after this presentation, we're going to take 15 minutes just to let those who've been sitting for a while stretch their legs, get a glass of water, or whatever the case would be. So thank you very much. Go ahead. Thank you for being here today.
My name is Kelly Fraser. Put these keys somewhere so they don't bang on the desk. I'm here speaking today in support of the development of a community gardens strategy. So I'm the executive director of the West Broadway Community Organization, and we are the Neighborhood Renewal Corporation for the West Broadway neighborhood. As a part of our work, we manage 4 community allotment gardens and 3 teaching gardens. One of the teaching gardens is the Deer Spirit Permaculture Garden that is led by Elder Audrey Logan. All of our programs are dear to my heart, but both as the ED of the organization and as a longtime member of the West Broadway community, gardens are extremely important to me. From a personal perspective, it was in the community gardens that I first met my neighbors, and I first started to feel like I was part of a community. As executive director, I develop a new plan for the community every 5 years, and the most recent plan has 7 areas of focus. Ideally, I want programming in the community that can respond to as many of these areas of focus as possible, and I'm pleased to tell you that community gardens address 4 separate areas of focus. The first area of focus is community and social development, which includes food security. Many community members use their community allotment plots to grow fresh vegetables for themselves and their families. And with programming that provides free seeds and/or bedding plants, often this food is grown at 0 cost to the community member. At the same time, the light exercise of gardening is also physically beneficial for most people. The second area of focus in the community gardens plan is community spaces and environment. Community gardens are important because there's fewer and fewer places where low-income residents can recreate without paying a cost. And the greenery in community gardens reduces noise, as well as providing shade and cooling. As for the third area of focus, safety and security, those of us in the NRC world know that we're always safer when we know our neighbors. Community gardens provide a neutral, holistic, and casual environment for neighbors to meet. We also know that perceptions of safety grow when there's more people out on the street. As West Broadway gardens are all in the higher foot traffic areas of the neighborhood, an active community of gardeners tending their beds will absolutely enhance the overall feeling of safety on the block. The final area of focus, image and perception, is also an important factor. Residents of West Broadway are proud of their neighborhood and do show it through active participation in community gardens. There are many physical features of the neighborhood that your average community member has no control over, such as overflowing garbage bins or burnt-down rooming house left unrepaired. However, a beautiful and bountiful community garden will go a long way to improving the image and perception of surrounding areas. Aside from our 7 areas of focus, West Broadway's soon-to-be-released community plan also features an emphasis on reconciliation. As I mentioned previously, in West Broadway, we have an Indigenous-led garden known as the Deer Spirit Permaculture Garden. In general, we find that marginalized populations are most comfortable in engaging with our organization through gardens programming, and we find this especially true of Indigenous populations. The Deer Spirit Permaculture Garden has been an extremely successful project, and although it is on pause currently due to the construction of housing on the site, the new owners of the property, Rainbow Resource Center, are committed to hosting the garden in the future. Despite the fact that garden programming does an excellent job of helping organizations, like my organization, to meet our objectives, it is currently very difficult to find funding for gardens coordination. And there's other challenges related to running community gardens as well. We have aging gardens boxes and compost bins, and there are complications due to encampment activity in the gardens over the past few years. With it being seasonal programming, there's always the challenge of getting things up and running each spring, and the dispersal of garden boxes at the allotment sites takes up a large portion of the garden coordinator's time. So extra support from the city in the form of a community garden strategy would really help us to make the most out of our community gardens in West Broadway. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Kelly. We really appreciate that. Ms. Fraser, any questions at all related to this presentation? Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Okay.
Thank you.
With that, everyone, thank you. We'll take a 15-minute break, if that's okay with my colleagues, and come back at 4:15. Okay, thank you. So you're having trouble 311 and everything, too?
There you go.
Thank you. We are back live here. Again, just apologize for the challenges we have had with our system today, our technology with some audio and video, but it's not just in this chamber. I think there's been issues kind of throughout the city system, even including, we understand for a while there was some problems with a 311 system as well. So I know our staff is working very, very hard to get things corrected. Maybe, Mr. Clerk, I'll go to you if there's any update that you want to provide as well, or just call the next delegate, whatever you wanted.
Did you want me to update?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and do that?
Okay. Yeah, there's no further update really to provide. We do seem to be experiencing network issues, unfortunately. So I believe it's the understanding that we're going to continue to hear from all delegations in the chamber here today. And then for anyone who was trying to participate via Zoom today, our office will contact you. We will ask if you'd like to submit any comments in writing. We will reach out to you. We'll ask you to submit those to our office, and we'll make sure that those get added to EPC agenda and included on the public record and considered by members of EPC when they are preparing the final budget recommendations. So apologize for the inconvenience, but we will be reaching out. We'll be sending an email to all those who registered for Zoom who weren't able to make it down here, and I do understand there are a few others who have come, who were on Zoom, who've made it down, so we will call them up to speak as well. But the plan is to hear from those in person, and unfortunately, we will not be able to get to any of the participants on Zoom today, and I apologize, and our office will be reaching out to see if you'd like to submit any of your comments in writing for consideration.
Okay, thank you. And that with that, Mr. Clerk, please call the next delegation.
Okay, so our next delegation, we have Sabrina Janke. Sabrina, if you'd like to make your way down. Following Sabrina, we have Jim Smith. Jim, if you'd like to make your way down, you'll be heard after Sabrina. Hi there.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for hearing me out today. I am here in support of the proposal to move the City of Winnipeg Archives into the Carnegie Library on William Avenue. I have been a part of the push to relocate the archives since 2018, back when I was a baby-faced college graduate. So it's exciting to see it on the agenda and about to move forward. My colleague, Tom Nesmith, was supposed to present today as well, but he was presenting on Zoom. So you'll hear from him later, but I would like to say that Tom and the AMA also support this movement. The archives have been a pretty big part of my work as a historian in Winnipeg to date. I did tours downtown. I'm the host of a local history podcast. I use archives all the time. And I thought what I would do today is share a small story from the archives from some research I was doing recently. I went to the City of Winnipeg Archives about a month ago looking into something called the Panther Club. This was a very short-lived Black community organization in Winnipeg from 1955. The City of Winnipeg has a pretty solid amount of information on the group, so I was able to put together a pretty comprehensive history on a very short-lived movement. The group was made up of predominantly Black Nova Scotians that were in their early to mid-20s. They'd moved here in the early 1950s as part of a larger movement. About 400 to 500 Black Nova Scotians had moved here in that time period due to lack of employment in their home province. And their young members moved here and tried to recreate that sense of community in Winnipeg. The Panther Club held beauty pageants and fundraisers and tried to raise money for a rec center downtown. They never quite realized those goals. There wasn't maybe the support they needed necessarily, but the membership files held at the city archives also had their names and their addresses, so I could learn more about the individual members, where they lived, where they worked, what their lives were like. It's a very small file in the grand scheme of things, but it's part of a much larger community puzzle in Winnipeg. It's a valuable story, and I can only imagine how many other stories like that are held within the city archives for people to go find. The issue, of course, is that at their current location, it's much harder for researchers to go and access those. So this proposed move to William Avenue will create the space for researchers like myself and the public to come in and access other parts of Winnipeg history that haven't been told yet. I wasn't here to take that much of your time. I'm sure you've heard from us time and time again. Thank you so much. You'll hear probably from Tom in a written report at some point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Well, thank you for your interest in Winnipeg's history, of course, as we know that next year, 2024, we're going to celebrate 150 years. So it's the stories of, the last 150 years and even prior to that, you telling on your podcast and others bringing forward that really are important. They're really important. So thank you for the work that you're doing and the interest you have in this and for your advocacy since 2018 to get this done.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Smith. Following Jim, we'll have Ariel Valerian. Ariel, if you're in the gallery, if you'd like to make your way down, please, we'll hear from you next.
Mr. Smith, welcome. I know you've been patiently waiting, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Jim Smith. I guess I call myself the president, well, I am the president and historian, archivist of the Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society, and I'm here to support Heritage Winnipeg and their grant because I think they're very important. My interest in history goes back, well, many years, even back when my father served on the city council back in the first 3 years of Unicity. So that I always felt when he was in the back, when there was 50 councillors in here, so it was a little different. I've been on the Seven Oaks Museum Board, and I've also been on the executive of the Manitoba Historical Society. So I do have a lot of interest, and I am a person that puts my money where my mouth is. In the last 20 years or so, I spent on historical research and donating to various things, artifacts as well, like maps to Heritage Winnipeg, actually to the City of Winnipeg archives as well. I've probably spent of my own money probably between $30,000 and $40,000. So I do, I do care and I do put my own money into things as well. So I'm just hoping that you will consider giving an increase to Heritage Winnipeg. We in the Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society, I should say that Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society is Elmwood, East Kildonan, and North Kildonan. And one of the interesting things is that people will contact me, actually some of the city staff, like from the archives, and other people have actually contacted me information that they didn't know, and they've asked for my knowledge. So I have it's probably spent over the last 20 years, probably I've spent 15,000 hours researching, not just Northeast Winnipeg, but the whole city at large. So I think history and historical things are very important. And one of the problems I see, I guess, if things aren't funded, like if they're not funded, things will tend to disappear over time, and we don't want things to just die. I mean, it's hard. I know it's hard, and I know money is tight. Money is tight. It was tight when my father was here. I remember him talk when I was early teenager about how all the meetings in those days, they used to go on till 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and he had a full day work as a lawyer. So I do know it's very difficult for you. So, anyways, I'm just here, as I said, to support. And Cindy Tugwell, I'll say this, is just absolutely magnificent. All the work she puts in, and it's pretty hard for her in terms of one full-time position. I mean, I have tried to help out. The pandemic exhibit that will be on display and that'll go online. Actually, I played a part in that. I did some of the writing for some of that stuff. So as I said, I do put my money in my mouth and my time into these things. So I just hope you will support Heritage Winnipeg, and I guess all the other historical things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Any other questions or at all?
Thanks for your historical work. I was on the St. Norbert Heritage Committee for many years and worked very closely with Corinne Tellier from the Fort Garry Heritage Committee. So huge, valuable work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Ariel Valerian. Following Ariel, we have Madrin McGilvery.
Hi, Ariel.
Hello.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me. Hello, councilors, your worship. I know everyone's tired. It's been a long day. So I hope you guys will take the time to listen to what I've prepared for you today. Before I start, I just wanted to thank the council for taking the time to have us heard today and make note of all the people who want to be heard but could not today, whether that's because they're working or because of technical difficulties or because of the many other barriers that arise in the existing budget process. So my name is Ariel Bellerin, and I use she or her pronouns. Today I am appearing as a delegation with regards to the proposed 2023 budget for libraries. Let me tell you a story. I grew up in Winnipeg in the West End. My family came to Canada in 2004 when I was just 9 years old. When we arrived, one of the first things that I remember my mom doing was to sign us up for library cards. For parents who had to work 3 full-time jobs between them, the public library was childcare, which is, as you know, super expensive and unaffordable to many of us in the city. If you've ever patronized the library, Councillor Brawadi, you'd know that the library provides more than just a place to borrow books. It provides entertainment and education. When I was a kid, I could read all the books that I could get my hands on. It provided access to resources my family wouldn't have had access to. My parents could access the internet because we didn't have a computer and we couldn't afford it. My brother was able to access materials to help him with his English. We could borrow movies for free who needed Blockbuster. It provided a safe space for us to spend our day. When summer was at its peak, we'd visit the library to cool off in the air conditioning. When it's the middle of winter and we're freezing waiting for the bus because that service has been emaciated by the city like so many other community services, including libraries, we could wait inside until the bus came by. We don't have a lot of public spaces that do that, and so we need to keep funding our libraries and keep that. The library provides community and friendship. I've met friends through the library. I'd take like a nap at the comfy chairs on the first floor of the Millennium, and then someone will start up a conversation with me, and then I get a new perspective. Things opened up for me. I got to know who my neighbors were. I've taken group workshops there, attended support groups. I've helped a friend who's used the library space to host art builds. It provides jobs. I spent so much of my time at the library as a kid that I told myself I'd be a librarian one day. That didn't happen, but I do have people in my life who work at the library. My aunt works for the Millennium Library, and that being said, she has to work another job to support her and her daughter because she doesn't get enough hours. She's been working there since I was a teenager, and I am almost 30. More than half of library workers in Winnipeg only work part-time. I have a friend who worked at the public library, but she and her husband moved to Edmonton because the opportunities for a library worker are way better there, and they had a child to support. Today, it struggles to provide entertainment and education. Cuts and inadequate funding means less programs going on, less hours operating, less staff available. Like Dr. Curnow mentioned earlier, the WPL only has 256 full FTE equivalent, which is embarrassing for a city our size. We're the only major in Canada whose public libraries during the summer are closed on Sundays. Today, it struggles to provide a safe space to spend the day. 2 weeks ago, I was at the lobby of the Millennium getting my bus card filled up, and a person in the lobby was emotionally escalated. Do you know what the 2 cops that were posted in the front did? They just watched and chuckled at that person. That's not safety. That's not protecting and serving. In 2017, library patrons and workers at the Millennium witnessed someone take their own life by jumping off of the 4th floor. How does the current security measures prevent and navigate similar situations today? If the Community Connections program was open, fully staffed with 4 community hosts, a librarian, a library assistant, 2 crisis workers, and some granola bars, all of this would cost the same as 2 cops on special duty, then these people probably would have been able to get the help that they needed. The community would be better off. Today, it struggles to provide community and friendship. It's literally driving the community away. Who uses the Millennium Library the most? It's me and people like me whose lives and neighborhoods are evidently made worse by police presence, which the city decided to put more of in our city's flagship library. I love the library, but the humiliation of being criminalized just because I want to pick up a book on hold has made me not want to patronize my library branch. It's so disheartening to see people who just want a place to sit and relax be turned away. The library for a family of newcomers has done so much to improve our lives. As the city grows in population, its library service has struggled to keep up. Just look at what other libraries across the country offer their residents. This is because City Council doesn't think funding the library is a priority. If City Council did, then the proposed budget would look different. So as clarification, my ask is for the Winnipeg Public Library to be properly funded so that it can address the issues of understaffing and lack of operating hours. I ask the Community Connections program to be properly funded so that it is fully staffed and accessible not only for 4 hours a day, but during evenings and weekends. I would like the city to use the money that is currently funding the austere security measures at Millennium, which amounts to almost around $20,000 a week, to fund Community Connections instead. If the city is willing to spend that on metal detectors and security guards, surely they can see what kind of benefits that money could have to measures that evidently improve safety for all. I'd like to remind Council of the City of Winnipeg's corporate vision, which Brian Pincott has brought up earlier. It is to be a vibrant and healthy city which places its highest priority on quality of life for all its citizens, and ask that you fund properly the community services, particularly the library, that uphold that vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Villerin. Any questions at all of our delegate? Councilor Brawadi.
Are you aware that in the last decade we have, or even 15 years, we've replaced, massively upgraded, and spent many millions of dollars on the quality of our library branches?
I am not, but that's not what it feels like to a library user. I can see
Helen and Bill Murray.
a lot of
Charleswood Library. Sorry, go ahead.
There are a lot of branches in the city, and I am sure that some are better than the others. I just ask that every Winnipegger, no matter which neighborhood that they are in, get the quality of library service that they deserve. If that means more funding, even though you've already funded for decades, as you said, we're asking for more because that is what we need.
What is your home library branch?
I patronize the Millennium Library the most. I grew up using the West End Library at the Cindy Clausen Recreational Complex, and even before that, the West End Library when it was still at the DMSMCA building.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
again for your presentation and for waiting
Thank you.
throughout the day. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Okay, Madron McGilvery has advised that they're unable to attend, so we will move on to Sarah Cooper. Sarah? Okay. Annie Chen? And then we have, so our next delegate, we would have Andrew Cohen. Andrew was supposed to participate by Zoom, but he has made his way downtown here. If you can make your way to the floor, Andrew. Thank you.
Hi, Annie. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate that. When you're ready, you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor Gillingham and councillors of the EPC. My name is Annie Chen. I am glad to be here today, spending the full day with you to give my delegation. I work at the University of Manitoba and a couple of connections to the city. I learned recently that the Indigenous Relations Office really appreciated our work in our Working in Good Ways framework and resources, which is an Indigenous framework for working with Indigenous communities. And our office created that to guide our own work with communities in general. So in my understanding, the city will be looking at that resource, and I hope that that can be a guide for some of the work that you do in the next budgeting, four-year budget consultations. And I also was really glad to be part of the anti-racism, anti-oppression, and cultural competency training videos. Got a sneak preview last week, so that was very exciting to see Mayor Gillingham and also the CAO headlining the beginning of those videos. I'm here today to advocate for a city and budget that works for all, particularly further investing in the city strategies, action plans, and policies that are meant to make our city more inclusive, more equitable, and more sustainable, a city that we can all be proud of. I'll share some specific stories and asks. So recently, a proposed pilot project to plow residential sidewalks down to the pavement was voted down for the second time. And this is actually a really important policy to consider implementing, particularly for members of the disabled community. As part of my day job, I support a group called Poverty Awareness and Community Action, which is a group of community members who have experience with poverty. They share their solutions from their lived experience in workshops to students at the university, but also to the wider community. We'd be happy to do one for the City Council. One of our members is named Debbie, and Debbie is really generous with her stories and has given permission for me to share one with you. Debbie is a passionate EIA advocate who's also living on EIA disability, which is an underfunded social service under provincial jurisdiction. Debbie has physical disabilities that affect her mobility. To move around her neighborhood in the West End, Debbie has a walker, uses a walker and also a scooter, and on occasion also uses Transit Plus. Debbie's travel radius is fairly small, the grocery store to her volunteer workplace, and yet there are many days during the winter and early spring where Debbie becomes trapped in her home. And this is due to inadequate snow shoveling. This happens both when it first falls, when the snow first falls, and then again when the weather warms up a little bit and the streets become slushy, the sidewalks become slushy, and then again when all of that snow that hasn't been cleared melts and creates impassable puddles that can't be walked through with a walker or a scooter without damaging or soaking through people's clothing. This isn't okay for folks in our communities of all income levels that have disabilities that make it difficult to walk on the snow, but especially for folks who rely on walking as their main form of transportation. Piloting or implementing a policy to shovel residential sidewalks to the pavement, not only to hard packed snow, could be a policy for inclusion and equity. We cannot allow these poor conditions to continue, and we also can't allow the poor conditions of the sidewalks to stop us from shoveling properly. We can use it instead to inform us of the sidewalk repair that needs to be done and start where we can. Debbie was also one of many advocates who pushed for the creation of the WinPass, Winnipeg's low-income bus pass. I was really glad to see this year the expansion of that WinPass to bus tickets. Really makes it much more accessible for folks because $50 per month is actually out of reach for so many people to buy a monthly bus pass. So that 50% ticket price is much more accessible. Having said that, there are still financial and bureaucratic challenges in accessing the WinPass. I strongly urge Council to continue to move towards a more affordable transit, a fare-free service in the future, and in the meantime, to increase the WinPass discount to 80% and also to reduce bureaucratic barriers by directing public service to implement a more accessible application process. There is an existing third-party referral process that is used for the city's recreation subsidy program, where a third party can vouch for a low-income community member, and that reduces the paperwork involved. So I would love to see that as part of the direction for this next year's budget. This would not only help more people access the program, but it also helps the city in promoting this service, because If you don't have access to internet, if you aren't able to look up these services or come to events, then you may not actually hear about these. And when folks connect with community organizations, this will increase uptake and ridership. Many members of Poverty Awareness and Community Action have also greatly relied on public libraries, particularly the Millennium Library, as a place of connection. So libraries are not just a place to borrow books, they're also a place to connect to community, to information, and to resources and services. Sadly, the people I work with have been forced out of the Millennium Library, feeling unsafe and unwelcome with the introduction of airport-style security and now police officers at a cost of $20,000 per week. Of course, this is not because they are somehow inherently the wrong type of user, but rather that they have had harmful interactions with police after being targeted for being queer, racialized, and disabled. The impacts are huge. People have become more isolated at home. They have lost access to recreation and communication tools, and ultimately have experienced worse mental health and fewer opportunities. In fact, one of our members passed away this past year, a combination of many challenges, but one of the major factors was decreasing mental health due to isolation. We want everyone to be safe in public spaces, including the library, and in order for that to happen, we need safety solutions that work for everyone. We need full-time in-house staffing at public libraries to provide the library services and create safe, welcoming spaces. We need to restore and increase the full-time equivalent positions and to fund community safety hosts in-house. If we continue the current interim measures at $20K per week, we would hit that seemingly huge $1 million ask. So why not make better choices with that money so that more people feel welcome at the library? Public libraries also can't do all of the work. I think that's been a comment from the councillors and also from Kate Schoberg earlier today. We need a plan to increase funding to other recreation services in the city as well, and to prioritize funding for the services that increase the quality of life of the residents of Winnipeg. I will also note just a comment to the question of investments in the city. Capital investments in our libraries are amazing and much needed, but we need the operating investments to continue to provide the services. So the money that has been invested, people appreciate it. Of course, we appreciate new facilities, repairing the facilities that exist, but we also need the staffing, the programming, operating costs to continue running the services. It is not enough for libraries to be open 35 hours a week. That's not enough. People are going to libraries in evenings and weekends. We need them to be open during those days, and we need other recreation services to be open then as well. Finally, I want to note that I recognize we're in the last year, 4-year budget cycle. You'll do what you can to amend this upcoming year's budget, but I really think it's important to include in that funding, dedicated funding, and direction to the public service to create a comprehensive public engagement process for the next 4-year budgeting cycle. We need a proactive, thorough, accessible, and equitable community consultation process. This work needs to start as soon as possible so that the preliminary budget already reflects the needs and priorities of the community. This process needs to engage the underserved communities in our city the most. This includes Indigenous, racialized, newcomer, low-income, disabled, queer, and youth, and other communities. And we need to create accessible opportunities for that engagement. I have a great job. I was able to flex my day to come here and spend, more than 8 hours with you. Not everyone has that luxury, right? And so we need to make sure that our engagement processes work for more people so that our budget reflects the needs and priorities of more people in our city. I want a city that I can be proud of, and so I would like the council to make the decisions that would make our city more equitable, safe, and sustainable. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience and being here. You said a lot of big, important things. There's one thing about the middle of your presentation I just want to go back to, just one question.
Sure.
You said there's a third-party organization that is used to, for community services related to
the recreation services.
Recreation
Yeah,
certificate?
I can talk a little bit more about that. So,
Just if you don't mind, can you just, we'll look, my point is, we'll look into that. Thank you for flagging that. I just wanted to say
Sure.
I'm going to follow up on that. That's interesting to me, just to see if, if with transit and their transit passes, if as you say, if there's a way to improve the application system for those looking for the low-income pass, we could expedite that, make it easier and simpler for people that need access to that. Then always looking for room to improve, so we'll take a look at that. So thank you for flagging that.
Great, wonderful. Yeah, it's called the third-party referral process for the City of Winnipeg Recreation Services Subsidy. It's a long title.
Great.
But yeah, a great one. And our organization has become a third-party org of that, and it was not too hard of a process for us to join. And so we could see that really working well for other services the city offers as well for low-income residents.
Thank you for raising that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Annie. Any other questions at all? Okay.
Third-party provider, we did direct that as council, and I'm glad groups are making it happen, so thank you.
Great, thank you. I just moved to West Broadway, so I'm now in your
You're
ward
mine,
as
all
well.
mine. Alrighty, that's good. I'll endeavor to represent you well.
Okay, thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks again. All right. Good day.
Okay, next up, we have Andrew Cohan. Following Andrew, Ryan Beardy. Ryan? Oh.
Hi, Andrew. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you, councillors and Mayor Gillingham, for having me today. I'm very glad to be here. I would have preferred that Zoom had worked out for several reasons, but I'm glad to be here nonetheless and to have the opportunity. Just gonna pull some notes out. So tomorrow morning, like every Friday, I'm going to head to the library branch near me. I'll be spending my time there with someone who doesn't fit many of your definitions of a traditional library user. They're illiterate, prone to emotional outbursts, and as you've probably heard in the gallery, are almost never quiet. But nonetheless, library staff have made programming that and specific resources tailored to their needs and to provide welcome for them in a space that in many ways doesn't fit what we think of as the traditional library things. And so that's why we'll be going to story time tomorrow.
Annie up there.
Yeah, you see Annie up there. And so here's why I'm here today. And there's many reasons why we go to the library and why we enjoy that space and why we're welcomed there. And we're trying to inculcate the kind of love of community and interest in books and all the things that you bring a kid to a library for. But I think we've heard a lot today about what kids are learning in libraries and some concerns about that. And I have concerns myself about what kids are learning in Millennium Library when we take them there under the current security regime. Like many of you, I shop at Superstore, and I go by the 2 special duty officers who are at the exit, and I find that they're often stopping someone, often a person of color, to go through their bags and go through their pockets, and it's a humiliating experience. It's humiliating to be in that position, I imagine, having someone go through your things to see if you've stolen something. It's humiliating to walk by as a member of the public and think, we haven't found a better way to do this. We haven't found a better way to be as a society, that some people either are humiliated unnecessarily because of how they look and what the heuristic of the security or the special duty officer who stopped them is going through their head and deciding to stop them and not me, or that someone might feel compelled to steal food from a grocery store, right? I mean, that should be seen as a failure of all of us, that we haven't found a way to make that better. It breaks my heart to think that I would take my child through that same experience at a library, at a public library like Millennium. There's something degrading about that kind of experience of security and watching others go through it without saying something about it. There's something degrading to the soul, to the moral character, I think, of everyone who's in that experience to say, this is okay. And to bring my child through that and to say, yes, it's okay that some of your neighbors are treated in this way and that we're going through certain bags more thoroughly than others. That's fine. I know many of you have kids. The thing about a kid who's going to toddler story time is that they watch everything that we do, right? They watch everything Many of you may have gone through the embarrassment of seeing your child pick up some block and say, "It's my phone," and stare at it in a particularly awkward way and realize that's reflecting what they see you do, right? And that's not maybe what you want to reflect back at them.
We need a napkin.
We do need a napkin, that's right. And I think when we settle for the kind of security experience that we've put in at Millennium, rather than fully funding the community connection space or the community safety hosts, I think we tell our kids as they walk through there that this is okay. We can settle for this kind of security measure. We can settle for this kind of differential experience for library users. For people of color to be harassed at disproportionate rates. And they're going to see that. And they're going to see what we accept. And they're going to repeat that in their lives in our city. I think we shouldn't settle for that. I think we should figure out a way that we can pony up for something that works and that isn't discriminatory and that doesn't teach our kids that things that are plainly moral aberrations are okay. I'm going to go run back and grab him. So he's going to raid your fridge otherwise. And so you were trying to get a napkin. That's so good. Our kids do reflect what we do. And I worry that in setting up Millennium Library to be a space that is a fortress rather than a place of welcome, we tell our kids that that's okay. Thank you so much. Skeptical. And I'll leave it there because it's been a long day for all of you, and clearly I'm struggling under a squirming child. But I ask you not to settle for what will open the library, but to look for something that will make the library a great and welcome place. I think there have been clear proposals from Millennium for All and Fearless R2W about what that would be, and those dollar figures are there. I think that to answer a question that Councillor Barawadi asked a previous delegation, buildings are great, buildings are wonderful, and I think the libraries should be palaces, and all of our public buildings should reflect the value that we have in our neighborhoods. I think that services are what make a library sing, and the people are what makes a library. And so if we have beautiful buildings that aren't open on Sundays, if we have wonderful spaces that aren't welcome to everyone, then I think we failed, even if those spaces are gorgeous and up to date and meet all current building codes. You know, I love the Cornish Library and everything that was done investing in that, and we reap benefit from that. But all those times that it was closed that we couldn't go were useless to us also. So I'd just like to reflect on that.
Andrew,
that's all.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And thank you for coming. Thank you for bringing your child as well. With as parents and aunts and uncles, not a distraction. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. So good. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'll just call one more time Ryan Beardy. Okay, is there anyone else in the gallery who we may have missed or shown up that was registered but has not had an opportunity to speak? Not seeing any.
Can you just reiterate again what people
Yeah,
are,
so,
please?
and just for any of those watching on YouTube or who may still be connected on Zoom, the network issues, citywide network issues today prevented us from hearing from some Zoom participants. So our office, myself, will be reaching out to each of those delegates tomorrow morning, offering the opportunity to submit your comments in writing and ensuring that those get to all members of Executive Policy Committee and placed on the public record for consideration during the budget.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we're ready for adjournment then? Great. Okay. Councillor Rollins moves adjournment.
I promise.
Thank you very much, everyone, to our staff working so hard today. I just want to acknowledge our IT staff who've been trying to figure it out. So thanks to all the delegates who've come today as well. We are adjourned.